Teacher, why are you here? Xingyang couldn't help but ask. The others also quickly turned to look over. They had searched the entire area but didn't even see a hint of him in the city. Yet, turned out that they were in the same inn. Truly, one always overlooks the places closest to them. I just arrived at Tianmu Kingdom today. This inn is closest to the city gates. So naturally, I settled in here as well. Xianxia smiled. This was the only decent inn near the city gates. Where else would he choose to stay if not here? You just arrived today? Then. Zhang Yang pointed at Physician Bai Chan's departing figure in disbelief. The other party was so arrogant that if he could, he would have torn down the entire heaven. Yet, after you beat him up, he acted so obediently as if he were a loyal dog. It is inconceivable for the two of you to not have known each other before that. Furthermore, the patrol squad seemed to have left fearfully after they heard something. He had just arrived but was able to instill fear in them? What was going on? Perhaps my slaps were more painful than usual, so he felt intimidated. Zhang Xian replied casually. The matter regarding the Red Lotus Ridge involved the Great Herb King, Poison Hall, Poison Master, Physician, Disguiser. This wasn't a matter that could be easily explained even if he wanted to. Therefore, he decided that he might as well avoid the topic altogether. Besides, what Bai Chan was fearful of wasn't just his connection with the Great Herb King. What he was more intimidated by was his relationship with Princess Mou. So in a way, Zhang Xian was taking advantage of another person's prestige. It wasn't anything honorable, so Zhang Xian didn't feel compelled to explain the matter to them. Slaps are more painful than usual? Everyone became speechless. If beating the other party up was useful, they would have long done so. There wouldn't have been a need for you to interfere at all. If you don't want to explain, you should at least come up with a better lie. This lie of yours is way too perfunctory. This fellow is the same as ever. Huang Yu rolled her eyes. This fellow was just like that. If he didn't want to speak, he could just say so. After all, everyone has their own secrets. However, what they found hard to accept was him lying so blatantly without any feelings of embarrassment. Regardless of the reason, as expected of teacher, no matter how big the problem is, you can solve it without a hitch. Zhao Ye and the other students' eyes burned ardently. The issue with Physician Bai Chan had left all of them helpless. Yet their teacher was able to turn the situation around the moment he appeared. More importantly, the other party listened obediently to him. As expected of their teacher, it seemed as if there was nothing in the world that was insurmountable to him. Senior, if I'm not wrong, your cultivation has reached Xianxia, right? Seeing that Zhang Xian was reluctant to remain on that topic, Lu Ling stroked his beard and asked. Zhang Xian possessed the Heaven's Path Xinqi, and even a Jizuan realm expert or a 2-star master teacher would be unable to tell the depth of his cultivation. However, during the battle just now, Lu Ling was able to discern Zhang Xian's cultivation realm through the overwhelming might and aura he that displayed. Even so, he found it hard to believe. Although reaching Xianxia wasn't as difficult as reaching Zhongxia realm, it was nevertheless an extremely tall obstacle to overcome. In Tianxian Kingdom, there were several hundreds of Tongxian realm pinnacle experts, but only one of them, old ancestor Shenhong, was able to reach Xianxia. This proved clearly how Herculean the advancement to Xianxia was. It was just a while ago that Zhang Xian was still Tongxian realm pinnacle. Lu Ling thought that it would take at least 2 to 3 years of effort before Zhang Xian could take the final step to reach higher realms. Yet never in his dreams did he expect that, in just a month of absence, the other party had already achieved Xianxia. Xianxia. Everyone was astonished, especially Lu Sun, who became wide-eyed. After an entire month's time, Lu Sun finally broke through to reach Tongxian realm. He thought that he could finally be on equal footing as the other party. He wasn't expecting that the other party would have walked even further ahead. Zhang Xian replied. By embracing the various schools of cultivation, a Zhongxia is able to create his own unique school. This is the first difficult hurdle of the Fighter 9 Dawn. Even though you aren't far from it at Xianxia, it will be difficult for you to achieve a breakthrough without accumulating experience and reinforcing your cultivation time and time again. Upon hearing the other party affirming his conjecture, Lu Ling nodded. Half-Zongshi may sound as though one is extremely close to reaching the level of a Zongshi, but in reality one has only stepped onto the jumping platform. To truly make a successful leap over is another matter. Shenhong, him, Zhuangshi, and Zhengshi, which of them weren't famous geniuses when they were younger? Alas, they were stuck at this hurdle for decades, unable to make the final jump no matter how hard they tried. If not for Xianxia, they might have been stuck at half-Zongshi for the rest of their lives. Thus, Lu Shi knew very well that if one didn't adjust one's state of mind to cultivate properly and patiently, reaching Zongshi would be nothing but a fleeting dream. Yes, Zhang Xian knew that the other party was saying these words for his own good, so he nodded in agreement. You're much more talented than I am, and you are entitled to teacher's personal guidance. Thus, your breakthrough should be much smooth sailing than mine. The reason why I said so much to you is that I hope that you won't get anxious and lose yourself. You would still be considered a genius among geniuses if you managed to reach Zongshi realm within 3 years. Lu Ling continued. This senior of his had reached half Zongshi at such a young age, and it was unavoidable for him to feel complacent. The reason why he said so much was that he wanted to remind the other party to remain humble and persevering so as to not lose himself in pursuit for greater heights. Otherwise, he might just end up destroying himself. All right, I won't obstruct the reunion between senior and your students. We'll leave to take a rest first. Knowing that Zhang Xian and his students had a lot to catch up on, Lu Ling smiled, clasped his hand, and bided his farewell. Huang Yu, Lu Sun, and the others followed behind him. Teacher. After the three left, Zhang Yang and the others kneeled onto the floor in agitation. This was especially so for Xiaoya. She felt extremely grateful to her teacher for saving her. If not for his timely appearance, who knows what might have happened to her by now. Execute a punching routine, so that I can see how much you have all improved. Flinging his sleeves, Zhang Xian sat down and looked at his students. Since he was their teacher, it was his responsibility to keep a close watch on their cultivation. Yes, the group immediately executed their punching routine. Hoo-hoo-hoo. A strong gust of wind, full of might, whipped up within the room immediately. If it were anyone else, even if they managed to discern the cultivation realm of the five, they wouldn't be able to see where their flaws laid. However, Zhang Xian was different. With a jolt inside his mind, the recent flaws in their cultivation appeared in their respective books instantly. Not bad. All of you have improved in the past month. Nonetheless, you are still far lacking. After browsing through the issues they met in cultivating written in each of their books, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Zhang Yang, the cultivation technique I gave you specifically called for you to cultivate your Taiyin meridian. Why are you cultivating your Sanka meridian instead? Not only are you wasting your effort, you are destroying your own cultivation. If you continue to behave like this, you should just scram now. Don't waste my time. Lu Yang, although your right arm has recovered, when you're training, you still have to be mindful of exerting too much strength. Do you wish to be crippled again? Wang Ying. Very quickly, Zhang Xian pointed out the recent cultivation flaws that his 5 students had and imparted them some new methods. Even though Zhang Xian might be unreliable when it came to other aspects, he didn't slacken at all when it came to guiding his students. Hong Long. Pipa. In the next 2 hours, the 5 students started to achieve breakthroughs. Zhang Yang and Wang Ying first broke through Pigu realm to reach Dingli realm primary stage, and Yuan Tao followed closely behind, reaching Pigu realm pinnacle. Of the 5, the one who experienced the biggest improvement was still Xiaoya. Initially, she had only opened 2 acupoints. However, after Zhang Xian's explanation and deciphering of the Pishue realm, she opened 10 acupoints consecutively in the next 2 hours, resulting in an exponential rise in her strength. Having their cultivation raised significantly in such a short period of time, everyone felt both excited and astonished. Previously, Lu Shi said that if they wanted to achieve a breakthrough, they would require an impetus. Even at the fastest, it would take about half a month. However, after a session with Zhang Laoshi, all of them broke through into higher realms immediately. Didn't this display clearly that Zhang Laoshi's means were superior to Lu Shi's? Upon realizing this fact, they felt even greater admiration for Zhang Laoshi. All right, I'll be taking the master teacher examination tomorrow, so we'll stop here for today. Have a good rest. Xianxia instructed. After this incident with Xiaoya, he realized that there was an urgent need for him to raise his status. This fueled his determination to pass the master teacher examination. I have urgent matters to report to GMO Gongzi. At the Ji clan, one of the 3 great clans of Tianwu Kingdom, a figure could be seen in an urgent rush to the doorstep. If Xianxia were here, he would surely have been able to recognize the person as the leader of the group whom he pummeled outside the city previously. This leader was still wounded throughout his body. However, after undergoing treatment, his situation had alleviated greatly, and at the very least, he was able to move around without help. How is it? Have you succeeded yet? Jia. The doors opened. Upon seeing the other party's face, GMO Gongzi's face lit up. Reporting to Gongzi, even though we are severely injured, we have managed to accomplish the task you asked of us. The leader kneeled onto the floor. Not bad, not bad. An excited gleam flashed across GMO Gongzi's eyes. That lad had caused him to lose his entire dignity, and he wouldn't be able to vent his anger if he didn't teach him a good lesson. Take out the record crystal, I want to take a look. Stretching his palm forward, GMO Gongzi asked expectantly. Weren't you full of arrogance? Producing paintings of the 3rd level, 4th level, and 5th level as if they are circus acts. So what if you're a 3-star painter? Let's see if you can remain as haughty now that we hung you nude on a tree. Reporting to young master, the record crystal was ruined in the middle of the battle. The leader answered in embarrassment. Ruined? Yes. However, we have hung that lad on a tree outside the city, and the other brothers are currently guarding him. Young master, why don't you follow me there to mock him in his face? This way, you will be able to vent your anger better. The leader replied. That's a good idea. Ridiculing him right in his face is what I like best. Chuckling, an evil gleam flickered across GMO Gongzi's gaze. It felt that it would be a great pity if he didn't personally view and mock that arrogant fellow who had been hung naked on a tree. Let's go. GMO Gongzi was ready to go right after putting on his robe. Gongzi, no matter what, the person we have offended is a 3-star painter. Even if we were to record his sorry state with a record crystal in order to blackmail him, and that the other party does not dare to do anything to us, if any of those elders in the residence find out about this, you won't be able to avoid a lashing. In my view, why don't you put on a black suit and sneak out? This way, we won't alarm anyone, thus preventing the news from leaking out and avoiding unnecessary trouble. Seeing that GMO Gongzi was about to walk out openly through the main door, the leader immediately advised him otherwise. You're right. Not bad. Seems like you have given the matter some thought. I'll deal with those old fellows sooner or later. Once I become a 2-star painter and inherit the position of the clan leader, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. GMO Gongzi nodded his head in satisfaction. Did you see that? This is what a loyal subordinate should be like, keeping the welfare of his owner at heart. I am probably the only person who is sufficiently charismatic such that my subordinates give their all in order to accomplish my tasks. Thinking of this, he felt exhilarated. I shall reward you handsomely, in view of your loyalty, when we return. Giving the leader a compliment, GMO Gongzi changed into a black suit and followed behind the other party to an isolated corner of the residence before secretly flipping over the wall. They proceeded carefully and they successfully managed to avoid alarming anyone. Soon, they arrived at the forest beyond the city. Young master, this is the place. The leader pointed forward with a finger. All right. Upon hearing that the person who embarrassed him was inside, GMO Gongzi proceeded in, his body shaking with excitement. Where is the person? Walking into the forest, GMO scanned the surroundings, but it was completely empty. He was feeling perplexed when the sight before him turned dark all of a sudden. A gunny sack had been pulled over his head. What are you doing? Feeling shocked, GMO was about to struggle, but he felt a sudden and excruciating pain on his face. Fists, sticks, and stones came raining down on him. Pai li pala. The sounds of fists and legs sinking into his flesh filled the air. and before GMO Gongzi could react, he was already knocked onto the ground. Innumerable bones throughout his entire body had been fractured. Whoa! GMO Gongzi wailed through lips that had swollen to look like sausages. Until now, he had yet to comprehend the situation. Isn't the purpose of the trip here to watch Xianxia getting humiliated? Why am I getting beaten up now? It seemed as though an eternity had passed before the torrential blows on his body came to a stop. The gunny sack was torn apart, and his clothes were taken off his body. Then he felt an ache on his hands. When he finally recovered, he was already hanging on a tree. A chilly night breeze blew across his bare body. What are all of you up to? At this moment, GMO finally saw the faces of the group who bashed him up. They were the 5 subordinates whom he sent after Xianxia. Gongzi, we don't have a choice either. Why did you have to offend someone you shouldn't have offended? You even had to implicate us. As the leader spoke, he infused Zhenqi into a record crystal, recording the sight before him. Pooh! Realizing that his naked body was getting recorded, GMO Gongzi felt embarrassed and infuriated, and he spurted a mouthful of blood. What the heck is this? Aren't these people my subordinates? When did they betray and become the other party's lackeys? It wasn't easy for me to devise this plan. A plan where the other party has no choice but to suffer in silence. Yet, to think that it would be executed on me instead. It was laughable that he had felt impressed with his subordinates' loyalty. They were indeed loyal, just not to him. All along, I thought that he would be big and strong since he was able to attract the attention of so many beauties. To think that it would be that small. You're right, it's really small. It's my first time seeing one of that size. Me too. It is such an eye-opener. Just as his frustration was bubbling within, he heard the discussion that went on in the group below him. The hell? You're the one who has a small one, your entire family has small ones. Pooh! Greatly infuriated, GMO Gongzi couldn't hold himself back, and he sprayed another mouthful of fresh blood. Then he fainted. It was a silent night. When Xianxia finally woke up from his sleep, his fatigue from the journey had disappeared completely. As he stepped out from his room, he saw Lu Ling and the others standing right outside his doors, looking at him as if he were a monster. You simply gave them a few pointers and they achieved breakthroughs. Pointing to Zhang Xiaoya, and the others, Lu Shi asked in disbelief. When he woke up early in the morning and saw the leap in the group's cultivation, he was so shocked that his teeth nearly fell onto the floor. For all of them to achieve breakthroughs with just a brief of guidance. Isn't it way too easy to achieve breakthroughs? All along, Lu Shi thought that even though his senior had a unique and impressive way in guiding his students, his senior was inferior to him, especially since that he wasn't yet a master teacher. Only after witnessing this situation did he understand that there was indeed a gap between the two of them, but it was the other party who was way ahead of him. Ah, that's right. Xianxia nodded. It isn't anything much. Let's go to the master teacher pavilion. Upon hearing these words, the group staggered on their feet. Breakthroughs in their cultivation aren't any big deal. Seeing how casually he put it, Lu Shi and the others felt as though they had taken 1,000 arrows to their heart. In order to help students achieve a breakthrough, they had to go through all kinds of trouble and dig up every last inch of their knowledge. But even so, it wasn't certain that the other party would succeed. Yet Xianxia made it seem as easy as eating and sleeping. Indeed, humans aren't born equal. After checking out from the inn, they rented 2 carriages and headed straight for the master teacher pavilion. 2 hours later, a grand building stood before them. On top of the entrance were 3 grand words which represented the ultimate authority. Master Teacher Pavilion. Even though the Master Teacher Pavilion is considered as a function of the Teacher Guild, it wields much greater influence and power. Those who are able to join its ranks would gain incredible standing in society. Flashing his emblem, Lu Shi led the group in. The hall was vast and grand. Xianxia? You're here. Melded within the crowd, Xianxia was about to inquire about the examination venue when he heard a voice. Then, with a turn of his head, he saw a young lady who was accompanying an elder. It's you. The person was the master-teacher apprentice whom Xianxia met right after entering Tianwu City. Ling Xiaoxiao. Yeah, you're here to attend Princess Mo's question symposium as well, right? It's about to start and almost every master-teacher in the city is there. Let's go. Even though she wasn't very fond of this ignorant fellow, he was nevertheless an acquaintance. Thus, Ling Xiaoxiao invited him with a smile on her face. Are they all there? All right, let's go then. Hearing that every master-teacher was there, Xianxia knew that his master-teacher examination would have to wait until after the question symposium. Hence, he decided that he might as well take a look to get an idea of the symposium so that he will be able to make better preparations for his own turn. Upon hearing that someone was facing the question symposium, Lu Shi and the others became interested as well. Thus, all of them followed Ling Xiaoxiao into a room. It was similar to those theory classrooms. Tables and chairs of various designs filled the room, and a crowd, numbering above 100, was gathered in here. An entire row of powerful-looking elders and middle-aged men were seated at the very front. To think that this fellow would be here as well. Scanning the surroundings, Xianxia suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. He was Squadron Leader Yao of the patrol squad from yesterday night. This fellow stood by the corner and was acting as a guard. If not for his reddened and swollen face, Xianxia would have suspected if he were his twin brother. After scanning the entire room briefly, Xianxia didn't see Mou. Thus, he followed the group and casually took a seat. Just as Xianxia noticed Squadron Leader Yao, the latter saw him as well. In usual circumstances, the Kingdom Patrol Squad would never be responsible for the safety of the Master Teacher Pavilion. But because the person taking the examination this time was Princess Mou, he was transferred here for temporary duties. Initially, he intended to look for a replacement due to his injuries, but upon recalling that it was the princess's examination, he thought that the fellow would definitely appear if he was truly related to her. If he didn't show up, or if the princess didn't recognize him, that would mean that physician Bai Chan was lying. Considering how badly he was beaten up, no one could blame him for desiring to take revenge. Thus, with such motives in mind, he endured his injuries and stood guard at a corner. To think that the fellow would really turn up. Humph. I would really like to witness if you are indeed close to the princess. With a cold harumph, Squadron Leader Yao stood upright and observed the situation quietly. Xianxia and the others took a seat. There's a total of 13 one-star master teachers and 3 two-star master teachers in Tianwu Kingdom. The question symposium is the last formal procedure for a master teacher examinee, and none of the two-star master teachers is here. Knowing that the person before her knew nothing at all, Ling Xiaoxiao explained kindly. Xianxia was astounded. Tianxian Kingdom didn't even have a one-star master teacher, yet Tianwu Kingdom had 13 one-stars and 3 two-stars. Just by the number of master teachers, one could tell the difference in the national might. As expected of the strongest kingdom within the cluster of 13 countries. With so many master teachers conducting lessons here, how is it possible that the next generation not be incredible? How would the nation not be so mighty? Who are the two-star master teachers in the kingdom? Recovering from his shock, Xianxia could not help but ask. Hearing the other party ask such a fundamental question, Ling Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes once more. The most formidable two-star master teacher in the empire is naturally Pavilion Master Jiang. According to the rumors, he has reached 2-star pinnacle, and it is just a matter of time before he reaches 3-star. As for the other two, they are Wang Shi and Mu Shi. Mu Shi reached 2-star less than 2 years ago, and he is the newest of the 3. Oh! Xianxia nodded. Glancing around, he asked, "Is the genius you spoke of, Mo Hongi, present?" Of course he's here. Furthermore, he has the highest position of all the master teachers here. Look, he's the one seated right at the center. Ling Xiaoxiao pointed. Right at the center? Xianxia raised his head to take a look. At the center of the very front row of master teachers sat a young man who seemed to be about 25. He exuded an aura which felt as vast and deep as an ocean, and it exerted an immense pressure on those around him. Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle. Not only was he strong, His pitch-black eyes seemed to wield some kind of unique power as well. He appeared to be confident and astute, seeming as if there was nothing in the world which could trouble him. Incredible! With just a single glance, Xianxia could tell that the other geniuses he had met were nothing compared to him. They were in different leagues. Even Princess Mo paled far in comparison to him. I'm afraid that his soul depth is 6.0 at the very least. Lu Shi's attention was also on Mo Hongi, and he sent a telepathic message over. 6.0? Xianxia was thrown. With a soul depth of 3.0, one becomes eligible for the 1-star Master Teacher examination. 6.0, one can take the 2-star examination. To possess such incredible soul depth at just 26-year-old and, not to mention, his formidable cultivation, he sure lives up to his name as the genius. Princess Mo is here. Just as he was busy examining Mo Hongi, Ling Xiaoxiao's voice echoed once more. Turning to the entrance, he saw a young lady making her way in. Who else could the person be if not Mo? Dressed in a bright red robe, her hair and face had been immaculately done up, making her appear much more charming and beautiful than before. At this moment, she was in no way inferior to Xiaoya, as expected of the #1 beauty in Tianwu Kingdom. It was mere moments since her entrance, and she had already managed to attract everyone's attention. Once inside, Princess Mo began to scan her surroundings. Then her eyes fell on a certain spot and lighted up unwittingly. As the center of attention, her expression piqued everyone's curiosity immediately. They followed the direction of her gaze and swiftly turned their heads over. They thought that they would find a formidable figure, but it turned out to be just an ordinary young man. Seeing her look toward him, Xianxia became speechless. You know that you're the star of the show, yet you just have to look at me like that, bringing me unwanted attention. You are doing this intentionally, aren't you? Feeling despondent, Xianxia was thinking about what to say when he heard an agitated and excited voice sound out beside him. Princess Mo, you looked at me. She actually noticed me. Ling Xiaoxiao was so excited that her face turned red. If not for the situation, she would have shrilled in joy. Ah! Xianxia shook his head, looking at that zealous lady before him. However, coincidentally, her actions actually helped Xianxia to avert that awkward predicament. The question symposium begins. Upon the arrival of the examinee, Mo Hongi declared, and the final test of the master teacher, the question symposium, began. The question symposium was similar to the pill debate of the apothecaries. Every 1-star master teacher in attendance would pose a question regarding cultivation, and the scope would usually be limited to below Zhongshe realm. One's Jinqi is congested at the last acupoint, resulting in the person being unable to reach Tongxin realm. How can this problem be solved? A master teacher asked. There are 2 solutions. The first solution is to gather a large amount of Jinqi around the acupoint to stimulate the blocked Jinqi. As for the second method, one can utilize medicine. A grade 1 acupoint soothing pill can resolve this situation, but it is ineffective for those who have suffered from this problem for an extended period of time. If so, one should consume a grade 2 acupoint breakthrough pill instead. Princess Mo answered the question calmly. Clearly, a question of this level wasn't sufficient to stump her. After listening for a few moments, a blank expression appeared on Xianxia's face. Although he could impersonate master teachers and had, in fact, helped many people achieve breakthroughs, he had basically been relying on his Heaven's Path Jinqi. The methods that Princess Mo mentioned were completely foreign to him. There wasn't a question that he could answer. Looks like I have to browse through some books first before taking the 1-star master teacher examination. Otherwise, I will surely fail this question symposium. Xianxia shook his head. After all, when they asked him about how to achieve a breakthrough in different circumstances, he couldn't simply reply them all with a needle and a surge of Jinqi. If he were to really reply like that, he would surely be evicted right away. After listening for another duration, he ascertained that he truly didn't understand a single word that the other party spoke. Thus, he could not help but look at the lady beside him and ask, how many tests are there in the master teacher examination? Even though his purpose here was to attempt the master teacher examination, He had no idea how the examination was conducted. Do you not even know that? Ling Xiaoxiao was on the verge of going insane. She was even suspecting whether the other party had bought his apprentice emblem using money. These are all fundamental knowledge. If you don't even know these, how the hell are you going to take the master-teacher examination? Xianxia nodded his head. All right. Feeling utterly defeated by the other party, Ling Xiaoxiao could only explain helplessly. There are a total of 5 tests for the master-teacher examination. 5 tests. That's right. The first test is the House of Trust. What it assesses is the trust level that the examinee student has for him, and the passing criterion is a trust level that exceeds 50. If one doesn't have any students or if none of his students had a sufficient trust level, it would be deemed as a failure. The second test is the Supporting Occupation Pavilion. In order to become a 1-star master teacher, one must possess a supporting occupation and reach the level of an official member. The third test is Puppet Hall. During the test, 2 puppets fighting each other will appear. These puppets are forged using a unique method, and the moves and battle techniques they utilize will be completely different. However, they are similarly powerful, and neither of them is able to defeat the other. The examinee has to provide guidance on the spot such that one of them achieves victory over the other. The fourth test is the Cultivation Technique Ocean. There are countless cultivation and battle technique manuals in the ocean, and one will have to pick out a random book and conduct a relevant lecture immediately. During the lecture, you will be judged by several master teachers, as well as the Wylam Sage Bell. Wylam Sage Bell? The Sage's Bell is a spirit treasure in the Cultivation Technique treasure. Imprinted inside the Wylam Sage Bell is the comprehension that former sages had over the techniques. If the content of one's lecture doesn't satisfy the Wylam Sage Bell, the bell will not chime and he obtains a fail. Zhang Xian was taken aback. He didn't expect such an incredible object to exist in this world. After the first 4 tests, one will have to undergo the Unerring Pavilion. In the Unerring Pavilion, a puppet will display a cultivation technique, battle technique, or even a skill from the supporting occupation you chose. The movements that it displays will contain errors within them, but they will all be well disguised, making it nigh impossible to discover them. The examinee has to identify one error within an incense stick's burn time in order to pass. Otherwise, it is considered a failure. Ling Xiaoxiao seemed to be extremely familiar with the various tests of the master-teacher examination, and she explained each of them in detail. House of Trust, Supporting Occupation Pavilion, Puppet Hall, Cultivation Technique C, and Unerring Pavilion. 5 tests, with each of them is harder than the previous. Wait, what about the question symposium? Zhang Xian had a perplexed expression. Isn't the question symposium the final test in the master-teacher examination? Why didn't Ling Xiaoxiao mention it? Even though the question symposium is the final test out of the entire master-teacher examination, it is also the easiest one. As long as an examinee is able to pass the first 5, this last test is negligible. So far, its passing rate is 100%. Thus, as long as one passes the first 5 tests, he would be considered to have passed the master-teacher examination and be qualified to call himself a master teacher. The question symposium is more of a formal event to introduce the new master teacher to the others. Ling Xiaoxiao explained. Zhang Xian nodded, but at the same time, a wave of dejection took over him. So it appears that this symposium is the simplest stage of the entire examination. To think I would be unable to understand anything that they said on stage. From the looks of it, the master-teacher examination isn't that easy after all. As the 2 of them continued to converse, the question symposium above neared its end. Congratulations, Master-Teacher MOU. Here is your emblem. From now on, you're a 1-star master teacher. The master teachers in the front row of seats offered their congratulations. After receiving the master teacher emblem and the robe specially tailored for master teachers, Princess MOU felt thrilled. There seemed to be just a sliver of difference between an apprentice and a true master teacher, but the status they possessed were worlds apart. Only after successfully becoming a master teacher can one truly be considered to be at the pinnacle of society. I have something on, so I'll first take my leave. After passing presenting the emblem and robe to Mou, Hongi nodded and then turned around to leave immediately. Seeming to be well aware of the other party's temperament, Mou didn't look angered. After trading a few obligatory pleasantries with the crowd, Mou was finally able to extricate herself and she headed in Zhang Xian's direction. Upon seeing Mou walking over, Ling Xiaoxiao's face flushed in agitation, and words could do little to describe her excitement. My idol is coming. Does she really recognize me? Hurry, help me take a look. Is my hair messy? It's not messy. Zhang Xian shook his head. That's good. Ling Xiaoxiao stood up hastily. Apprentice Ling Xiaoxiao pays respect to Mo Sure. Nodding her head slightly, Princess Mou then ignored her, turning to face Zhang Xian instead. Seeing how the princess who had just passed her one-star master-teacher examination had her gaze fixated on an unfamiliar youngster, the environment fell into silence immediately. Ling Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded by the sight, and she nearly keeled over. She thought that her idol had come for her. Never in her dreams did she expect for Princess Mou to simply respond with a slight nod and then immediately turn to the person beside her. Isn't this fellow merely an ignorant apprentice who knows nothing? To come here specially to meet him, what in the world is going on? Can what physician by Chan said be true? From the side, Squadron Leader Yao had been keeping tabs on Zhang Xian. Upon witnessing Princess Mou approach that person, his breathing hastened. What physician by Chan said must be true without a doubt. Otherwise, the princess wouldn't have gone to him. It was fortunate that he listened to the other party's advice and stepped down. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. However, the princess always carries herself with dignity and does not get involved with any men. If this fellow does have a relationship with her, many people will definitely soon learn about it. Squadron Leader Yao thought. Just as he was picturing how the bewildered faces of her suitors would look like when the news spread out, he saw Princess Mou clasp her hand and perform the formality that would only be done when a student meets her teacher. Student Mou pays respect to Zhang Laosher. Student Mou pays respect to Zhang Laosher? The entire room became ghastly silent. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. What is going on? Princess Mou is the second greatest genius of the kingdom, a figure who became a one-star master teacher at such a young age. Yet, to respectfully greet someone younger than her as Zhang Laosher, where did this he appear from? What rights does he have to make the princess behave in such a manner? Put on. Squadron Leader Yao felt his knees go weak and he nearly kneeled onto the ground. Oh my gosh! He thought that the other party was romantically involved with the princess, but to think that the princess was actually the other party's student. Is there a need for such exaggeration? It was fortunate that he didn't behave too recklessly the day before. Otherwise, even if he were to be killed on the spot, no one would have dared to speak up for him. On the other end, Ling Xiaoxiao's face became frozen. She thought that her idol was here to speak with her. She couldn't have imagined that she was here to greet this ignorant lad. Brother, didn't you not know where the master-teacher pavilion is? Didn't you not know how the master-teacher examination is conducted? Didn't you not know who Mo Hongi is? An insignificant and ignorant apprentice made the number 2 genius of the kingdom. The newly qualified master-teacher, Princess Mou, bow and respectfully address him as Laosher. What kind of twist is this? Even the expert beside her widened his eyes in astonishment, nearly dropping to the ground. Initially, he had been feeling somewhat dissatisfied to see the young mistress wasting her breath on this fellow. But at this moment, he realized that this ordinary-looking guy was actually a hidden expert. To be addressed by the princess as teacher, based on just this fact alone, he was on an equal footing with several prestigious clans in the capital. They weren't the only ones. Even Zhao Ye and the others felt bewildered. The arrogant physician by Chan was beaten to a pulp, but he didn't dare to retaliate. The genius princess bowed respectfully and addressed him as Laosher. Didn't Zhang Laosher say that he arrived at Tianwu Kingdom just yesterday afternoon? It had not been long since his arrival, and he had already managed to cause such a huge ruckus, earning himself respect, fear, and awe. If he were to remain here for any period longer, wouldn't the pavilion master of the master-teacher pavilion have to come greet him personally as well? Ignoring everyone's shock, Xianxia nodded his head faintly. He was indeed worthy of the other party's bow. If not for his guidance back at Red Lotus City, it would have been impossible for her to pass the 2-star apothecary examination. Zhang Laosher. Princess Mo, you had intended to ask about the matter in the Poison Hall, but after hesitating for a moment, she decided not to bring it up, especially with such a huge crowd present. Back then, when she left Red Lotus City for Tianwu Kingdom, Zhang Xian and the Great Herb King had already set off for the Poison Hall. Impersonating the special envoy to enter the Poison Hall was extremely dangerous, so she had been worried about him. Initially, she thought that even if Zhang Xian were to return alive, it would be difficult for the two of them to meet again. But never in her dreams did she expect that she would encounter him in just a few days' time. This was why she lost herself back then and stared at him. Then, after the end of the question symposium, she couldn't hold herself back anymore and came forward to greet him. As the number 2 genius of Tianwu Kingdom, she did possess her own pride. However, after the days accompanying this young man, she realized that the little talent she possessed meant nothing before him. "Mou, aren't you going to introduce him to me?" Mou was about to continue speaking when a voice suddenly sounded. Then, a tall and muscular man could be seen walking over. Looking to be in his 30s, he was dressed in a long robe, and the emblem on his chest signified his identity as a 1-star master teacher. Judging from the aura he exuded and his immense strength, he was a Xianxia realm expert. Being a 1-star teacher and a Xianxia realm expert in just his 30s, even though his talent was beneath that of Mo Hongi and Mou, he wasn't too far from them. Upon seeing him, a faint look of displeasure flickered across Mou's eyes. Nevertheless, she nodded. "The reason why I am able to forge a grade 2 pill and pass the 2-star apothecary examination, despite my cultivation not having reached Xianxia realm, is due to Zhang Laosher's guidance. As such, he is half a teacher to me. The apothecary is one of the top occupations among the upper 9 paths, and under normal circumstances, a practitioner's cultivation has to reach Xianxia realm before he can take the 2-star examination. This is because only upon achieving Xianxia realm can one better control the heat of the cauldron, the properties of the medicinal herbs, the clash of various energies within the cauldron, and from there forge a grade 2 pill. By merely following Zhang Xian's instructions, Mou was already able to successfully forge a grade 2 pill in the Beast Hall. Then, after continuing to learn diligently from Zhang Xian for several days in the Red Lotus City, her proficiency in pill forging improved even further. After returning to the capital with the support from the royal family, her cultivation escalated. Even though she was still a distance away from reaching Xianxia realm, she had already managed to reach Tongxian realm pinnacle. Under usual circumstances, no one is allowed to take the 2-star examination without first reaching Xianxia realm. However, she successfully forged a grade 2 pill and was granted a special exception to be promoted to a 2-star apothecary. From then on, her feats became a legend. Half a teacher? For Mo Sure to pass the 2-star apothecary examination at such a young age, that young man's pill-forging skills must be incredible. The crowd burst into an uproar, and they stared at Zhang Xian in amazement. They finally understood why Mou regarded that young man so highly. If Mou passed the 2-star apothecary examination due to his guidance, doesn't that mean that he is superior to her in the field of pill forging? Surpassing 2-star? Can't be possible that he's a 3-star apothecary, right? A 3-star apothecary who has yet to reach 20? Everyone poured out a cold breath of air. Taught you how to forge pills? A flash gleamed across the muscular man's eyes. He turned toward Zhang Xian immediately and smiled. So it's a Grandmaster Apothecary. I apologize for my disrespect. My name is Zhang Chan, and I am grateful for your guidance to Princess Mou. However, Mou's eyebrows knitted together in displeasure and she spoke sharply. I don't need you to thank him for me. Hee. Zhang Chan laughed dryly, not giving any heed to Mou's attitude. Flinging his sleeves aside, he carried an aura of superiority as he looked at Zhang Xian. The Apothecary Guild's Apothecary Hong is my friend, and he passed the 3-star apothecary examination recently. Since Zhang Laosher is a talented apothecary as well, I believe that the two of you should be acquainted with one another. But why have I never heard of there being a genius like you in the guild? Furthermore, I know every single apothecary in the guild who is 2-star and above. May I inquire what Zhang Laosher's grade is? Hearing what he said, everyone turned to Xianxia immediately, their eyes filled with curiosity. I am only a 1-star apothecary, Xianxia replied. He had only taken the 1-star apothecary examination and didn't think that he was a genius of any sort. Besides, he had never been to Tianwu Royal City's apothecary guild. So naturally, he neither knows Apothecary Hong nor possesses any fame. 1-star. A 1-star apothecary guided Princess Mo you to forge a grade 2 pill? You must be joking. The hierarchy in the upper 9 paths occupation is extremely strict. How can a 1-star apothecary guide a 2-star apothecary? Everyone became baffled once again. They had seen for themselves how highly Princess Mo you regarded the young man, and it felt as if she would really kneel down in admiration for the other party. Thus, they thought that the young man would be a formidable apothecary. In the end, it turned out that he was only a 1-star. Did someone make a mistake? 1-star. Jiang Chun was taken aback as well. An expression of disdain was revealed on his face but was swiftly hidden. To be able to reach 1-star at your age, Brother Zhang is indeed talented. As long as you work hard, you will surely be able to reach great heights. He had addressed the other party as Zhang Laosher previously, but in the blink of an eye, he had amended that to Brother Zhang. He had even dropped all of the pleasantries. After which, he ignored Zhang Xian completely and turned to Princess Mou. Mou, I have prepared a feast to celebrate your successful promotion as a master teacher. Let's go. I refuse. Princess Mou shook her slender hands. This celebration feast is specially prepared for you. How can the star of the show go missing? Getting rejected before such a huge crowd. Jiang Chun felt somewhat embarrassed. I still have things that I need to consult Zhang Laosher with. Feel free to carry on with the feast without me. Mou replied coldly. It seemed that she wasn't fond of the other party. How about this, why don't Brother Zhang come along as well? This way, you can consider it as repayment for his guidance. At which, Jiang Chan turned to Zhang Xian and said, What does Brother Zhang think? You seem like you have just arrived at the capital, and there are many VIPs joining in the celebration. Apothecary Hong will be there as well, and I can make use of this opportunity to introduce him to you. As a 1-star apothecary, it will be good for you to come into contact with high-ranking apothecaries like him. I'm not free. Zhang Xian shook his head. If the other party was inviting him sincerely, he would have considered heading over after he was done with his master-teacher examination. However, Jiang Chen acted as though he was inviting Zhang Xian out of charity. Taking into account the other party's attitude, even if it were the emperor's birthday celebration, Zhang Xian wouldn't have bothered. You're not free. Jiang Chun could tolerate being rejected by Mou, but to be turned down in public by a 1-star apothecary. His complexion darkened immediately, and his eyebrows shot up. He emitted the pressure of a Zhongshe realm expert. An official apothecary may possess incredible status, but that is nothing compared to a master teacher. You should reconsider your option. Don't let a moment of folly land you in deep trouble. Hey, I'm still talking to you. Hold it right there. Jiang Chun thought he could frighten the other party into obedience by pointing out the possible consequences of his rejection. However, before he could finish his words, the other party was already gone. Jiang Chun nearly fainted out of anger. As a 1-star master teacher and a Zhongshe realm expert, when had anyone dared to disrespect him like that? Shaking his head, Zhang Xian disregarded the conceited fellow and stopped before Mou. Bring me over. Yes. Back in Red Lotus City, Zhang Xian had told her that he intended to take the master teacher examination. Thus, Mou immediately understood the other party's intentions, and the duo walked past Jiang Chun. This fellow. Seeing how Zhang Xian disregarded Jiang Chun and left just like that, the corners of Ling Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. Do you know who this fellow is? To ignore him like that, Even the emperor would have to give him VIP treatment, yet you ignore him. Ling Xiaoxiao was about to go forward to offer some advice when she saw Princess Mou stop before an elder and said, Wu Shi, Zhang Laoshi intends to take the master teacher examination. I will have to trouble you to make preparations. Take the master teacher examination? Ling Xiaoxiao had barely taken a step forward when she heard those words and staggered, nearly falling to the ground. It is just a moment ago that you are clueless about the master teacher examination and you want to give it a try now. Brother, are you sure you aren't joking with me? After the conversation just now, she could have confidently declared that the fellow named Zhang Xian knew nothing about master teachers. In fact, she had even suspected that Zhang Xian's master teacher apprentice emblem was bought. Does he want to take the master teacher examination just like that? Do you know what master teachers represent? Ling Xiaoxiao felt as that she was on the brink of going insane. Jiang Chun, who intended to step forward to teach the other party a lesson, also stopped upon hearing Mou's words. His eyes narrowed, and he seemed to have fallen into deep contemplation. All right, but I'll have to check if you are qualified to take the examination. Wu Shi nodded. In the guild, he was in charge of conducting the master teacher examination, thus he was extremely well-versed in the procedures. Before taking the examination, he had to ascertain that the candidate fulfilled both the internal and external conditions. The external conditions are the recommendation from a master teacher, the identity of an assistant master teacher, and at least one supporting occupation. The internal conditions are reaching the state of insight of the heart of tranquil water and Tongxian realm cultivation. Lu Ling had told Zhang Xian about these conditions at Tianxian Kingdom, so Zhang Xian was no stranger to them. With a flick of his wrist, he took out his master teacher apprentice emblem and one-star apothecary emblem and passed them forward. At the same time, he revealed his half-Xianxia cultivation. With a glance, Wu Shi verified that the emblems were genuine. Thereafter, he took out a stone of insight and passed it to Zhang Xian. It's a test of your soul depth. Zhang Xian nodded. He grabbed the stone of insight and adjusted his state of mind. Zhang Shi, there's no need to get angry. He is just an ignorant countryside bumpkin. I doubt that he will even be eligible for the examination. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's darkened expression, an apprentice walked up and fawned on him. Besides, even if he is eligible for the examination, it is impossible for him to match up to you. After all, you are a genius who is born with a soul depth of 4.0. The requirement for the master teacher examination was a soul depth of 3.0. Most apprentices, upon achieving Heart of Tranquil Water, would only possess a soul depth of 1.5. They would require countless years of cultivation before they are able to raise it to 3.0. But this Jiang Chun possessed a soul depth of 4.0 from the moment he reached Heart of Tranquil Water. His name was spread far and wide. Even though he wasn't able to match up to Mo Hongyi's 6.0 and Mou's 5.0, he was still ranked among the best of geniuses in the capital. Competing with me? Who does he think he is? Upon hearing those words, Jiang Chen's grim complexion lightened greatly. Other than those two monsters, he didn't fear anyone when it came to soul depth. The other party was just a nobody. He might be skilled in pill forging, but his soul depth. This is the foundation of being a master teacher, similar to what Jinqi is to a fighter. Even if the other party's soul depth had reached 3.0, he would still be a far way off from him, who was blessed with a natural soul depth of 4.0. The difference between 3.0 and 4.0 doesn't appear to be great, but this gap can only be bridged by decades of effort. Ling Xiaoxiao looked over as well. She didn't think that this ignorant fellow would possess a soul depth that was eligible for the master teacher examination. After all, have you ever met a master teacher who came for the examination without knowing what would be tested? Every other master teacher had to study and prepare for their master teacher examination in advance, not daring to slack off in any way. Yet, this fellow wants to make an attempt without knowing anything about it. Examination. Your head. If even this guy manages to pass the examination, didn't that mean that I, who know everything about the tests, am ready for the 2-star examination? She was thinking about what she should say if the other party's soul depth didn't meet the criteria when she heard a light buzz. The stone of insight in Xianxia's hands shone, and a line of digits slowly floated into appearance. Wuxia received the stone of insight over from Xianxia and lowered his head to take a glance. His indifferent expression was shattered immediately, and his lips quivered uncontrollably. This. Quick! Let's see how much it is. Everyone was startled to see the usually calm Wuxia behave in such a manner. With faces full of curiosity, they could not help but direct their attention to the stone of insight. With a single look, each and every single one of their bodies shuddered. Go and take a look. Full of pride, Jiang Chun refused to go forward and instead sent his apprentice. The young man nodded and walked forward. But when he returned, he had an expression that seemed as if he had just seen a ghost. Why? Can it be that his soul depth matches me, Jiang Chun? Did he attain 4.0 as well? Jiang Chun frowned. I come from a clan of master teachers, and from young, I have been receiving guidance from master teachers. This is also the reason why I can achieve such a high soul depth upon reaching heart of tranquil water. How can a wild brat like him compare with me? How much is it? With an extremely red face, the apprentice spoke hesitantly. 5.1. Put on. Jiang Chen's body swayed, and he immediately felt his heart stifle. The heck? He had just claimed that this fellow could never compare up to him, and his soul depth was revealed to be 5.1. This was superior even to that of Princess Mou. Jiang Chun could feel fresh blood welling up in his mouth. 5.1? This? Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock. Brother, you have achieved a soul depth of 5.1, and yet you don't know what the master teacher examination tests are about? Do you live under a stone? 5.1, that's already the level of a top-notch genius. With just a bit of effort, your soul depth will be able to reach 6.0, and you will be eligible to take the 2-star master teacher examination. Despite the geniuses that have appeared in Tianwu Kingdom over the years, less than a handful became 2-star master teachers. The person whom she thought to be an ignorant countryside bumpkin suddenly became an absolute genius. Ling Xiaoxiao's face reddened, and for a long while, she was unable to say a single word. Soul depth of 5.1, you are a genius among geniuses. Let's go to the field. I'll conduct the examination for you right now. With a greatly agitated expression, Wuxia took large strides as he headed out of the room. Xianxia and the others quickly followed behind him. In no time, the group arrived at a vast hall. At the very end of the hall were 5 tightly shut doors. The 5 tests for the Master Teacher examination are House of Trust, Supporting Occupation Pavilion, Puppet Hall, Cultivation Technique Ocean, and Unerring Pavilion. If you have students, you can have them enter that room. As long as their trust level exceeds 50, you will pass the first test. Pointing to the very first door, Wuxia said, "On." Having heard the rules from Ling Xiaoxiao, Xianxia nodded and beckoned for Xiaoya and the others to come closer. These are my students. They. Glancing at the crowd before looking back at Xianxia, a sliver of doubt flashed across Wuxia's eyes. Usually, there would be a significant age gap between the teacher and student because it would be easier to establish a trust that way. Taking, for example, if a 20-year-old man were to teach a 7-year-old child, he would be likely to hold unconditional trust for your words. However, if that same man were to teach a 16-year-old teenager, putting aside whether he would trust your words, it would be a problem in itself to have him acknowledge you as his teacher. Why should he? This was exactly the situation before him. This Zhang Laoshi appeared to be below 20, but his students were 16 to 17, and there was a small age gap. Are you sure that the trust level these students have in you exceeds 50? May I ask how long have you taught these students for? After hesitating for a moment, Wuxia asked. While the small difference in age posed a problem, it could be made up with time. If one could impress his students with his guidance over time, the trust level would surely rise. Around half a month. Then, after hesitating for a moment, Xianxia added sheepishly, for that half a month, I've been out often, so adding it all up, It's probably only around 5 to 6 days. 5 to 6 days. Wuxia's body swayed violently, and he nearly passed out. He stared at the fellow before him as if he were looking at a monster. When others take the master-teacher examination, they would bring students whom they have groomed for numerous years. This way, the trust level would be higher, increasing the likelihood that they pass the examination. Yet you sure are bold. Bringing students whom you have taught for just 5 to 6 days, are you sure that their trust level in you exceeds 50? What's wrong? Xianxia didn't know that there were so many things to consider about deciding on which student to deploy, so he felt perplexed. It's nothing. I would like to ask if you have any other students whom you have taught for a longer period of time or are younger. Fearing that the other party wouldn't understand his meaning, Wuxia explained patiently. There's none. They are the ones whom I have taught for the longest period of time, as well as the youngest. Xianxia nodded. Wuxia rolled his eyes. The heck? They are almost the same age as you and you've only taught them for 5 to 6 days. And you say that they are your youngest students, those whom you have taught for the longest period of time? You must be pulling my leg. Feeling dismayed, Wuxia was thinking about how he should explain to that fellow when the other party shot him a doubtful look. If they won't do, I have taught Princess Mou for a few days as well. She can give it a try too. Give it a try? Try your head. Do you think that the master-teacher examination is a joke? He thought that since the other party had a soul depth of 5.1, a top-notch talent, it shouldn't have been a problem for him to pass the examination. Yet to think that even such simple words could not get through to him. If these are your only students, you can get them to enter. However, allow me to remind you in advance. Their trust levels in you must reach at least 50 in order for you to pass. If they don't, you can only try again the next time. Forcefully suppressing his own feelings of frustration, Wuxia couldn't be bothered to explain any further. I understand. Xianxia turned to Xiaoya and the others. You all should enter. Yes. Xiaoya and the others nodded their heads before stepping into the room. Drip a droplet of fresh blood here. Just like the crystal ball used to test trust level. All kinds of illusions will appear in this room to assess your students' trust in you. Eventually, the result will appear on the wall. Seeing the fellow urge his students to enter without even giving them any instructions, Wuxia felt increasingly dumbstruck. At this point in time, he was no longer carrying any expectations for him. Other teachers would explain to their students what they should do upon encountering the illusion to hint their students about how they can achieve a higher trust level. Yet, he didn't even bother to say anything. It was a wonder how someone like him became a teacher. It was true that Xianxia wasn't aware of the rules for the master-teacher examination, but from his perspective, there wasn't really a need for any clarifications. He simply came to the front and released a droplet of blood onto a pedestal. Wang! With a light ring, the entire house of trust burst into action, and a glaring radiance filled the room. Seeing that the first test of the master-teacher examination had begun, the crowd, who had followed along, focused on the tightly shut doors with great anxiety. To bring similarly aged students whom he had taught for just 5 to 6 days, it would already be considered incredible if his trust level reaches 20. Xianxia sneered coldly. Even though the master-teacher examination was difficult, there were certain tricks. As a one-star master-teacher who came from a clan of master-teachers, he was well aware of the ways to maximize the possibility of passing the examination. One's trust level toward one's parents would be only around 60, while this test required a trust level of 50 at the minimum. This was equivalent to trust that people have for their own siblings. How can he establish a trust of this level with students whom he had taught for just a few days? Putting aside a star teacher, even one-star teachers are unable to induce this level of trust in similarly aged students within such a short period of time. Did you really only teach these students for 5 to 6 days? Xianxia wasn't the only one who thought so. You could not help but ask Xianxia. Actually, if I were to add up the time I've been together with them, it's only about 15 to 16 hours. Xianxia contemplated for a moment before answering. During the period he was teaching Xiaoya and the others, he was busy every single day with many different things. Thus, He would often just lecture and correct their flaws in the morning before disappearing in the afternoon. Thus, the time in which they spent together might only add up to a total of 15 to 16 hours. 15 to 16 hours. Princess Mo, you saw her vision turn gray for a moment. What kind of trust can you establish in such a short period of time? She thought that this fellow was well prepared. That's why she brought him here. To think that he would be so unreliable. Look, the trust level is out. Just as she was considering how she should explain the matter to this fellow and have him prepare himself properly before retaking the examination, she heard someone from among the crowd shout. Mo, you turned to look immediately. Wang. The first door trembled violently, and a row of digits slowly appeared on its surface. What? How is that possible? Mou, Jiangchun, and the others exclaimed in shock. The trust level of life and death kindreds? This is what only a 5-star master teacher can achieve. Wuxia trembled vigorously in agitation. All of the master teachers who tagged along fell silent, displaying their shock for the numbers before them. The 2 large digits that hung on the door were exceptionally conspicuous, but those looking at it couldn't help but doubt their eyes. 85. The relationship between parent and child was around 60, while with one spouse, it was around 70. Beyond that was the level at which both parties would be willing to die for one another, life and death kindreds. This was the level at which both parties had unreserved trust for one another. They would willingly die for the sake of one another if there was a need to. This was a level that would only appear in students taught by a 5-star master teacher. Jiang Chun had just said that it would be impossible for the trust level to even reach 20, and such a situation occurred in the very next moment. He felt a stinging sensation on his face as though someone had slapped him hard and dislocated his lower jaw. He stared at the numbers with his mouth agape. He only taught his students for only 5 to 6 days? Have you ever seen anyone reaching such a high level of trust after teaching for just a few days? If you can reach this level after such a short period of time, doesn't that mean that if you were to teach them for a few years you would reach 90 and above? The heck! Even a 5-star master teacher would be incapable of such a feat. Soul depth of 5.1, trust level of 85. This countryside bumpkin was about to charge through the heavens. Ling Xiaoxiao's slender body trembled, and 10,000 mud horses raced across her mind, bringing over new students who were around the same age as him. It was clear that the young man was a newbie who didn't know a single thing about the master teacher examination. Yet, it was the same person who casually blasted their eyes with a trust level of 85. She felt helpless and frenzied. Mou's mouth twitched violently as well. She had guessed long ago that Zhang Laosher would surely pass this test. However, she had never expected him to do it so overwhelmingly with such inconceivable results. One must know that she had brought students who she had groomed for 3 years for her test, but their trust level only reached 52. Even the students brought here by the number 1 genius of the kingdom, Mo Hongi, only had a trust level of 55. Those students had been following him since they were 7, and at the time of the examination, they were only 11. Regardless of whether it was the age of Xianxia's students or the duration he had guided them for, the result of the House of Trust was completely inconceivable, to the point that they started to doubt if it was malfunctioning. Jia. The door opened and the slightly fatigued Xiaoya and the others walked out. They turned around and glanced at the trust level on the door. I'm sorry, teacher. The few of them apologized. On the inside, they felt that they would trust Zhang Laosher unconditionally no matter what he did, or else they wouldn't have left their kin to follow him here. Thus, upon seeing the result of the test, they felt embarrassed. Seeing their expressions, the crowd immediately suffered billions of damage. Not only was the teacher a monster, the students were monsters as well. To be discontent with a trust level of 85, why don't you all just go and die? Cough, cough. Seeing that the master teachers and apprentices were traumatized and rendered speechless by this matter, Wuxia immediately coughed to draw everyone's attention. With a trust level of 85, you passed the first test. We'll move on to the second test now. Supporting Occupation Pavilion. The content of the test for the Supporting Occupation Pavilion will naturally be on your supporting occupation. However, as your supporting occupation is that of an apothecary, I will have to warn you in advance, he said as he turned towards Xianxia. For the 1-star apothecary examination, you have to forge a grade 1 pill. However, the test for the supporting occupation pavilion is different. What it tests is not your understanding on pill forging, but your ability to impart your knowledge. That's to say, even if you are a 3-star apothecary, if you are incapable of guiding others on pill forging, you will be deemed to have failed this test. The results of the test will be determined by 2 factors. Firstly, the level of the pill you have forged. Formation, satiation, perfection, and inscribed pill. The higher the level, the better your results. Secondly, the number of errors you make in your guidance. For every error made, you will have points deducted from your score. Do you understand? After explaining the content of the test, Wuxia asked. I understand. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Even though he was a 1-star apothecary, he passed the examination through pill debate. As such, he was unable to even forge a grade 1 pill. For him, guiding others was much easier. With all of the books from the Tianxian Kingdom Apothecary Guild in his head, even if he didn't use the Library of Heaven's Path, he would still be able to guide others to forge a grade 1 pill with ease. Good, you may enter. Wuxia gestured. Not wasting any time, Zhang Xian walked in. Do you all think he will be able to pass this test? Even Mo Shi has addressed him as teacher. He must possess incredible aptitude in pill forging. Passing shouldn't be an issue. I only wonder what his results will be. Just like the House of Trust, the maximum score that one can get in the supporting occupation pavilion is 100 points, and the passing score is 50. The difference in occupation will result in a difference in judging criteria. For a painter to pass, he has to guide someone to paint a 2nd-level painting. Since he is an apothecary, as long as a pill is successfully formed, he should be able to reach 50 points and pass the examination. Indeed, back then, when Mo Hongyi took the supporting occupation pavilion test, he was tested on his occupation as a formation master. With his score of 60, he created a huge commotion back then. Reaching a score of 60 means that one's understanding of one's supporting occupation has already exceeded the level of a 1-star. To achieve such results for the 1-star master-teacher examination, only a genius like him is capable of doing so. However, this fellow's soul depth is 5.1 and his student's trust level is 85. I think that his results won't be low. You're right. However, forging a pill by yourself and guiding another person to do the same are 2 completely different matters. I think that reaching 55 will already be a huge hurdle for him. The crowd started discussing as they saw Zhang Xian walk into the supporting occupation pavilion. What the supporting occupation pavilion tested was one's ability to guide others on the occupation, not their own mastery in the occupation. There were many geniuses who came to take the examination, only to leave the examination hall disappointed. Even though Zhang Xian's soul depth and House of Trust results have astonished the crowd, most people didn't think that he would do well for the 2nd test. Jia. The doors closed. Zhang Xian scanned the room. It was a room of around 20 meters in length and width, and there was a massive cauldron placed in the center of the room. It looks like this room will change according to the supporting occupation of the examinee. Zhang Xian was taken aback when he saw the cauldron. However, after giving the matter some thought, he came to a realization. The supporting occupation pavilion would change its interiors depending on the supporting occupation of the examinee. Since Zhang Xian's supporting occupation was apothecary, naturally, a cauldron would be placed at the center of the room. Just as Zhang Xian was wondering how the test would be carried out, a puppet walked over to the side of the cauldron. Zhang Xian couldn't tell what the puppet was made of, but it seemed no different from a human apart from its completely impassive expression. Before the puppet was a row of around 40 to 50 different medicinal herbs. Green-leafed split palm flower, rootless grass, white angelica flower. Am I supposed to forge a grade 1 spirit-enriching pill? Zhang Xian deduced as he examined at the medicinal herbs. Based on his knowledge on pill forging, even without using the Library of Heaven's Path, he could tell what kind of pill these ingredients could make. Right as he was discerning the various herbs present, the puppet started to move. Lighting the flame, warming the cauldron, placing the medicinal herbs in. Even though the puppet's movements weren't fluid, they were orderly and sequential. It is impossible for a pill to be formed like that. With a glance, Xianxia shook his head. Pill forging was just like executing a battle technique. Even with the same herbs and the same forging sequence, if the person forging it was different, the result would be different as well. Although the sequence in which the puppet placed the medicinal herbs in was correct, the puppet failed to grasp the timings well, resulting in multiple conflicts between the medicinal properties of the various herbs. Under such circumstances, the pill forging was inevitably bound to end in failure. Oh! As expected, when the pill forging came to an end and the cauldron was opened, black smoke immediately billowed out. Failure. To pass this examination, you have to guide the puppet to successfully forge the pill. A voice sounded. It seemed like the examinee was supposed to carefully watch the forging process of the puppet and determine the errors in its movements so as to guide it when it forges for the second time. As soon as those words sounded, the puppet started forging once more. Its actions were exactly the same as before. If it was an ordinary apothecary, it would be impossible for him to forge another pill in the exact same way as he did before. Probably only this kind of specially created puppet could follow instructions so precisely. However, this is better for me. Unlike humans, puppets won't suffer from lapses in concentration. As long as it strictly follows my instructions, it will surely be able to forge the pill out. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Back then, when he instructed Mou on forging a grade 2 pill back in the Beast Hall, it was due to her concentration wandering that the pill forging nearly failed. Humans have emotions, be it happiness, sadness, or anger, and these could affect the result of the pill forged. However, puppets were different. They would strictly follow the instructions given to them, so it was impossible for them to make any mistakes. Slow the igniting process of the flame by half a breath, and extend the warming of the cauldron by 4 breaths. Wait a moment. All right, begin. Understanding this, Xianxia smiled. Standing on the spot, he muttered instruction after instruction. In the hall outside, everyone's gaze was fixated on the number on the door. He should already be guiding the puppet by now, someone shouted. That's right. Different from the House of Trust, the score of the supporting occupation hall will be reflected on the door as soon as the test begins. As correct instructions are issued by the examinee, the score increases. On the other hand, if erroneous instructions were to be issued, the score decreases. This way, we can see his result real-time. Back then, when Mo Hongi guided a puppet to set up a formation, the points kept increasing and there were only 5 occasions where the score fell. That is to say, he has only made 5 errors. Indeed, even Pavilion Master Zhang made 7 mistakes when he took the 2-star Master Teacher examination. Yet, Mo Hongi only made 5. This in itself is making history. I wonder how will the fellow inside fare. Even if he's a genius, his soul depth is only 5.1. Compared to Mo Hongi Mosher's 6.0, he is still slightly lacking. I think that his mistakes should probably number at least 10. I think so too. It should be above 10. Everyone were chattering wildly about the situation. Look, the score is starting to increase. Another voice broke all of the discussions in the room. All gazes swiftly fell onto the door. The number which appeared previously was slowly increasing. 10, 11, 12. Not bad, his score is increasing steadily. This means that he hasn't made any errors so far. I am impressed. It's just a matter of time before he makes a mistake. After all, who can guarantee that he will be able to guide someone perfectly? Your words make sense. The crowd nodded as they watched the number on the door. Initially, they were still chatting casually, but as time went by, their faces slowly turned grim. It's already 40 and he hasn't made a single error. The eyes of all the master teachers in the room widened, as though they were looking at a fearsome monster. The number on the door has already reached 40, but it hasn't decreased a single time yet. This meant that from the start of the pill forging, Xianxia hasn't issued a single erroneous instruction. Mud horses, it is a homophone for a vulgarity in Chinese. 45, no mistakes. 50, no mistakes. 55, no mistakes. The unceasing voice gradually grew fainter and slower, as if the one speaking was finally overcome by disbelief. Since the score had reached 55 without a single error, it meant to say that the pill forging was already more than halfway through, to make no errors for the entire former half of the examination. Even that invincible genius, Mo Hongyi, wasn't capable of such feat back then. Could even be said that no master teacher in Tianwu Kingdom had ever achieved such an impressive result. This? Impossible. It wouldn't be possible for even a 3-star apothecary to offer such perfect guidance. He is just a countryside bumpkin. What basis does he have to achieve that? Jiang Chen's mouth quivered, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Even though one merely has to guide the puppet to forge a grade 1 pill, the answer key was based on the forging process of a 4-star apothecary. At 4-star, an apothecary's understanding toward medicinal pills has reached an extremely profound level. They are already capable of forging grade 1 pills impeccably. Thus, using their forging process as an answer key was more than appropriate. For the fellow inside to forge the pill without any errors, what does that mean? Can it be that his comprehension of pill forging is already comparable to that of a 4-star apothecary? How is that possible? The most capable apothecary in the entire of Tianwu Kingdom, the guild leader of the Apothecary Guild, was only a 3-star apothecary primary stage. Just like the newly promoted Apothecary Hong, he was still a long way from reaching 4-star. Yet, a youngster below 20 has managed to reach the level of a 4-star? Can it be that what Princess Mo you said is true? Someone within the crowd muttered. Upon hearing those words, the eyes of the crowd narrowed involuntarily. Previously, Mou, a 2-star apothecary, said that Zhang Xian was half a teacher to her, and if not for him, she wouldn't have successfully passed the examination. Back then, most of the crowd found it hard to believe. Then, when he revealed his apothecary grade, 1-star, everyone thought that the princess had exaggerated her words. A mere 1-star apothecary. How skilled and knowledgeable can he be? But after witnessing the result he obtained in this supporting occupation pavilion, they realized that it was all true. If it wasn't true, then the situation that had unfolded before them couldn't be explained. Don't worry, he will definitely make an error soon. Even a 4-star apothecary can't promise to forge a 1-star pill perfectly each time. Veins popped out on Jiang Chen's temple. Unable to accept the situation, a ferocious expression had crept onto his face subconsciously. He thought that this fellow would make a disgrace out of himself once the examination started. Who would have thought that he would be so formidable, going against all odds and not making a single mistake in the entire first half? 60, no mistakes. Without care for the astonished expression on the audience's faces, the digit on the wall continued to increase steadily without any signs of stopping. He has already broken Mo Hongyi, Mo Shi's record. I thought that this record would remain unbroken for at least several centuries. To think that it would be broken in just a few years' time. This Zhang Xian's understanding of pill forging is simply too formidable. Not only is his score high, the crux is that he hasn't made a single mistake. Will he really create a new record? Who knows? In any case, based on the current flow of events, he will surely make a new record. Just that, I wonder how far he can go. 65? 70? Or 75? Accompanying the unceasing rise in his score, everyone grew progressively nervous. Wuxia, who was in charge of conducting the examination, felt his body stiffen, and sweat flowed down his forehead incessantly. He had conducted uncountable examinations throughout the years, but it was his first time witnessing such a situation. Despite having exceeded 60 points, Zhang Xian hadn't made a single error. No one would have believed it if they hadn't seen it for themselves. Wait. Look, he made a mistake. Wang. Just when everyone began to think that the fellow would continue his streak until the end of the examination, the number on the wall flickered all of a sudden, and from 60, it dropped to 59. Since the score dropped, It meant that there was an erroneous instruction. He finally made a mistake. I thought that he might complete the test without making any mistake. Phew. Indeed, didn't I say so? How can there be anyone who doesn't make a mistake guiding another on pill forging? It wouldn't be logical. Seeing the dip in the score, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. If he were to really achieve a perfect score, that would be truly scary. That would mean that the fellow inside was way beyond their league. They felt relieved that that wasn't the case. As time passes, the rise in temperature and the increasing medicinal herbs in the cauldron makes errors more likely to happen. Even if he made no mistakes in the earlier half, there is no guarantee that he can keep this up for the rest of the process. In fact, most of the errors should be made toward the end. A master teacher within the crowd, who had a supporting occupation as an apothecary, stroked his beard. The crowd nodded in approval of his words. That was also why it was so difficult to become an official apothecary. Due to the flame beneath the cauldron, the temperature within would just grow higher and higher as time passes. Furthermore, while fusing two medicinal herbs together may be easy, fusing dozens at once might result in all kinds of unexpected conflicts. This is similar to stacking blocks of wood. Stacking two pieces of wood may be easy, but when it comes to stacking several hundred of them, putting aside how they are stacked toward the end, a single error at the start can possibly result in a poor foundation and an unstable center of gravity, and all of your work might end up in vain. The slightest mistake would cause miles of difference. It was the same any other thing. The further one got, the greater the difficulty. Xianxia's flying start had indeed shocked them all. But once a mistake occurred, it would be as if dripping a droplet of ink into clear water, resulting in an irreversible domino effect. Humph. I thought that you would never make a mistake. Jiang Chun also heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to continue speaking, his eyes suddenly narrowed into two thin slits. The number on the door, which had just decreased, flickered again before increasing abruptly. Zila, 62. In a silent chamber inside the master-teacher pavilion. Seated within, Hongi was in the midst of adjusting his breath. Wave after wave of visible spiritual energy absorbed into his skin, slowly but steadily pulling his cultivation to higher heights. Who? He opened his eyes all of a sudden and revealed his displeasure. Didn't I say that no one is to interrupt me when I'm cultivating? Jia. The door opened, and a servant walked in fearfully. I don't mean to interrupt your highness, just that. At this moment he hesitated with his words. Speak. Hongi frowned. It's because someone is taking the one-star master-teacher examination. The servant spoke up hastily. The master-teacher is the world's #1 occupation, and many view it as their dream. Every day, countless people travel to the master-teacher pavilion from all around the world in hopes of achieving their goal. But those who do pass amount to less than a handful. Hongi thought that it would be something important. However, after hearing the servant's words, he shook his head and said indifferently, Did you interrupt my cultivation just for this matter? If that's the case, go ahead to receive your punishment. 100 whips. Not a single one less. He hated to be interrupted during his training, and as such, he made a rule stating that anyone who interrupted him without a good reason would be punished. Upon hearing the punishment that his master had issued, the servant shuddered and hurriedly added, It's not just that. The one taking the examination has a soul depth of 5.1. Soul depth of 5.1? Even higher than MOU. A gleam flashed across Hongi's eyes. Without a doubt, the news had surprised him. That isn't anything much. However, to be able to achieve such a soul depth during the one-star master-teacher examination, he is indeed talented. Even though Hongi was surprised, he didn't think too much of the matter. He was a genius whose soul depth exceeded 6.0. A mere 5.1 didn't mean anything to him. A person with a soul depth of 5.1 taking the master-teacher examination is indeed a huge affair. However, it isn't good enough a reason to interrupt my cultivation. Go back and take 50 whips. Hongi waved his hands and returned back to his cultivation. Your Highness, I'm not done yet. Seeing that his master was about to return to his training, the servant hurriedly spoke up. Is there anything else? Mo Hongyi frowned. That person taking the examination is known as Xianxia, and he seems to be below 20. Just a moment ago, he brought a few 16 to 17-year-old students into the House of Trust and he achieved a trust level of 85. Afraid that he would incur his master's displeasure if he wasted his time, the servant spoke swiftly. House of Trust, 85 points. Mo Hongyi lost his calm and stood up abruptly. He had never heard of any teacher in Tianwu Kingdom who could induce such trust in his students. This completely exceeded his expectations. Yes. The young man nodded his head and his disbelief was apparent as well. Not only so, he is currently undergoing the second test, supporting Occupation Pavilion and managed to reach 60 points without making a single mistake. Reached 60 points? How is that possible? Mo Hongyi's face warped in shock. He was the one man who scored the best result in the supporting Occupation Pavilion throughout the past 1,000 years of history of the guild. Even so, he had made 5 errors. Yet, the other party hadn't made a single mistake. Didn't this mean that the other party was even more talented than him? Yes. However, this is where weird things started to happen. At 60 points, he made a single mistake, so a point got deducted. However, in the next instant, his score leaped to 62. Up until now, the youngster still unable to understand what was going on. He had even suspected that the scoreboard was malfunctioning. After getting a point deducted, his score decreased to 59, but in the next moment, it increased to 62. Mo Hongyi had never heard of such a situation either, and he became stupefied. That's the case. At this point, the servant hesitated once more. Furthermore, such a situation was repeated 3 times afterward. A point was deducted first before 3 points were swiftly added. Points were deducted before being added again? What's going on? The scoreboard of the Master Teacher Pavilion was created with the efforts of a formation grandmaster and countless master teachers. For the last several thousand years, it has never once malfunctioned. Why would it behave like this all of a sudden? Mo Hongyi felt perplexed. Has anyone checked if it is damaged? Wuxia, who is in charge of the examination, checked the scoreboard on the spot and has confirmed that there is nothing wrong with it. The servant said, if there's no error, why would his score be added back after being deducted? Mo Hongyi shook his head. Then he suddenly froze upon a certain thought, and his eyes narrowed to small slits. What did you say just now? The situation happened after he reached 60 points, and repeated itself for another 3 more times afterward. Yes, the young servant nodded. Then, Mo Hongyi's lips quivered. What is his current score? The first time it happened, Xianxia's score reached 62. If it happened another 3 times, didn't that mean that his score had already exceeded 62? Judging by how his point would increase by a total of 2 every time the situation occurred, his score would be at minimum 68 by now. Achieving 68 points in the supporting Occupation Pavilion? Such a score is completely unimaginable. Can that fellow called Xianxia really be more talented than me? How is that possible? His current score is... Upon recalling the score, the servant's face contorted immediately as if he had thought of something terrifying. His body trembled, and his mouth opened and closed for several times before words escaped from his quivering lips. 101 points. 101? Mo Hongyi's shuddered violently, and he nearly fell onto the ground. The heck? The maximum score in the supporting Occupation Pavilion is 100 and you tell me 101? Are you for real? It was no wonder why this servant was trembling, as if he had gone mad. If Mo Hongyi were in his place, he would be shivering as well. Managing to achieve 60 points back then had already made him the idol of countless people. What in the world is 101? What's key is that 101 doesn't seem to be the conclusion. His points are still increasing, and until now, the test at the supporting Occupation Pavilion has not yet ended. The servant added in, the test isn't over yet? Mo Hongi felt a sudden urge to rip out his hair. Achieving 60 points in the supporting occupation pavilion for his one-star master teacher examination had made him a legend, but now the other party had reached 101, and the test had yet to end. Madness. The world has gone mad. Let's go and take a look. Unable to endure any longer, Mo Hongi lifted his legs and made his way out immediately. Your Highness, about my punishment. The servant was about to follow along when he recalled something. Punishment? What punishment? Go and claim your reward, 10 night illumination pearls, and 1 steel sword. Taking big strides, Mo Hongi continued his way to the examination hall. Upon hearing that not only was the punishment abolished but that there were also generous rewards, the servant knew that he had made the correct decision reporting this matter to the master. Overjoyed, he chased after Mo Hongi hurriedly. The same situation was also occurring at several other locations. In the Apothecary Guild. Congratulations, congratulations. Apothecary Hong, congratulations on your breakthrough. You have finally taken the final step and became a 3-star apothecary. You have my admiration and respect. Indeed. Back then, we took the 2-star apothecary examination together, but in the end, you are the only one who has managed to reach this level. Numerous apothecaries surrounded a middle-aged man. Dressed in a long robe, a prominent emblem decorated with 3 stars was pinned on his chest. He was the person who reached 3-star not long ago, Apothecary Hong. He took the examination a few days ago, and today, the emblem representing his new identity finally arrived. The most formidable apothecary in Tianwu Kingdom's Apothecary Guild was also a 3-star. At his grade, he was already standing toe-to-toe with the guild leader. There's no need for all of you to be so modest. I happened to meet an expert when I was out a while back, and his guidance has enlightened me. If not for him, I couldn't have imagined how long I would take before I can reach this level, Apothecary Hong said. Even if you meet an expert, you need to possess the wisdom to decipher his words. I wonder when I can reach 3-star like you. Seeing the Apothecary Hong responding to their praises with such humility, another apothecary shook his head with a bitter smile. Teacher. At this moment, an apprentice apothecary barged into the room in a hurry. Calm down. It is unseemly to panic like that. Upon realizing that the apprentice was his student, Apothecary Hong flung his hand. Yes, the apprentice halted, panting heavily to catch his breath. I told you to ask Master Teacher Jiangchun about the feast. What did he say? Will Princess Mo you be attending? Apothecary Hong asked. I. The apprentice was taken aback by his teacher's question. I haven't asked him. You didn't ask him? Apothecary Hong's face darkened in rage. If you can't accomplish such a simple task, don't bother calling me teacher anymore. The apprentice's face paled. Apothecary Hong was a 3-star apothecary, and as his student, he would have a huge advantage when taking the 1-star apothecary examination in the future. If he were to be expelled from his tutelage, he would lose all hopes of becoming an apothecary in this lifetime. Teacher, I have a reason for panicking. Just now, someone was taking the 1-star master teacher examination, and he entered the supporting occupation pavilion. He chose pill forging and the apprentice's body shuddered. What's wrong? Did he achieve a score of 60? Is his score higher than that of Mo Hongi Mosher? Apothecary Hong waved his arm. The student quivered for a moment before replying. He scored 101 points. What? 101 points? Apothecary Hong's entire body trembled, and his eyes nearly popped out from their sockets. His face spoke of nothing but disbelief. Even though the master teacher and the apothecary were 2 separate occupations, many formidable master teachers chose apothecary as their supporting occupation, so he was very familiar with how master teachers worked. The maximum score for the supporting occupation hall is 100. For someone to score 101, what in the world is going on? 101 points in the supporting occupation hall? Let's go and take a look. After hearing the apprentice's words, everyone went into a frenzy. All of them rushed out of the Apothecary Guild. To score 101 for instructing a puppet in pill forging in the supporting occupation hall, how incredible must that person be? They felt that this was a sight they mustn't miss. The Apothecary Guild was located nearby the Master Teacher Pavilion, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the examination hall. The hall, by this time, was already flooded with people, and all of their gazes were fixated on the tightly shut door. Xianxia, what is going on? Scanning the surroundings, Apothecary Hong finally noticed a familiar figure and walked over. That person was Jiang Chun. At this moment, his eyes were opened so wide that they might drop out at any moment. His body was shaking uncontrollably. His fists were tightly clenched by the side, and he had an expression full of fear. Upon seeing Apothecary Hong, he pointed to the door in front with a shaky finger. Take a look for yourself. Lifting his head, Apothecary Hong saw the numbers on the door and his body wobbled, causing him to nearly fall to the ground. 130? How can it be 130? Isn't the maximum score for the supporting occupation pavilion 100? He exclaimed in shock. The number 130 was displayed prominently on the door. The number seemed to pierce into the hearts of those who laid their sight on it. The apothecaries behind him froze on the spot, dumbfounded. I am not sure what happened as well. Jiang Chen shook his head. He, too, felt that the situation was insane. Perhaps there is a problem with the supporting occupation pavilion. Otherwise, how can it be possible for someone to achieve such a result? A problem? That's right. There must be a problem with the system. Otherwise, how can one achieve such a high score? If there's a problem, this result should be invalidated and a retest should be conducted. Someone chirped in. The maximum score was 100, yet someone shoved a 130 in their faces. It was natural that anyone would think this way. I'll talk to Wuxia later. Jiang Chun nodded, but halfway through his words, a voice interjected. The examination hall is a spiritual treasure that the Master Teacher Pavilion specially tasked experts to create, so it is impossible that it contains any faults. Not expecting someone to refute his words so disrespectfully, Jiang Chun was about to rebuke when he obtained a clear look at the other party's appearance, immediately suppressing himself. Since Mo Sure said that it isn't a problem with the supporting occupation pavilion, then what is going on? The one who refuted his words was the number 1 genius of the kingdom, Mo Hongi. He had also received the shock of his life after witnessing the results displayed on the door. I've heard of a legend regarding the Master Teacher examination, but I'm unsure of its authenticity, Mo Hongi said with a grim face. Looking at his grave expression, the surrounding crowd turned uniformly to focus their attention on him. Even Wuxia, who was conducting the examination, turned to look at him as well. In the supporting occupation pavilion, what is tested is one's ability to guide another. A wrong guidance results in the deduction of 1 point, and a correct guidance results in an addition of a point. Everyone should know this, so I will not elaborate any further, Mo Hongi said. The crowd nodded. However, have all of you ever thought about how the supporting occupation pavilion judges whether one's actions are correct? Mo Hongi surveyed the surroundings and continued. Just like the apothecary test going on now, the so-called correct procedure is based on the standards of a 4-star apothecary forging the same pill. What if one were to judge the process from the perspective of a 5-star or 6-star apothecary? Everyone's body trembled simultaneously. Knowledge was relative. Something that a 1-star apothecary thinks to be a fundamental law might not necessarily be true in the eyes of a 3-star apothecary. A child might think that the sky is round and the earth is flat, but the same could not be said about an adult. The assumption for judgment in the supporting occupation pavilion is that the forging procedure created by the 4-star apothecary is entirely correct. If one's pill forging standards haven't reached 4-star, one would think that there is no mistake in his actions. However, what if one's skills and knowledge surpasses 4-star? If a 5-star, 6-star, or even 7-star apothecary were to come, will he think that the forging procedure is perfect? That might not necessarily be so. In the eyes of such an expert, the model answer might actually be filled with mistakes. Are you saying that the fellow taking the examination inside possesses knowledge that already exceeds that of a 4-star apothecary? How could Jiang Chun possibly believe this? How can that seemingly ordinary lad actually be such an incredible apothecary? If that's not the case, how can you explain why a point is deducted before 3 is added? In the supporting occupation pavilion, a single mistake that is pointed out should award only 1 point, the total score rising in increments of 1. With a grim expression, Mo Hongyi continued, the person taking the test inside must have found loopholes in the answer key, and initially, these were judged by the supporting occupation pavilion to be mistakes. However, the supporting occupation pavilion is a treasure which possesses intelligence. It realized that the modifications that the examinee made allowed the pill forging process to continue more smoothly, so it compensated for the points immediately and awarded double bonus points for discovering the loophole. The crowd's eyes narrowed involuntarily. So that is to say, has the person inside found 15 mistakes in the pill forging procedure of a 4-star apothecary? If one were to follow the forging procedure of 4-star apothecary perfectly, one would be able to attain a score of 100 points. However, given that the score had reached 130, it meant that Zhang Xian had found 15 mistakes in the model answer provided by a 4-star apothecary. The heck? Is he human? Other than this, I truly can't think of any other possibility. Mo Hongyi shook his head. Now that Mo Shi mentioned it, I recall having read about this situation while browsing through books regarding the master-teacher examination. However, as no one has managed to achieve such a feat for a very long time, it became forgotten. Seeming to have remembered something, Wuxia could not help but remark. Having had 2 master teachers verify the situation, the crowd realized that it was highly likely to be the case. Nonetheless, they continued to find the situation hard to believe. Not only did the person inside notice the mistakes intentionally incorporated into the puppet, he was even able to point out the flaws left behind by the 4-star apothecary. If so, what is the actual standard that the fellow inside possesses as an apothecary? Who is the person inside? Can it be that he is an elder in the apothecary guild? Apothecary Hong could not help but ask. He isn't an elder, he is merely a 1-star apothecary. What's more, he hasn't even reached 20 years of age. His name is Jia. Just as Jiang Chun was about to speak his name, the door of the supporting occupation pavilion opened all of a sudden. A young man walked out slowly from within. Ah, Zhang Xian? Why is he here? Apothecary Hong burst out in shock. Apothecary Hong? Do you know him? A 2-star apothecary that had followed behind him asked immediately. He. Apothecary Hong's face paled. He is the one who helped me achieve a breakthrough in my pill forging. The expert whom I just spoke of. Expert. The several 2-star apothecaries at the back glanced at one another in astonishment. That's right. Didn't someone request to purchase the Unravel in pill and Colossal Rhinoceros blood some time ago? Out of all the kingdoms nearby, we are the closest branch who possesses both items. Thus, I was ordered to deliver the medicine. Apothecary Hong nodded. I know about this matter. Didn't they say that you were going to the lowest-tiered Tianxian kingdom? Why would the person from before, a 2-star apothecary, felt baffled and asked once again, going to the lowest-tiered kingdom and meeting an expert? Inducing a huge improvement in his pill forging skills? I did go to that lowest-tiered kingdom, and during my journey, I found out that the person who purchased the 2 objects is a 1-star apothecary who passed the examination through the pill debate. Apothecary Hong replied. Passed the examination through the pill debate? The crowd's eyes narrowed into thin slits. In a small and weak country like Tianxian Kingdom, not many people knew what the pill debate was. However, in the powerful and large Tianwu Kingdom, virtually every apothecary knew about it. This examination is several times harder than forging a grade 1 pill. One has to have a profound knowledge of pill forging in order to pass. Even in the thousands of years of history of Tianwu Kingdom, there wasn't anyone who passed the pill debate with success. How fearsome would someone who became an apothecary through the pill debate be? Indeed, after hearing that news, I was infuriated. I thought that Tianxian Kingdom Apothecary Guild didn't know the rules and was interpreting it as they please. However, when I arrived and looked at the record crystal they left behind, I realized that I was wrong. Recalling the situation that day, Apothecary Hong was still daunted. If Xianxia were to see him, he would surely be able to recognize this Apothecary Hong whom Jiang Chan said he would introduce him to. He was Apothecary Hong Yun who made a wager with him in Tianxian Kingdom and eventually gave him the Unravel-in pill and Colossus rhinoceros blood for free. Back then, he was still a 2-star apothecary. In the single month after they parted, he managed to pass the 3-star examination and was successfully promoted. Can it be that the person who passed the 1-star apothecary examination through pill debate is him? Realizing the meaning behind Apothecary Hong's words, another 2-star apothecary exclaimed, "That's right. It's him." Apothecary Hong Yun smiled bitterly. After we met, the pointer he offered gave me enlightenment, allowing me to forge a grade 3 pill and advance to become a 3-star apothecary. This. Everyone stared at the young man who emerged with fearful, narrowed eyes. He became an apothecary through pill debate, allowed a 2-star apothecary to forge a grade 3 pill through his guidance, and achieved 130 points in the supporting occupation pavilion. How can he possess such profound pill-forging knowledge when he isn't even 20? Someone couldn't help but mutter. No matter how talented a person is, there is a limit to what he can learn in a fixed period of time. It was hard to believe that he could possess such profound knowledge considering his age. I was also puzzled at first, so I found someone to specially investigate this matter. It turns out that he has an extremely incredible teacher called Xianxia, and he is a master teacher whose rank is likely to exceed 3-star. A master teacher whose rank exceeds 3-star? The crowd's breathing hastened. Just like any other jobs, the highest rank that a master teacher can attain is 9-star, and every 3 stars signify a different league. Even conferred kingdoms might not necessarily have master teachers above 3-star. With such a powerful background, it is no wonder why the other party can be so incredible at such a young age. Members of the crowd were still whispering among themselves when Zhang Xian walked up to Wuxia. Zhang Xian was able to identify numerous mistakes in the puppet's pill forging at a single glance, but due to the limitation of time, he knew that he wouldn't be able to point out all of them. Even so, when the cauldron was opened and upon seeing the pill, he knew that he would pass for sure. The pill was round and smooth, and a unique pattern had formed on the surface of the pill. It was a pill that surpassed the level of perfection an inscribed pill. It would truly be unbelievable if he were failed after producing such a pill. He thought that managing to forge such a pill would award him with 70 or 80 points, but never in his dreams did he expect to attain 130. He was also shocked by the score he saw on the door. Is it malfunctioning? Zhang Xian uttered. Hearing those words, Wu Shi's body swayed as he explained, "It's because you found the flaws in the pill forging of a 4-star apothecary. Is this the level of a 4-star apothecary?" Zhang Xian blinked his eyes, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. "Isn't that too weak?" Members of the crowd vomited blood. "It's not the 4-star apothecary who is weak. You are the one who is too formidable, all right." It was no wonder why Zhang Xian thought that way. This time, he didn't resort to the Library of Heaven's Path, relying on solely his own judgment for the test. After taking in the knowledge of all of the books in Tianxian Kingdom's Apothecary Guild for his own, his understanding of forging grade 1 pills had reached a different realm. If he were to instruct another person on forging grade 2 pills without using the Library of Heaven's Path, he might turn out inferior to some 2-star apothecaries. However, for grade 1 pills, putting aside a 4-star apothecary, even a 6-star apothecary might not be able to match up to him. This was just like Heaven's Path divine art. It was currently limited at merely half Xianxia, but in terms of the most basic of foundations, even the most valuable cultivation technique in the world might not be able to create pure Xianxia like his. Which means even if a 5-star or 6-star master teacher were to explain the cultivation method for half Xianxia and below, they might not be able to point out the essence as precisely as he could. Let's begin the third test, Puppet Hall, then. Knowing that he would only get increasingly frustrated speaking to this monster, Wuxia ushered him toward the third door. Xianxia nodded. There's no scoring system for Puppet Hall. Upon entering, you will meet a red puppet and a blue puppet of similar cultivations. You have to offer pointers to the red puppet to help it defeat the blue one. Once you do so, you will have passed this test. Wuxia explained the rules. All right. It was the same as Ling Xiaoxiao explained to him. Without too much hesitation, Zhang Xian pushed the door open and walked in. In the room was a circular dueling ring which was about 20 meters wide. Two puppets were in the dueling ring, one dressed in a blue and another dressed in a red. Upon seeing him enter, the two puppets began their battle. Pong pong pong. The duo crossed blows and the shock waves from their fists caused gusts of wind to billow around them. Tong Xian Realm Pinnacle? Zhang Xian was full of astonishment. To think that the two are able to exert the strength of Tongxian Realm Pinnacle cultivators. Furthermore, their movements are nimble and profound, such that even an ordinary Tongxian Realm Pinnacle cultivator might not be a match for them. In Tianxian Kingdom, a Tongxian Realm Pinnacle cultivator is already regarded as among strongest, on par with its royal elder. Yet, to think that they would not compare to even a puppet here. As expected of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. This test is indeed difficult. No wonder people say that it is uphill to pass the Master-Teacher examination if one does not reach Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. Seems like this is the reason why. Zhang Xian was awed. If a person's strength does not even match the two puppets, it would be difficult for him to see through their flaws in order to offer wise guidance. So, how can one pass the examination? Let's begin. Even so, Zhang Xian was already in the midst of the test. Thus, he swiftly focused his attention on the battling puppets. He had already achieved half-Zongshi, and even without the Library of Heaven's Path, he was capable of clearly identifying flaws in those who had not reached his level of cultivation. It was because his cultivation was a perfect version, and anyone who possessed a different cultivation had to be wrong. It was child's play for him to identify any flaws. It didn't take long before he memorized every flaw that the two puppets had. The battle stopped. Just like what happened in the supporting occupation pavilion before, a voice sounded, prompting him to guide the red puppet to victory. The red puppet's movements are forceful and savage, whereas the blue puppet's movements are lithe and nimble. Both of them have their own strengths, making it difficult for one to triumph over the other. Since that's the case, I'll point out the flaws in them both sides in a way that grants the red an advantage over the blue. Very quickly, Zhang Xian had formulated a plan. He simulated it once in his mind, and it was only after confirming that it was feasible that he heaved a sigh of relief. Not long after he finished thinking, the puppets began fighting once more. Red puppet, retreat 3 Suan. Twist your body to the right by half a body, and strike with your fist. Seeing the both sides engaged in a battle once more, Zhang Xian began issuing instructions. Do you think that he'll be able to pass this test? Even though his skills as an apothecary are remarkable, the same might not apply to his ability to impart knowledge relating to cultivation. Looks like you are still unaware. Apothecary Hong Yun said just now that this Zhang Xian is a student under a master teacher whose rank exceeds 3-star. The student of a master teacher whose rank exceeds 3-star? Then he will certainly pass the examination. Indeed, master teachers are adept at guiding others in cultivating. As the student of a master teacher, his ability to guide another person in cultivating is most likely to be far superior to his ability to guide another on pill forging. It would be hilarious if he couldn't pass this test. Even though there isn't a score for this test, many people compare the results among candidates through the amount of time they take and the number of moves required to pass. Standing before the door of the third test, Wuxia stroked his beard. The other master teachers nodded as well. In guiding a specific person to defeat the other when they are of the same cultivation realm, using 3 minutes and 10 seconds are two very different concepts. Similarly, after receiving the guidance, whether the person used 100 blows or a single blow to defeat the enemy were also two very different concepts. I remember that Wuxia's guidance back then allowed the red puppet to defeat the blue puppet in less than 20 blows, and that went on to become a legend in the Master Teacher Pavilion. Wuxia glanced at Mo Hongyi in admiration. It's 17. Mo Hongyi nodded confidently. Indeed, it's 17 blows. To be able to get one of the two equally powerful puppets to triumph over the other in so little blows, Mo Shi's understanding of cultivation must have reached an extremely high level. After complimenting the latter, Wuxia turned to the door once more. Just that. I wonder how many blows would this Xianxia take? I am curious as well. A gleam flashed across Mo Hongyi's eyes. The other party has already broken several of his records, so he was interested to see how formidable this fellow who came from Tianxian Kingdom would be. Can his guidance on cultivation be as incredible as the other skills he had just displayed? Given how he is under 20, I'll accept that he is phenomenal at pill forging, but I don't believe that he can be so incredible at cultivation as well. With eyes fixated on the door, Zhang Chun harumphed. He had grown up in a clan of master-teacher, and under his father's guidance, he rarely stumbled in his cultivation. At the same time, this gave him a deep insight into cultivation. Even then, he had to take a full 25 blows before managing to pass this examination. He didn't believe that this fellow could fare any better than him. The first demonstration should take around 300 breaths, and 10 breaths after that, the test will officially begin. Based on the assumption that one blow is made in a single breath, we can roughly calculate how many blows he used. Even though he didn't think that the other party could match his record, Zhang Chen felt nervous nonetheless. This fellow had exceeded all of the expectations that he had of him previously. Before this, if someone were to tell him that a person has achieved a trust level of 85 after casually teaching his students for a few days, he would definitely spit on the other party's face. If someone said that an examinee achieved a score of 130 in the supporting occupation pavilion, he would definitely have torn the person's mouth. But now, all of these which he had deemed impossible before was happening with this fellow. Even though he was hostile to him due to MOU, he had to admit that this fellow did possess exceptional abilities. 312, 313, 314. He counted the time, tapping his right forefinger on his left arm. As more time passed, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. 333, 334, 335. Eventually, when he reached 335 breath, the duration which Zhang Chun took to pass the test, the other party had yet to come out from the room. Only then did Zhang Chun heave a sigh of relief, and a delighted look appeared on his face. Ha! Looks like his ability to give guidance on cultivation is lacking. With a cold harumph, his eyebrows shot up haughtily. He thought that the other party would be able to surprise him just like he did with the previous two tests. In the end, it had already exceeded 335 breaths, but he was still inside the room. This meant that, under his guidance, the red puppet wasn't able to defeat the blue puppet within 25 blows. Even if the other party were to come out now, his result would be considered inferior to his. While Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, Wuxia and Mo Hongyi glanced at one another and shook their heads. Looks like he is still slightly lacking in imparting knowledge on cultivation. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. While he might be skilled in pill forging, his ability to instruct on cultivation is lacking. However, Mo Hongyi's head tilted upward and, with an intimidating brilliance, said, "He has abandoned his fundamentals. There's nothing to fear about such a person. You are taking the master-teacher examination, and the main responsibility that a master-teacher has is to provide guidance on cultivation so that his students can grow stronger. So what if you are skilled in pill forging? There are many other skilled apothecaries who have devoted their lives to pill forging. There's no reason for them to look for you. What use is a teacher if he is skilled in flying an airplane instead of teaching?" He had forgotten the core responsibility of his occupation. In the previous two tests, this fellow achieved such overwhelming results that Mo Hongyi thought that he would become his greatest rival from this day on. However, from the looks of it now, he had simply been thinking too much. If he is mediocre at guiding cultivation, then he is nothing to fear as a master teacher. Indeed, it's such a pity. Understanding this as well, a look of regret appeared on Wuxia's face. The other party had performed exceedingly well in previous 2 tests, so Wuxia thought that he would do the same for the 3rd test too. But looking at how things turned out, he had pinned too many expectations on the other party. How can there be a person in the world who is skilled at all occupations? He is already a formidable apothecary. Isn't it too much to expect him to be as knowledgeable in cultivation? Everyone's thoughts continued to wander as another 10 breaths passed. Jia. At this moment, the door finally opened, and only Xianxia's head could be seen popping out from behind. A total of 352 breaths. That means that the 2 puppets have crossed a total of 42 blows. Jiang Qin sneered coldly. Just as he was about to commence his mockery, the young man scratched his head in embarrassment. During my guidance, the red puppet exerted too much force and bashed the blue puppet's head off. I tried to fix it, but to no avail. May I ask? It's not a fail, right? Bashed the head off? Regardless of the resilience of their physical structure or strength, they are of the same level. At the very most, it should only be possible for one side to subdue the other. To bash the other puppet's head off. What in the world happened? The crowd fell to the floor in shock. For a moment, the entire examination hall became silent. Top-notch blacksmiths were invited to create the puppets in the puppet hall and infuse spirit into them. The moves and cultivation technique of the 2 puppets were calibrated to the same level, making it difficult for one to defeat the other in battle. Under usual circumstances, the examinees are only able to grant a slight advantage to one of the puppets so that it can defeat the other. Yet, this fellow got the puppet to bash the other puppet's head out. How in the world did he do it? Wuxia, Mo Hongyi, and a few other master teachers walked to the door in a hurry and peered inside. Their eyes narrowed immediately, and they nearly fainted. They saw the blue puppet lying on the floor with its head was lying a great distance from its body. For the red puppet to smash through the blue puppet's head, they thought that it should have suffered some kind of severe injury in exchange for this fatal blow. However, after glancing at the red puppet, they realized that they were wrong. The red puppet stood motionless on the spot, and there wasn't a single scratch on it. Without incurring the slightest injury, it was able to knock the other puppet's head off. The heck? How in the world did it happen? In a normal battle, such a situation was only possible if a person's cultivation was way above the others. With just a simple guidance, he was able to raise the red puppet's strength exponentially to subdue the other puppet so overwhelmingly. Why does it feel like a dream? You said that you took a long time trying to fix it. How many blows did the red puppet take before defeating the blue puppet? Mo Hongyi asked. It was the matter he was most concerned about. Hearing his words, everyone pricked their ears up immediately, afraid that they might miss a single word he was about to say. How many moves? Given the immense strength of the red puppet, a single blow was more than enough. If it were to execute a few more moves, the blue puppet would have become a meat paste by now. Xianxia was speechless. What do you mean by how many blows? The blue puppet didn't even manage to survive the first blow. If the red puppet were to release any more blows, wouldn't it become completely wrecked? 1 blow. Mo Hongyi, Jiang, and the others' vision went gray, and their bodies swayed violently. They thought that their feats of 17 blows and 25 blows were incredible, but to think that this fellow required only a single blow. With a single blow, not only did he allow one of the 2 equally powerful puppets to subdue the other, he even managed to knock off the other puppet's head. Is he still a human? More importantly, what is with your look of disdain? Under guidance from other examinees, the puppets usually had to exchange numerous blows before the battle could come to an end. Yet, with your advice, the red puppet crippled the blue with a single strike. Pardon me, but for the red puppet to destroy the blue with a single blow, how did you do it? Wuxia couldn't hold it back any longer, and he asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Every single master teacher here had been through this puppet hall test, and they knew that the 2 puppets were of absolutely equal strength. In a normal battle, it would already be considered an incredible feat for one side to defeat the other in just a dozen blows, needless to say, in a single blow. This was precisely the reason why he couldn't understand how this was possible. Mo looked at him in doubt as well. She had just taken the examination a few days ago, and it took her 22 blows before she succeeded. Thus, she was also curious to know what method Zhang Laoshe utilized. Hearing the question, Zhang Xian was stunned for a short moment before he replied casually, "It's simple. The red puppet possesses extraordinary strength, whereas the blue puppet is exceptionally swift. In a normal battle, it would be difficult for either side to defeat the other. However, it becomes a simple matter once you realize the flaw in the blue puppet's movement. No matter how fast it is, it can't possibly remain in a state of constant motion. By predicting the location it would stop at, and then instructing the red on where to land its strike, the latter would be able to subdue the former easily." Predicting. Foresee the other party's location? Everyone present trembled. Zhang Xian's theory sounded simple, but it was extremely difficult to carry out in practice. Everyone knew that with a 10,000 ding strength, even a Zongshi can be defeated with a single blow. However, even though everyone knew that it was true, it would be useless if one isn't able to exert that strength. Similarly, the method that Zhang Xian spoke of sounded simple, but a battle changes every single moment. A lapse of judgment in a tenth or even a hundredth of a breath could very well spell failure, and if things go wrong, the other party might even be able to make use of this lapse in judgment to retaliate. Predicting the other party's location so that the red puppet could strike off the blue's head with a single punch. To do this, not only must one possess absolute grasp over the flow of the battle, one must know about the strength, physical condition, speed of the movements and punches of the two puppets, so on and so forth. Only after knowing all of these can one issue a precise command to achieve such a feat. The heck? Brother, are you actually a 3-star master teacher feigning as a 1-star master teacher candidate to play with us? Ling Xiaoxiao's slender body trembled so violently that it seemed as if she was about to fall to the ground convulsing. When she met the other party a day ago, she thought that he was an ignorant apprentice. Only at this moment did she realize that he was actually a hidden monster. Despite being so ignorant, you are able to fare so well in the examination. You monster! Where in the world did you pop out from? She felt an extremely stifling sensation in her chest. If not for her holding herself back, she would have long spurted blood all over the room. About this, I shouldn't need to pay, right? After explaining himself, everyone in the room fell dead silent. Zhang Xian nervously pointed to the puppet on the floor. The puppet hall possesses the ability of self-recovery. After a few days of rest, the puppet will become as good as new. Snapping back to reality from his shock, Wuxia nodded. That's good. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, is this considered as a pass? Of course. Wuxia smiled bitterly. The others rolled their eyes as well. With your guidance, the red puppet wrecked the blue puppet with a single move. If you do not pass, who else can? The next test is Cultivation Technique Ocean. Holding back his dismal, Wuxia started to explain the content of the next examination. The Cultivation Technique Ocean possesses countless cultivation techniques, and a book is chosen at random and one has to conduct a lecture on its contents. During the lecture, one will not only be judged by numerous master teachers, but by the Wylam Sage Bell as well. The Wylam Sage Bell is a spiritual treasure which has the comprehension that past sages had over cultivation techniques, imprinted within. If the examinee is unable to satisfy its requirements, it will not chime, and he will be considered to have failed. The more chimes there are, the more accurate and precise one's lecture is indicated to be. Zhang Xian nodded his head. All right, you may enter now. Master teachers, please follow me in. As for the others, I will have to request you to remain outside. Surveying the surroundings, Wuxia said. The fourth test, Cultivation Technique Ocean, requires master teachers to be present to serve as examiners. Outsiders do not possess the qualifications to participate in the test. Yes, everyone answered simultaneously. Pushing the door open, Zhang Xian walked into the room. The Cultivation Technique Ocean was similar to an ordinary classroom, and the primary objective of the test was to assess a master teacher's ability to conduct lessons. No matter how incredible a master teacher is and how good his pointers are, if he is inept at lecturing, He would only serve a good private tutor and would not be considered a good teacher. An excellent teacher should have students all over the world, and every student under his tutelage should be an expert. It isn't anything impressive to produce just 1 or 2 good students. Surveying the interior of the room, there were 2 rows of large, magnificent bells hung on the 2 sides of the room. Every single one of these bells was around the height of a human, and there were unique and profound inscriptions on them. There were tables and chairs in the center, and they were arranged neatly like in an ordinary classroom. More than 10 master teachers entered and took their seats. At this moment, they were just students, and there was only one teacher, Xianxia. Once the crowd sat down, the doors closed and the room became quiet immediately. Who? The lecture table trembled for a moment and a book slowly appeared. This is the secret manual taken at random from the library. You have an incense stick's worth of time to read through it before conducting a lesson. The Whilom Sage Bell will analyze the content of your lecture, and we will make our own judgment as well. The final verdict of whether you pass or not will be based on both the input from us and the Whilom Sage Bell. Upon seeing the book appear, Wuxia explained. The Whilom Sage Bell was left behind by a 4-star master teacher, and contained within was his understanding toward cultivation techniques, battle techniques, as well as their merits and demerits. As long as the content of one's lesson was aligned with the concepts infused within it, one would gain the recognition of the Whilom Sage Bell. On the other hand, if one's lecture turned out to be full of mistakes, the bell wouldn't chime. Even though it sounded complicated, it was actually similar to the supporting occupation pavilion test. In the supporting occupation pavilion, the accuracy of the examinee's guidance was reflected in their score, whereas over here, it was reflected through the chiming of bells. After hearing Wu Shi's explanation, Xianxia stretched out his hand and picked up the book before him. Undulating water ripple palm? Numerous eyes fell on the cover of the book. It was a battle technique. Undulating water ripple palm? Seems like his luck isn't good. This is one of the most profound battle techniques in the Master Teacher Pavilion used for the purpose of this test. That's right. The more profound the technique is, the more difficult it is to decipher and explain. In the several millennia that the kingdom's Master Teacher Pavilion has been established, there were 8 examinees who had managed to pick this book, and out of them, 7 left disappointed. The remaining 1 had also managed to only touch on the surface of the battle technique and barely passed. Even if he were to pass this test by luck, it is unlikely that his results would be as good as those before. Upon seeing the name on the book, the master teachers seated below shook their heads, and looks of pity flashed across their faces. The cultivation technique ocean picked cultivation techniques and battle techniques at random, so luck played a part as well. If one is lucky, he would manage to pick an easy book or a technique that he has seen before. If so, it would be much easy to explain and decipher. However, if one were to pick a difficult technique which he finds hard to even practice, how can he possibly give a lecture about it? It was apparent that this Xianxia's luck wasn't too good. This undulating water ripple palm might not be the toughest battle technique to learn in the entire Master Teacher Pavilion, but it wasn't too far from it. Innumerable cultivators had tried learning it and they put in great effort, only to end in failure. It was nigh impossible to obtain a sufficient understanding of the entire technique in just an instance's time. Oblivious to the thoughts in the crowd below, Xianxia flipped open the book casually, browsed through it briefly, and nodded his head. Even though this secret art seemed to be profound, it was nonetheless within the scope of a Tongxian realm cultivation. Having cultivated the Heaven's Path spear art, Heaven's Path movement art, and such, he had gained a deep understanding of battle techniques. As long as it was within his level, no matter how profound or difficult it was, he would be able to see through the intentions the creator had in mind when creating the technique and from there, identify the correct cultivation method. Having been trained by the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia's eyes became extraordinarily sharp. Many times, even without resorting to the Library of Heaven's Path, he was able to discern a thing or two in a person's cultivation technique and enlighten them. It was just like after coming into contact with a genuine money note, even if one hadn't seen a fake money note, with a single touch one would still able to discern whether it was real. Heaven's Path Divine Art and the various battle techniques born from the library of Heaven's Path stood at the very pinnacle of cultivation. Standing right at the peak, it was extremely easy for Xianxia to look down and pinpoint the problems in other techniques. All right, I'll start my lecture. Several dozen of breaths later, Xianxia was done browsing through the secret manual and he placed it on the table casually. Zhang Laosher, there's no need for you to rush. You have an incense's time to analyze it carefully. Seeing that Xianxia was about to start the lecture after browsing through the book once, Wuxia couldn't help but advise him. There's no need for it. Xianxia shook his head. It was instead a waste of time for him to browse through such a simple battle technique once more. Scanning the crowd, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to dawdle any longer and began immediately. Undulating water ripple palm may sound like a water attribute palm technique, and many perceive the technique as such when practicing it. However, this is wrong. Wrong. The crowd was taken aback. Xianxia continued, actually what the name, undulating water ripple palm, means is that after mastering the technique, one's attack will be just like ripples, striking one after another ceaselessly. This technique has nothing to do with the water attribute. Xianxia offhandedly raised the common problems that a cultivator would face with the technique, as well as the correct training method. To think that this would be the case, I didn't expect it at all. So that's the case. I am enlightened. His explanations left everyone flushed and trembling in agitation. Those present were all master teachers, and naturally, they possessed the capability to deduce whether his explanations were correct or erroneous. Initially, all of them assumed that this palm technique was a water attribute technique. Never in their dreams did they expect themselves to be so sorely mistaken. After analyzing the technique from another angle, the incredibly technique from before seemed to be just like a beautiful lady who was fully stripped. Demystified. There is indeed a great difference between us. After hearing the explanation, Mou glanced at the young man on the stage with a complex gaze. She had seen this undulating water ripple palm before, and her understanding of the technique was no different from what the others believed. She never thought that the technique could also be interpreted in such a manner. After hearing the other party's explanation, she felt that her understanding of battle techniques had been too shallow. Incredible! Hongi clenched his fists tightly. Even though he didn't want to admit it, he felt that the other party's explanation was flawless. This person will probably be my greatest rival. Narrowing his eyes, a strong fighting spirit had been ignited within Hongi. As an unparalleled genius in Tianwu Kingdom, he had never met any equals. To have met a person who was tied with him, or had even surpassed him, had ignited his fighting spirit. Looks like it's time for me to take the 2-star Master Teacher examination. Exhaling fully, Hongi harumphed coldly. In actual fact, given his cultivation, he could have taken the 2-star Master Teacher examination. However, he chose to delay it so that he could improve himself and break all of the records in the Master Teacher Pavilion in a single go. However, after seeing Xianxia's outstanding performance, he felt that if he didn't pick up his pace, he might soon be overtaken by the other party. Every Master Teacher present had their own thoughts, but one thing they had in common was that they felt impressed by the young man before them. On the other hand, the crowd outside was anxious to know the results. I wonder how his results would be. Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes were fixated on the 4th door. If she could, she would have dived right in at this very instant. The result of the cultivation technique ocean is closely tied with the chiming of the Wylam Sage Bell. A single chime means a pass, 2 chimes means good, 3 chimes means excellent, 4 chimes means outstanding, 5 chimes means that there are no flaws in the person's comprehension of the technique, and 6 chimes mean a perfect score. The Zhongshe guard behind her said. The record holder for this test is Hongi with 4 chimes. Back then, he astounded many with this feat. If Xianxia wants to outdo him, he must achieve a result of at least 5 chimes. 5 chimes? How can it be that easy? It is too difficult to browse through a battle technique and understand it fully within an incense's time. I heard that when Hongi took the examination, he was lucky enough to pick a battle technique which he happened to have seen before, allowing him to explain the technique in depth. I doubt that this fellow can be as lucky as him. Hearing the duo's conversation, the crowd shook their heads. They didn't think well of Xianxia. Everyone wants to score well in examinations. But how is it possible that one ace every single subject? He might have been formidable in the past few stages, but they didn't believe that he could do the same for this stage. Dang! Everyone was still immersed in their discussions when the ground suddenly trembled, and a deep and loud chime resounded. The whilom sage bell rang. How many chimes will there be? Everyone held their breaths as they gazed at the door in uniformity. How is it happening so quickly? It hasn't even been half an incense stick's time since he entered, right? And he has started on the lecture, and already finished it. What in the world did he lecture about? Upon hearing the chime, everyone in the crowd trembled. After the cultivation technique, Ocean passes a secret manual to the examinee. The examinee is given an incense stick's time to browse through it before having to conduct the lecture. It had only been a total of half an incense stick's time since the very first examination began, but the whilom sage bell has already chimed. Does he not need to read the secret manual before beginning to teach? Furthermore, to complete the lecture so quickly? It is only after one finishes his lecture will the whilom sage bell express its recognition or lack of through its chimes. If it were anyone else, even if he were to earn the recognition of the whilom sage bell, it would take at least 3 to 4 incenses time before it chimed. There was even a case where an examinee lectured for half a day before it chimed. For it to start chiming after just half an incense stick's time, putting aside whether they had ever seen this, they have never even heard of such an occurrence. Given how short his lecture is, his content must be lacking. I think a single chime must be the limit. The elder behind Ling Xiaoxiao shook his head in pity. Haste makes waste. This saying applies to everything in life. Even if he is capable and can understand the technique swiftly, but to start lecturing right after glancing through the book is just too rash. In such a hurry, it is likely that he has missed out some parts. After all, no matter how simple a technique appears to be, it is the crystallization of our predecessors' wisdom. The slightest mistake can result in a cultivation going amok and cause irreversible damage. In this world, it wasn't rare for a cultivator's cultivation to go berserk. Most of the time, it was due to their erroneous understanding of a technique that resulted in a divergence in their cultivation. It was one thing for Xianxia to be unable to comprehend the technique completely, and it was another for his lecture to be short. It was highly likely that he missed out many important points given how brief his lecture was. Most master-teacher examinees would treat this test as a written examination. They would spew all of the knowledge they knew of and pray that one of the words that they spoke would turn out to be correct. For the lecture to end so swiftly meant that the lecture was lacking in content. Even if the whilom sage bell chimed, it was unlikely to chime more than once. Indeed, it seems that he's still too young and impatient. Apothecary Hong Yun nodded. Zhang Xianlaosher could be considered his benefactor, and naturally, he hoped that the other party would fare well. He hadn't expected him to be so reckless. With this, it was likely that he wouldn't obtain any stellar result. Even though it is a pity, he should at least learn from this incident. When he finally takes the 2-star master-teacher examination, he probably won't be so reckless anymore. The elder nodded. He was still lamenting when the ground trembled once more, and a resounding chime sounded once again. Dang! 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 It was 3 consecutive chimes. The ground could be seen trembling. For chimes? Outstanding? Is his result on part with Mo Hongye Mosher? The elder and apothecary Hong Yun glanced at each other, and they nearly vomited blood. They had just said that the other party was too reckless and that his results would surely be poor, yet in the next moment the bell chimed another 3 times. They felt a stinging pain on their faces as if someone had set them alight. For chimes, that should be the limit, right? After 4 chimes, the entire hall fell silent, and only then did the elder heave a sigh of relief. Looking at the door with a meaningful gaze, he was just about to continue speaking when another deafening chime assaulted his ears. Dang! The bell sounded once more. 5 chimes. Flawless comprehension. It's a new record. Everyone became dumbfounded. Since the establishment of the kingdom's master-teacher pavilion several thousand years ago, the best result achieved that was ever achieved was Emohong's 4 chimes. Yet, in just half an incense stick's time, this Xianxia induced 5 chimes from the Wylam sage bell. At this moment, he had become the new record holder. Genius! He is truly a genius. He is able to understand the technique right after picking the secret manual, allowing the bell to chime 5 times. Flawless comprehension. I'm impressed. But before the elder could finish his words, the ground shook once more. It was yet another chime. The heck? Are you done yet? The elder was on the verge of tears. Every single time he thought that the other party had reached his limits, the bell would chime. You must be doing it on purpose. In other people's cases, the bell would chime in a consecutive fashion only after they finished their lectures. There weren't such long intervals between any chimes. Yet why is it that when it came to you the bell chimed so irregularly? Are you trying to scare us out of our wits? 6 chimes perfection. At this instant, everyone's face turned pale, and as if they were stone statues, they stood unmoving for a very long time. Vice Pavilion Master Guan, where is the Pavilion Master? Send someone to get him now. In a room located in the depths of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, an elder rushed in with big strides. The Pavilion Master returned last night and is currently cultivating in seclusion. He gave the instruction that no one is to interrupt him if it isn't anything pressing. Vice Pavilion Master Guan Zichuan glanced at the elder doubtfully. Elder Zhu, what in the world could have happened for you to become so flustered? Come, tell me about it. If it is something important, I'll look for the Pavilion Master right now. Cultivating in seclusion? Elder Zhu frowned. Then, after hesitating for a moment, he started speaking. It's someone taking the 1-star examination. Taking the 1-star examination? Vice Pavilion Master Guan chuckled before shaking his head. Isn't Wu Quan there? He should be more than capable of conducting the examination. There is no need to trouble the Pavilion Master over such a small matter. Don't you know that the Pavilion Master sustained internal injuries and has to rest? I know that it isn't worth alarming the Pavilion Master over a 1-star Master-Teacher examination, but if you know what results the examinee has actually achieved and the ruckus it is causing, you won't be saying such words. Elder Zhu shook his head. Oh? Did it manage to create a commotion? Can he be a genius of Mo Hongyi's caliber? Vice Pavilion Master Guan was taken aback. Mo Hongyi? Elder Zhu shook his head. I went to take a look only after hearing the Wylam Sage Bell, so I don't know his result for the first 3 tests. All I know is that when I arrived, the Wylam Sage Bell was chiming ceaselessly. Chiming ceaselessly? Do you mean to say that it chimed more than 4 times? Vice Pavilion Master Guan's eyebrows shot up. More than that? Elder Zhu smiled bitterly. If it is more than 4 chimes, does it mean that his result has reached 5 chimes? That is flawless comprehension. It means that there is 0 mistake in his lecture. Pavilion Master Guan could no longer maintain his composure by this point. With a grim face, he stood up. Infused within the Wylam Sage Bell is the knowledge of a 4-star master teacher. If he achieved 5 chimes, that means that the person's lecture has gained their absolute acknowledgement. Are you sure that the person taking the test is undergoing the 1-star master teacher examination? The one taking the test is undergoing the 1-star master teacher examination. Elder Zhu nodded. Furthermore, the chimes didn't just stop at 5. It wasn't that Elder Zhu was reluctant to speak or that he was trying to keep the other party hanging, but that even until now, he was still unable to accept what he had just seen. Didn't just stop at 5. Vice Pavilion Master Guan's hands shook in agitation, and through his quivering lips, spoke. Can it be 6 chimes? 6 chimes represent perfection, and it means that the person's understanding of the technique is no different from that of a 4-star master teacher. Before he could finish his words, Elder Zhu exclaimed in a frenzied voice, It's 7 chimes! Put on. Vice Pavilion Master Guan's knee caved in and he fell back onto his seat. At this point, his face had turned completely pale. 7 chimes? Approval of the sages? How? How is this possible? Most people knew that 6 chimes represented perfection, but very few knew that there was another level above it. In such a situation, it means that the examinee has gained the approval of the Wylam Sage Bell. In other words, he has gained the approval of a 4-star master teacher, and that he can be considered as an equal in terms of his understanding of the technique. A fellow taking the 1-star master teacher examination has gained approval from the spiritual will left behind by the 4-star master teacher, such that it regarded him worthy as a peer. Guan Zichuan felt the blood draining from his face, and at this moment, his mind had gone into a turmoil. After innumerable years as the vice pavilion master of the master teacher pavilion, he had seen plenty of geniuses. However, he has never even heard of such a monster. 7 chimes. Shouldn't we invite the pavilion master? Elder Zhu wasn't surprised by Vice Pavilion Master Guan's reaction. Anyone who heard of this news would probably act in the manner he did. This, of course, we should. However, I want to take a look personally to first ascertain the matter. Suppressing his shock, Vice Pavilion Master Guan exhaled deeply and flung his sleeves. All right, let's go. Elder Zhu nodded his head, and just as they walked out from the room, dang! A resounding chime echoed throughout the entire master-teacher pavilion. Previously, the chime resounded only within the examination hall, but this chime seemed to have caused the entire Tianwu royal city to rattle for a moment. The tremor was extremely violent, and it felt as if the Wylam Sage Bell was trying to break free from the shackles of the master-teacher pavilion and open a path to heaven. Under the powerful tremors, both Vice Pavilion Master Guan and Elder Zhu fell to the ground simultaneously. Their faces had turned pale, and they spoke in disbelief. Is this harmonious chiming of the 100 bells, admiration of the sages? This? What in the world is going on? Admiration of the sages? What does that mean? Why haven't I heard of it? All of the bells chimed at once, and the deafening sound seemed as if it would rip apart the air. Ling Xiaoxiao turned to the elder behind her and yelled. She had heard of 1 chime, 2 chimes, 3 chimes, all the way to 6 chimes, but she had never heard of 7 chimes, not to mention harmonious chiming of the 100 bells. At this moment, she felt a splitting headache. She couldn't understand what was going on. Harmonious chiming of the 100 bells, admiration of the sages, means that, even if a 4-star master teacher were present, he would listen to the lecture obediently and quietly. In other words, Xianxia's explanation of the technique has already exceeded the level of a 4-star, reaching the level of a 5-star master teacher or even higher. The elder trembled. What? Exceeded the level of a 4-star master teacher? Ling Xiaoxiao's face paled. That ignorant fellow's understanding of cultivation and battle technique surpasses that of a 4-star. How is that possible? Her body shuddered slightly, and she felt as if she was about to go insane. That's right. However, at this point, the elder hesitated for a moment. Doubt could be seen within his fearful eyes. However, what? Apothecary Hong Yun has been standing beside the duo, and he had heard their conversation. Perplexed by the elder's words, Apothecary Hong Yun asked. However, under normal circumstances, the harmonious chiming of the 100 bells should at least last for a tease time as a celebration. However, why would it only chime for just a short moment before coming to an abrupt end? 10 to 15 minutes. A tease time. That's right. The elder nodded. Seems like we will only know the answer after the master teachers come out. In the room where the cultivation technique ocean test was conducted, every single 1-star master teacher who was here as an examiner was in a trance. The explanation of undulating water ripple palm by the young man before them was too thorough. If they were to cultivate according to the way he explained, it wouldn't take long before all of them master the skill. Truly, it was at the level where everyone becomes an expert. Dang, 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 dang. Everyone was listening to his lesson attentively as if they were in a trance when the bells by the side, upon hearing such profound theories, chimed excitedly, and their resounding peals penetrated straight into the heavens. Shut up, are you done yet? When you chimed for the first time, the second time, and the third time, I did not make a fuss. And you have now climbed over my head, chiming together in such disorder. I'm not yet done with my lecture. Why the heck are you chiming? With his eyebrows knitted into a frown, Xianxia bellowed. Woo! The chiming of the many large bells silenced abruptly. The whilom sage bell was forged personally by 4-star master teachers, and their will were infused within it. The entire master teacher pavilion, including the pavilion master, treated the bell as if it were their ancestral tablet. Yet, a lad who was taking the 1-star master teacher examination lashed out at it without hesitation. Furthermore, with such fury and annoyance. The hell! At this moment, Wuxia and the others even had thoughts of dying. Upon receiving the harmonious chiming of the 100 bells, submission of the sages, they would definitely become so excited that they would even forget their own names. On the contrary, this fellow thought that it was too noisy, and berated angrily as if he were scolding his own grandson. Frick! 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 这才会mu. Can you be any more arrogant and brazen than that? This isn't the most shocking part. The most shocking part of the entire affair is that the chiming of bell actually stopped after he bellowed at it. In other words, the will of the 4-star master teacher infused within the bell has submitted to him. The heck! This is no longer admiration, but submission. The faces of the master teachers turned green, and they would have pulled off their own heads right on the spot. As master teachers, they were all worldly veterans, but such situation nonetheless sent them into an uncontrollable frenzy. Especially so for Xianxia. He had always viewed the other party with hostility. Upon witnessing this sight, he nearly dived underground in fright. Where did this monster come from? To bellow at the will left behind 4-star master teachers and frighten them to the point that they don't dare to chime any further. The heck! Even his father wasn't as savage as that. I won't lose to you. Mo Hongyi's body had stiffened. After a long while, he revealed a ferocious expression. Ever since he started cultivating, he had been walking around with the halo of a genius. Regardless of occupation, cultivation technique, or battle technique, as long as he put his mind to it, he had always emerged to be the number one. It was the same for the master teacher examination. He broke every single record in the master teacher pavilion, and his name resounded throughout 13 countries. But now, all of his records were getting broken one after another by the person right before his eyes. A strong sense of humiliation sent him into a frenzy. I will go out now and take the 2-star master teacher examination, Mo Hongyi said with a determined gaze. He could long have taken the 2-star master teacher examination, but in order to break more records, he had been holding back his attempt. However, after seeing Xianxia hot on his heels, he no longer dared to rest. You might be formidable, but your soul depth is only 5.1. There's still a long way before you can take the 2-star master teacher examination. By the time you are eligible, I would have widened the distance between us once more. Mo Hongyi's confidence rocketed once more. The other party achieved astounding results in the House of Trust, the supporting occupation pavilion, the puppet hall, and the cultivation technique ocean, but so what? The soul depth is the basis of a master teacher, and Xianxia only has 5.1. To take the 2-star master teacher examination, one's soul depth has to be at least 6.0. He wasn't eligible to take the 2-star master teacher examination. He might be a genius in the other aspects, but for soul depth, the only way is for him to progress bit by bit, step by step. When he passes the 2-star master teacher examination, he will be able to retain his title as the number 1 genius. No one will be able to take it away from him. Seeing the bells fall silent after berating at them, Xianxia finally heaved a sigh of relief. Say, is there something wrong with these bells? Just a single chime or two to express its recognition would have done, but for all of them to ring at once, and to ring non-stop at that, I have already given you much face. Bastard. If not for the fact that you're a public property that belongs to the master teacher pavilion, I would have disassembled you into pieces. After lecturing for another short while, Xianxia then paused and lifted his head to look at Wuxia. Me like this, is it considered as a pass yet? If I haven't passed the test, I'll continue. He was merely halfway through deciphering the battle technique, but he recalled Ling Xiaoxiao and Wu Shi's words, saying that it would be a pass as long as the bell chimes. Since the bell had chimed time and time again, he should have already passed the examination. You have passed. Swallowing his saliva, Wu Shi nodded. He has already caused a harmonious chiming of the 100 bells, admiration of the sages. If he didn't give him a pass, the pavilion master would probably beat him to death the moment he stepped out from the room. Good. Upon hearing that he had passed this test, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Since I have passed, let's move on to the next test. After which, he walked out of the room. In the examination hall. According to the records, the harmonious chiming of the 100 bells should last for a tea's time. Why would it stop after chiming after just a few breaths? At this moment, Vice Pavilion Master Guan and Elder Zhu had already arrived at the examination hall, and they were staring at the fourth door with a perplexed expression. Can it be that the examinee was extremely lucky, and he picked an easy battle technique or cultivation technique which he had read about, and that's why he managed to achieve the harmonious chiming of the 100 bells, admiration of the sages? However, as it isn't his original understanding and theory, the chiming lasted for only a short moment before ending abruptly. Elder Zhu contemplated for a moment before voicing his conjecture. A master teacher should possess his own unique perspective. If one were to just copy from others, he cannot be considered as anything above mediocre. If that is really the case, it is understandable why the harmonious chiming of the 100 bells lasted for only a moment. Your conjecture seems plausible. With a grim expression, Vice Pavilion Master Guan was about to continue speaking when the door opened, and Xianxia was the first to emerge. Following immediately, the other master teachers stepped out of the room as well. Wu Shi. Upon seeing that the group was out, Vice Pavilion Master Guan beckoned for Wu Shi. He was just about to speak to Xianxia when he saw the Vice Pavilion Master. Due to the esteemed standing the latter possessed, he had no choice but to attend to him quickly. In the entire Tianwu Kingdom, there were a total of 13 one-star master teachers and 3 two-star master teachers. Vice Pavilion Master Guan and Elder Zhu were 2 of the 3 two-star master teachers. 2 two-star master teachers had called for him. How could he possibly dare to keep them waiting? What was the secret manual picked for the examination just now? Vice Pavilion Master Guan frowned as he voiced his doubts. If it is Tianwu 9-dan formula, air revolving palm, or such manuals, we might have to get the examinee to retake the examination. The Tianwu 9-dan formula and air revolving palm were similar to the Hongtian 9-dan formula of Hongtian Academy. They were the 2 fundamental cultivation and battle techniques of Tianwu Kingdom, and virtually everyone knew it. If an examinee happened to have drawn a technique of this standard for the master teacher examination, it would mean nothing even if they were to receive the approval of the sages. They were simply too shallow, and explaining it can't prove an examinee's capability. Tianwu 9-dan formula? Air revolving palm. Wu Shi didn't expect the Vice Pavilion Master to think this way, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. It is the undulating water ripple palm. Undulating water ripple palm? What did you just say? Vice Pavilion Master Guan froze for a moment before his entire body shuddered. That set of incredible, confusing, and unfathomable battle technique? He drew that. There were also a few others who shared the same thoughts as Elder Zhu, and they trembled upon hearing Wu Shi's words as well. It was a known fact that it was one of the hardest battle technique to practice in Tianwu Kingdom. To pick that book and induce the harmonious chiming of the 100 bells. If it is the undulating water ripple palm, then why did the harmonious chiming of the 100 bells chime for just a moment before stopping? Based on past records, shouldn't it chime for a tea's time straight? Elder Zhu couldn't help but interject. The crowd also turned to look at Wu Shi, curious to hear his answer. It is. With a bizarre expression, Wu Shi said, initially, the bell should have continued chiming, but Zhang Laosher thought that it was too noisy, so he reprimanded it. He described what he saw just now. The other master teachers nodded their heads too. Even until now, they still had dazed expressions. and it appeared that they had yet to recover from their shock. Too noisy. Reprimanding the whilom sage Bell? Upon hearing about the events that occurred within the room, Elder Zhu, Vice Pavilion Master Guan, and all the others in the hall nearly vomited fresh blood. Other people would die just to have the bell chime a few times for them, yet this fellow thought that it was too noisy. All right, since there's no problem, let's continue with the 5th test. I would also hope for another genius to emerge from our master-teacher pavilion. Upon confirming that there was nothing wrong with the test in the cultivation technique ocean, Vice Pavilion Master Guan forcibly suppressed his astonishment forcibly and gave instruction. It was an honor for him, as the Vice Pavilion Master, to have a genius emerge from the master-teacher pavilion. Yes, Wuxia nodded. Then, after scanning his surrounding, he jerked all of a sudden. Where is Xianxia? He was right before him a moment ago. How did he suddenly disappear in the blink of an eye? He has already entered the unerring pavilion, person in the crowd said. After Xianxia came out, he saw Wuxia rush straight toward 2 elders. Since he had to take the 5th test sooner or later, he decided to enter the 5th room right away. In any case, the first 4 tests were just as how Ling Xiaoxiao has put them out to be, so he thought the 5th one shouldn't be too different as well. He entered. Wuxia was taken aback. Seeing the tightly shut door of the 5th room, Wuxia was just about to say something when a thought appeared in his mind. His eyes narrowed, and his face paled. This is bad. What's wrong? Isn't he supposed to take the 5th test anyway? There shouldn't be any problem, right? Seeing the other party's face turn pale, Vice Pavilion Master Guan frowned. He was supposed to enter anyway. Why are you making such a big fuss? He is supposed to take the 5th test. Wuxia panicked, and a sliver of fear flashed across his eyes. But I haven't told him about the rules of the unerring pavilion and the things he should take note of. He was about to explain the 5th test to Xianxia when the Vice Pavilion Master called for him. By the time he had realized it, the other party had already gone through the 5th door. He hadn't gotten a chance to explain anything. Meaning to say, the other party entered the unerring pavilion knowing nothing. It shouldn't be a problem even if you didn't explain the 5th test to him beforehand. Which of the examinee who came for the master-teacher examination wasn't aware of the 5 tests? Don't worry about it. He would surely have made preparations for the tests in advance. Vice Pavilion Master Guan initially thought that it was some grave matter, but after hearing Wu Shi's words, he waved his hands casually. Which of those who came to take the master-teacher examination didn't know about the 5 tests? Since they knew, they would surely have looked into the tests beforehand so that they can prepare for them in advance. This way, they wouldn't panic and err during the tests. Made preparations? I would also like for him to have made preparations. Recalling Xianxia's performance in the previous few tests, Wu Shi nearly burst out crying. If that was the case, he wouldn't have to panic. But no matter how he looked at it, this fellow seemed to be an ignorant newbie. If he were to know that the harmonious chiming of the 100 bells was the highest compliment, how could he possibly have berated the whilom sage bell? If he had known the tricks for the House of Trust, how could he possibly have brought students of his age over? If he had known that the puppet hall has the ability of self-regeneration, how could he possibly have tried to fix the puppet inside despite having passed the test? He probably doesn't know anything. The 5 tests of the master teacher are something that I just told him about. When I met him yesterday, he didn't even know the location of our master teacher pavilion. Hearing the conversation between the two, Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help but speak up. In an instant, the entire crowd in the examination hall turned to look at her. Vice Pavilion Master Guan, Elder Zhu, and the others seemed to recognize her, and they didn't get mad at her abrupt interjection. Ling Xiaoxiao recounted the details of her meetings with Xianxia yesterday and today. He came for the master-teacher examination not having known about the tests, but he achieved such outstanding results nonetheless. After hearing her words, everyone flew into another frenzy. They thought that this fellow must have been extremely familiar with the tests and had made sufficient preparations beforehand in order to achieve such results. Yet, the other party doesn't even know the rules, simply strutting into the rooms for the tests. To have achieved such results so easily, How formidable is he? Mo Hongyi's body swayed violently, and he felt an urge to vomit blood. He had spent countless hours preparing for the one-star master-teacher examination before he could achieve his results. Yet, he was unable to match up to the other party, who simply came without possessing the slightest idea. If that was the case, why did he waste his time on those preparations? If he knows nothing at all, then he surely doesn't know that the unerring pavilion has 2 stages. After hearing Ling Xiaoxiao recount, Vice Pavilion Master Guan's face darkened as well, and his body trembled in agitation. That's right. Furthermore, the 2 stages are just side by side. Upon recalling the matter, the others narrowed their eyes as well. What do you mean by 2 stages? Unable to understand the anxiety on the others' faces, Apothecary Hong asked doubtfully. On the surface, the unerring pavilion consists of a puppet displaying cultivation technique and battle technique, similar to that of the puppet hall, but the 2 are actually completely different. In the puppet hall, the 2 puppets fight one another, and what one is tested on is his ability to guide another. On the other hand, in the unerring pavilion, not only is one tested on his ability to discern the flaws in a puppet, one is also examined on his cultivation. That means to say, in the unerring pavilion, one has to fight with the puppet. Within an instant's time, one has to find flaws and use it against the puppet to defeat it. If the examinee is unable to find them, the puppet will not stop its attacks, and it might even kill him. Kill him? Most of the apprentices here weren't aware that the unerring pavilion was that fearsome, and they were startled. But those who take the master-teacher examination would have to undergo this test, so there shouldn't be any great danger. Apothecary Hong Yun could not help but ask. So many people have taken the master-teacher examination, but he hadn't heard of anyone getting killed during the test. Since those who came before him were fine, he should be the same as well. Others might be all right, but he is different. Wu Shi's mouth twitched. There's a total of 2 stages to Tianwu Kingdom's unerring pavilion. The first stage is for the 1-star master-teacher examination, while the second stage is for the 2-star master-teacher examination. If it were anyone else, they will definitely come out after completing the first stage. However, as I didn't explain, it is highly likely that he doesn't know. If he were to enter into the second stage, what he will be facing is a Xianxia realm puppet. Xianxia realm puppet? Everyone was shocked. Those who take the 1-star master-teacher examination usually possess a Tongxin realm cultivation, so the puppet they had to face was Tongxin realm as well, in order to make it possible for them to defeat it. However, if they were to face a Xianxia realm puppet, especially a Xianxia realm puppet with nearly no flaws, this is no different from courting death. The crowd's faces turned pale. This is a situation of absolute death. Tongxin realm and Xianxia realm were 2 completely different levels. Hurry up and stop him, Vice Pavilion Master Guan shouted. It wasn't easy for a genius to appear in their guild. If he were to fall due to his ignorance about the rules, the entire branch would be in deep trouble. Wang! Before he could finish his words, the door of the 5th test, unerring pavilion, quivered, and a brilliant light shone from it. He! Seeing the color of the light, Wu Shi's body trembled, and his vision turned gray. It's too late. He didn't go for the first stage, he went straight for the second stage. Frick, 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 雀草会木. These 4 pitchforks are a slang word in Chinese. The pronunciation is Che Chao Hui Meng. It is a roundabout swear word. Grass is a homophone of a swear word in Chinese, and these 4 pitchforks refer to grasses in one way or another. The air was still with silence. The worst had really happened. The first stage and the second stage of the unerring pavilion were just beside one another. Under normal circumstances, before an examinee entered, Wu Shi would inform them in advance on how they should trigger the first stage. Even if he didn't inform, as long as one was a master-teacher apprentice in the Tianwu Kingdom, one should know the rules. Thus, no mishaps had ever happened. Yet, this fellow just had to be the exception. Furthermore, despite knowing nothing at all, he simply barged in. It was one thing for him to barge him, But for him to disregard the first stage and head for the second one straight, wasn't his luck way too bad? Can't we enter now to save him? Apothecary Hong Yun inquired anxiously. Once the unerring pavilion is activated, it will not stop until there is a conclusion. Wu Shi's face paled. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he added, unless the pavilion master personally makes a trip down and uses the pavilion master token to forcefully enter. All right, I will look for the pavilion master now. Let's hope he can last until then. Vice Pavilion Master Guan nodded before turning around to leave. Xianxia was a genius who has broken all of the records of the previous tests. If he were to fall here because of their mistake, the entire branch would have to suffer the wrath of the headquarters. Surviving until the pavilion master arrives. Is that possible? Wu Shi's face paled. A Tongxian realm would be destroyed in mere seconds before a Zhongshi realm expert. How can he possibly last until the pavilion master arrives? At this point, we can only hope for the best. Knowing that there was no other way, Wu Shi gazed at the door before him, praying from his heart for the young man's safety. In the room of the fifth test, Xianxia stared intently at the puppet before him. Ling Xiaoxiao was right, the first 4 tests did not differ much from what Wu Shi said, so he thought that the 5th test would be the same as well. Seeing that the others were preoccupied with talking, he had pushed the door open and walked in alone. However, upon entry, he was immediately hit with the realization that something was amiss. A puppet had pounced at him the moment he stepped inside. Despite that, Xianxia immediately crushed it on the spot, crippling it completely. Then, a second puppet came rushing over at him as well, and it was clearly much stronger than the first one. If not for Xianxia's swiftness, he would have been injured by now. A Zhongshi realm primary stage puppet? As expected of the final test, it is indeed much more challenging than the previous tests. As the strength of the puppet dawned upon him, Xianxia's eyes narrowed. In the third test, the 2 puppets who exchanged blows were only of Tongxian realm cultivation, whereas this fellow was at Zhongshi realm primary stage. No wonder so many people were unable to pass the master-teacher examination. They would surely be helpless before such a powerful enemy. However, this means nothing to me. A Zhongshi realm puppet might be powerful, but it meant nothing to Xianxia. After reaching half Zhongshi, his strength had increased to 1500 ding. In terms of strength, he was already above that of a Zhongshi realm primary stage cultivator. Furthermore, when his overwhelming strength was coupled with unparalleled battle techniques like Heaven's Path movement art, Heaven's Path fist art, as well as the eyes of discernment to detect others' flaws, even a Zhongshi realm advanced stage would find it difficult to get the better of him. Needless to say, this puppet, who, as Xianxia immersed in his thoughts, the puppet before him had already rushed up to him. Focusing his attention on the puppet, he immediately spotted 7 to 8 flaws on it. With a ghost of a smile, he retreated a step backward, then using his finger as a sword, he aimed and stabbed at a specific point in the air. Pong! Although little power was invested in this move, the massive body of the puppet fell backward involuntarily as though it had suffered a heavy blow. Continue! Successfully striking the other party, Xianxia leaped, dashed forward, and pummeled the puppet's flaws one blow after another without any hesitation. Since this was called the unerring pavilion, this meant that one should strike at the weaknesses of the puppet. The more one struck the puppet's weaknesses, the higher one's results should be. Previously, the first puppet had dashed over too suddenly and Xianxia had sent it flying with a single slap before he could react. In comparison, this second puppet was significantly stronger, and it would serve as a good sparring partner. Pong 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 pong. Fists, kicks, elbows, smashes, all kinds of attacks landed on the puppet's body, causing it to retreat continuously. Ever since his transcension, Xianxia had not let loose and fight before. At this moment, unleashing all his strength, he could feel the Jinqi in his body gushing through his entire body, and an unspeakable sensation of pleasure assaulted him. Pipa! Pipa! As the flow of pure Jinqi coursed faster and faster through his meridians, a few bottlenecks which he had struggled with in his usual training was suddenly broken through. I actually broke through the final hurdle of Xianxia realm? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that this series of offense would allow him to break through the hurdles that kept him away from Xianxia realm. This effectively left him on the verge of achieving a breakthrough to the Xianxia realm. Advancing to the Xianxia realm meant going up a level of existence. There would be a visible qualitative change in one, be it one's longevity or stamina. Despite the fact that Zhang Xian could already sense himself nearing the attainment of the Xianxia realm previously, he knew that without several months of gruel training, it would be difficult for him to finally take the last step. Little did he know that this single battle would serve as the impetus for this breakthrough. This is a good opportunity. I should use this fellow to train for a bit longer first. I'm in no hurry to advance to the Xianxia realm anyway. Even though he was delighted at the unexpected gain, he wasn't in a hurry to achieve a breakthrough. Once he breaks through to the Xianxia realm, beating up this fellow would be as easy as crushing an ant. There would be no meaning behind it. Rather, in his current state, he could refine his battle abilities as well as the ability to exploit the enemy's flaws. Pavilion Master Hall, he's not here. Conference room, he's not here. Where could the Pavilion Master be? Knowing that the genius was still trapped in the unerring pavilion, Vice Pavilion Master Guan rushed through the entire Master-Teacher Pavilion without the slightest moment of rest. With the cultivation of a Xianxia realm pinnacle, his movement was as swift as a whirlwind. Soon, he had looked through all the places where the Pavilion Master often visited, but there wasn't a single sign of him. He knew that the Pavilion Master had gone into seclusion to cultivate, but he didn't think that he wouldn't be at the Master-Teacher Pavilion. The backyard. Having searched through almost everywhere in the Master-Teacher Pavilion, all that was left was the backyard. At the back of the Master-Teacher Pavilion was a gigantic residence, and it was split into numerous courtyards. There were numerous Master-Teachers who lived here, and the Pavilion Master was one of them. Moving swiftly, it only took him the span of 6 to 7 breaths to reach the Pavilion Master's courtyard. Just as he was about to enter, he heard the roar of a savage beast. Why is there a savage beast here? Vice Pavilion Master Guan was shocked by the abrupt sound. This is the Master-Teacher Pavilion, not the Beast Hall. Where did the savage beast come from? Could the Pavilion Master be in danger? Overwhelmed by worry, the various formalities which included reporting his arrival deserted Vice Pavilion Master Guan as he barged in. Pavilion Master! Yelling, he drove his cultivation, prepared to make a move. However, as his eyes fell on the scene in the courtyard, he was immediately stunned. The Pavilion Master was in the courtyard, and a savage beast was present as well. But unlike what he thought, they weren't battling at all. Rather, the former was grilling meat to feed the latter. A gigantic savage beast was currently eating delightfully, and its pleasure was explicitly shown on its face. Guan Shi, to come over in such a hurry? Did something happen? Seeing how the other party barged in without reporting, the Pavilion Master frowned. Pavilion Master, something bad had happened. A genius was in the midst of the Master-Teacher examination when he accidentally entered the unerring pavilion. Vice Pavilion Master Guan knew that it wasn't the time to be asking him about anything else, so he quickly summarized the situation. You mean to say that he unwittingly triggered the puppet of the second stage? Hearing those words, the Pavilion Master became anxious as well. How foolish! Let's go! Knowing that there wasn't any time to be wasted, the Pavilion Master couldn't be bothered about the savage beast now. He swiftly dashed out of the courtyard. The two Xianxia realm pinnacle experts possessed exceptional speed. Like a whirlwind, they arrived at the examination hall in the span of just 10 breaths. Expecting anxious faces upon entering the examination hall, what greeted them was eyes widened in shock instead. The crowd stared blankly ahead, as though they had lost their souls. What's going on? The Pavilion Master asked in confusion. Such an incredible genius has entered the unerring pavilion and triggered the second stage. Shouldn't the crowd be anxiously anticipating his arrival to save him? Why wasn't anybody worried at all? Why did it seem as though they had all turned dumb? Pavilion Master. Look. Perplexed, Vice Pavilion Master Guan looked around when he suddenly saw something, and he pointed to something before him. What he was pointing at was the door of the fifth test. A line of digits was shining glaringly. 465. What is this? The pavilion master shuddered, and he nearly keeled over on the spot. This should be the score from the flaws he found. Vice Pavilion Master Guan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The score from finding flaws? The pavilion master's face darkened, and for a moment, he could feel blood welling up at the back of his throat. Didn't you say that this fellow was in danger and that he was about to be killed? Didn't you say that he was stuck in the unerring pavilion and that he needs to be saved? What in the world is wrong with that score? In the unerring pavilion, the first mistake found awards one with 1 point, the second mistake found awards one with 2 points, the third mistake found awards one with 3 points, so on and so forth. If a genius was able to find 6 flaws and score 21 points, that would already be a groundbreaking feat, a record that would last for at least a century. Yet, 465? The heck? 465, which means to say, he has found 30 flaws of the puppet. Shuddering, the pavilion master's face twitched uncontrollably. At this moment, he felt that the world has gone mad. The movements displayed by the puppet in the unerring pavilion were vetted by 4-star master teachers. In other words, their blows were no different from a 4-star master teacher suppressing his cultivation. Even if the 4-star master teacher unintentionally overlooked some flaws, there should only be at most 1 or 2, needless to mention, it wouldn't be easily detectable. Yet this fellow, 30 mistakes, 465 points, was the puppet created by your family? Are you sure that he triggered the second stage, not the first stage? The corner of the lips of the pavilion master twitched for a long while before he forced himself to calm down and ask. A 1-star master teacher unintentionally barged into the second stage and found 30 flaws in the Xianxia realm puppet. Even a 2-star master teacher examinee wouldn't be capable of such a feat. If it was the first stage, the door should shine blue, and if it was the second stage, it should shine red. When the test was triggered, I personally verified that it shone red. There is no mistake about it. Vice Pavilion Master Guan was dumbfounded as well. He had anxiously pulled the pavilion master here for him to save a genius from losing his life. In the end, the other party was actually having fun inside. Moreover, hadn't it only been a while? Yet, he had already found 30 flaws in the puppet? Vice Pavilion Master Guan staggered. Even if they were to gather all the master teachers in the master teacher pavilion in there, they wouldn't be able to find that many flaws. After all, this was a puppet left behind by a 4-star master teacher. Unless one's eye of discernment was above that of the other party, it was impossible to find so many flaws. Gia. Just as the two of them were in a frenzy, the door opened and a young man walked out. Upon seeing him walk out, Wuxia immediately rushed up to him. Xianxia, are you all right? The other party had already passed the 5 tests, so he could officially be considered a master teacher now. Thus, he changed his address for the other party from Zhang Laoshi to Xianxia. Why wouldn't I be all right? Zhang Xian stared at him with a confused expression. Then, his face slowly turned red and he said sheepishly, however, I failed to control my strength and accidentally destroyed the puppet. Should be capable of self-regeneration too, right? Destroyed the puppet? A dark line appeared on Wuxia's head. That was a Xianxia realm puppet. Yet, you, a 1-star master teacher examinee, not only found 30 flaws on it, but even destroyed it. If the 4-star master teacher who made the puppet were to learn of it, he would definitely spurt blood and faint on the spot. This is way too much. Since you triggered the second stage, I thought that you would meet with danger. That's why I asked you if you were all right. Holding back his dismal, Wuxia explained. Second stage? The unerring pavilion has stages. Zhang Xian stared at him doubtfully. He had started fighting with the puppets from the very first moment he entered. Yet he didn't notice any stages inside. Upon hearing his words and seeing his confused expression, all of the master teachers staggered. If not for their strong self-control, there would have been a blood rain in the room. You only met with 1 puppet? You didn't see anything else? Jiang Chun couldn't resist asking. Puppet? Oh, I met with two. A puppet rushed at me as soon as I entered, but I accidentally used too much force in my slap. It is currently lying over there, and I think that it is destroyed as well. Could that be considered as one of the stages? Zhang Xian recalled. The moment he entered the unerring pavilion, a puppet immediately rushed at him. Catching him off guard, he reflexively slapped it with his full force. Little did he expect to cripple it with just a single blow. Soon after, the second puppet appeared. As he was too engrossed in the battle, he had forgotten about this matter. Could it be? The fellow who was destroyed in a single slap was considered as the first stage. If that was the case, then wasn't the first stage too easy? Destroyed in a single slap? That is the test that you have to undergo for your 1-star master teacher examination. Everyone was thrown into a frenzy. Jiang Chun could only see the vision before him darkening. Back then, when he took the master teacher examination, he had to expend all his effort just to match this puppet, and he even nearly lost his life to it. Yet this fellow, to send it flying unintentionally, must there be that much of a difference between our situations? More importantly, that was the test you were supposed to take. To think that you would continue on ignorantly despite having sent it flying, do you have to be so boastful? Forget it. Wuxia was also speechless. Brother, are you here to take the master teacher examination? Or are you here to wreak havoc? It seemed that you had already destroyed nearly all of the puppets in our master teacher pavilion. Since you have passed all the 5 tests, you can now be officially considered to be a master teacher. However, you still have to pass the question symposium before the emblem can be presented to you. Taking a few deep breaths, Wuxia forcefully suppressed his dismal and announced. All right. Zhang Xian nodded. He had originally thought that the master teacher examination would be difficult, but to think that it would be so easy. Given that he was already a 1-star master teacher, he could finally enter the library of the master teacher pavilion to browse through their books. At the same time, he could look into the history of Kongshi to look for the way to dispel the innate fetal poison in his body. Just as he was about to inquire directions to the library, he saw Mo Hongyi approaching him with astonishing confidence and haughtiness. Wuxia and Elder Zhu, I want to take the 2-star master teacher examination. Please open up the examination grounds for me. Seeing this fellow breaking all of his records, Mo Hongyi could no longer hold himself back. He decided to go through with the examinations immediately. Only upon becoming a 2-star master teacher would he be willing to let today's matter rest. Otherwise, whenever others speak of him, they would also bring up this fellow who broke all of his records. In that case, how would he still have the face to go out and meet others? As the number 1 genius of the kingdom, he couldn't accept the fact that he was beneath anyone. Take the 2-star master teacher examination? Mo Sure only become a master teacher a few years ago, right? He is taking the 2-star examination now, as expected of a genius. His cultivation speed isn't something ordinary people like us can match up to. The crowd trembled. It had been years since someone took the 2-star master teacher examination. To think that he would want to take the examination at this junction. Even though they were taken aback by his timing, a number of people with a discerning eye easily saw through his intentions. Mo Hongyi's intention was to pit himself against Zhang Xian and prove to everyone that he was the true number 1 genius in the kingdom. All right. Elder Zhu and Wuxia hesitated for a moment before nodding their heads. The master teacher pavilion encouraged competition. Only with competition would one be motivated to work harder to improve oneself. On top of that, Mo Hongyi taking the 2-star master teacher examination served as good news to the branch as well. I will make the preparations now. You should be able to take the test by today, Elder Zhu said. Just as he was about to head off to make preparations, a faint voice resounded. That, since it is possible to take the 2-star master teacher examination today, and it is troublesome to prepare it on 2 separate occasions, why, don't I take it today as well? Zhang Xian peered over. Since it was possible to take the 2-star master teacher examination today, Zhang Xian decided not to waste his time and simply go through with it at one go. Pooh! Upon hearing those words, everyone in the vicinity spurted blood. The bustling examination hall abruptly fell silent, and everyone stared at Xianxia as though he was a monster. Troublesome to prepare it on 2 occasions. Take it today as well. The heck? This is the 2-star Master Teacher examination. In the entire kingdom, there are only 3 2-star Master Teachers. To take it for convenience sake, you speak as though you are buying vegetables from a wet market. You want to buy vegetables? I'll buy it for you then since it is convenient for me. The hell? Can you be any more ridiculous than that? Mo Hongyi's body staggered. After witnessing the other party trample over all of his records, he finally made up his mind to take the 2-star Master Teacher examination. Yet, the other party said that he wanted to take the examination as well. A strong, stifling sensation rose in his chest and left him on the verge of puking blood. Are you intentionally doing this to embarrass me? Fine. Since you are so adamant on going against me, don't blame me for getting nasty. Harumphing coldly, he gritted his teeth and glanced at Xianxia. Given the results of the past 5 tests, you do have the capability to take the 2-star Master Teacher examination. However, there are prerequisites for the examination. Have you fulfilled all those prerequisites? He hated to admit it, but it was clear that the fellow had the capability to become a 2-star Master Teacher. But just possessing capability was insufficient. There were conditions one had to meet to take the 2-star Master Teacher examination. If one didn't meet these conditions, one wouldn't be eligible to take the examination. Oh, Xianxia glanced over. Just like for the 1-star Master Teacher examination, there is a requirement on one's supporting occupation to become a 2-star Master Teacher. One must have at least 2 supporting occupations, and each of them must reach the 2-star tier. Mo Hongyi smiled confidently. Despite my inability, I managed to become a 2-star apothecary, 2-star formation master, and 2-star blacksmith. So I meet the requirement. Do you meet this requirement? At which, he placed his hands behind his back and turned to Xianxia. Given that you're only a 1-star apothecary, I doubt that you are qualified to take the 2-star Master Teacher examination. The supporting occupation has to reach the 2-star tier, and there must be 2 of them. Xianxia was taken aback. He didn't think that there would be such a rule. Lu Shi seemed to have mentioned something like this before, but he wasn't too clear on the matter, and Xianxia wasn't too concerned about it at that time. That's right. If you don't have the supporting occupations, I will have to ask you to leave. Since he had already opened fire, there was no need for him to put on an amiable front. Harumphing coldly, he was just about to continue speaking when the young man before him suddenly flicked his wrist after a brief moment of hesitation. An emblem promptly appeared in his palm. This is the emblem of a 2-star painter. I have already passed the 3-star examination, but they said that they don't have it with them at the moment and it would take 10 days for it to arrive. Thus, they gave me a 2-star emblem to make do with it. To think that I would have a use for it. 2-star painter? Will that do? The crowd spurted blood once more. Mo Hongyi's face warped as well. He just said that the other party was only a 1-star apothecary and didn't have the qualifications to take the examination when the other party took out a 2-star emblem. Did the slap have to be so quick and so hard? I need 2 supporting occupations, right? Here is another one. Flicking his wrist once more, another emblem appeared. It was the 2-star Beast Tamer emblem which he obtained at the Beast Hall back then. The 2 2-star emblems glimmered brightly in Xianxia's eyes. He really has 2 2-star supporting occupations? 2-star painter and 2-star Beast Tamer. Not to mention his fearsome pill-forging skills. It will be tough for Mo Shi from now on. Seeing that Xianxia was able to produce the required emblems right after Mo Hongyi challenged him on his lack of supporting occupations, everyone's focus instantly shifted onto the number 1 genius. They wanted to see what he had to say about this matter. Sensing everyone's gaze on him, Mo Hongyi's face twisted. However, he had already come this far and it was impossible for him to back down now. Clenching his teeth, he pushed on. Even though you have sufficient supporting occupation, you need to reach the Xianxia realm before you can take the 2-star Master Teacher examination. Given your current strength, you aren't qualified yet. Just like how one needed to be at Tongxian realm to take the 1-star Master Teacher examination, there was also a requirement for the 2-star Master Teacher examination as well. If one failed to attain the Xianxia realm, he would be ineligible to take the 2-star examination. Hearing those words, everyone immediately turned to Zhang Xian. Due to the purity of the heavens path Xinqi, if Zhang Xian does not propel his cultivation, no one would be able to tell his true strength. However, the fact that he was able to defeat the Xianxia realm puppet in the unerring pavilion made everyone curious about his current strength. Xianxia realm. It's true that I have yet to reach that level. I am only at half Xianxia. Upon hearing of the cultivation requirement for the 2-star Master Teacher examination, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before displaying the full might of his cultivation. Half Xianxia. Even though half Xianxia is extremely close to Xianxia realm, it isn't Xianxia realm. Indeed, from the looks of it, he probably won't be able to take the 2-star Master Teacher examination. Still, to be able to find 30 errors on a Xianxia realm puppet and defeat it with the cultivation of a half Xianxia, his ability is indeed frightening. Upon seeing that Zhang Xian's cultivation was only at half Xianxia, the crowd shook their heads. The criteria regarding supporting occupation and cultivation were fixed prerequisites that one had to meet to take the 2-star Master Teacher examination. If one failed to reach that level, they would be ineligible to take the examination. These were the hard rules determined by the headquarters that no one could change. Half Xianxia may seem as though it was just a step away from Xianxia realm, but there was a huge distance between the two. If one was lucky, one might be able to achieve a breakthrough within 1 or 2 years, but on the other hand, it was also possible for one to remain in this realm for their entire life. Putting everything aside, if Lu Shi and the others didn't meet with Yang Shi, it was highly possible that they might have remained at half Xianxia for the rest of their lives. The conditions for the 2-star Master Teacher examination were harsh. Just the fact that there were 15 1-star Master Teachers, including Mou and Zhang Xian, in the Tianwu Kingdom, but only 3 2-star Master Teachers showed how difficult it was to become a 2-star Master Teacher. You aren't eligible to take the examination since you aren't at Xianxia realm yet. I advise you to drop the idea. Upon seeing that Zhang Xian's cultivation had yet to reach Xianxia realm, Mo Hongyi heaved a sigh of relief. Wait a moment. Zhang Xian shook his head upon seeing the other party coming to a conclusion so swiftly. Since the prerequisite for taking the 2-star examination is the attainment of the Xianxia realm, give me a moment. After which he shut his eyes. Wait a moment? Mo Hongyi was stunned. Wait for what? Boom! Before he could react, he suddenly felt the other party's aura growing exponentially stronger, as though a bird soaring into the heavens. Opening his eyes once more, Zhang Xian smiled lightly. All right, I've attained the Xianxia realm. Pooh! Mo Hongyi staggered. He had him wait a moment, and he just achieved a breakthrough like that. The heck? Could there be anything more ridiculous than this? Understanding the various schools of techniques and gathering their knowledge to form one's own school, that is a Xianxia. When people closed their eyes and opened it, they were merely dozing off. Yet, after closing your eyes and opening them a few moments later, you claimed that you have reached Xianxia realm. Screw it. Did it have to be so ludicrous? Did you have to be so arrogant? In an instant, Mo Hongyi felt as though thousands of bolts of lightning had struck him, burning him all the way down to his core. At this moment, he even felt like dying. He has reached Xianxia realm? It's true. The aura around him is clearly that of a Xianxia realm expert. He achieved a breakthrough just like that? Isn't that too simple? The crowd looked as though someone had stuffed wool into their mouth, and their eyes were widened to the point that their eyeballs threatened to fall to the ground. They had seen people who strived hard and eventually reached Xianxia realm after gaining enlightenment. They had heard of people who went into seclusion for innumerable years and eventually succeeded. But, shutting one's eyes for a moment and achieving a breakthrough, this was their first time seeing and hearing of it. Felt like a joke. This was Xianxia realm, the first big hurdle of a fighter's cultivation. The gates that shut innumerable people out their entire life. To break through just like that, am I going mad? Or was there something wrong with the world? He has already achieved a breakthrough, but we're still unable to find our way. Those master teachers who had been stuck at Xianxia for countless years felt a fiery, stinging sensation on their cheeks. If they could, they would like to find a hole to hide in. Even if humans were born unequal, you didn't have to make it so apparent. Wasn't the difference too great? On the other hand, Lu Ling's body swayed. It was just yesterday night when he advised the other party to train diligently and accumulate experience, or else it would be impossible for him to achieve a breakthrough. Yet, the other party achieved a breakthrough right before everyone's eyes today, not to mention, he did it just by shutting his eyes for a moment. Senior, could it be that you already had the capability to achieve a breakthrough yesterday, but you intentionally suppressed your cultivation to spare my dignity? If that was the case, you might as well not spare my dignity. The blow from this is much worse, all right? Everyone harbored their own thoughts toward this matter. But one thing they had in common was their shocked gazes. The actions of this youngster had destroyed their understanding of cultivation. Now that I am a Xianxia, I should be eligible for the 2-star master teacher examination, right? Actually, Xianxia could have achieved a breakthrough while he was at Unerring Pavilion, but he intentionally suppressed it so that he could train himself against the puppet. All he did just now was to channel his Jinqi for his cultivation to immediately rise to the level of Xianxia realm. Upon reaching Xianxia realm, his disposition became more refined, and his Jinqi became denser and stronger. Without testing, it was impossible to gauge how powerful he was, but based on the energy flowing through his body, it was likely that his strength had increased by twofolds. The previous 1500 ding of strength had probably already reached 3000 ding. Such strength was comparable to a normal Xianxia realm advanced stage. If he were to meet with the Xianxia realm puppet once more, he would be able to destroy it with a single punch, just like what he did with the first puppet. You have reached Xianxia realm, so you do fulfill the condition. Elder Zhu nodded blankly in response to Zhang Xian's question. The condition for taking the 2-star master teacher examination was to reach Xianxia realm. Since Zhang Xian already reached that level, Mo Hongyi could no longer use it as a reason to stop him. So what if you have reached Xianxia realm? Your soul depth is only 5.1. As long as you don't reach 6.0, you aren't eligible. Mo Hongyi clenched his fists tightly. Since he had already offended the other party, he might as well go all the way through. There is indeed a condition stating that one's soul depth has to reach at least 6.0 before one can take the 2-star master teacher examination. Afraid that the other party didn't know of the matter, Elder Zhu explained. That's true. I remember Lu Ling telling me about it. Zhang Xian nodded. Back then, when he was still at Tianxian Kingdom, Lu Ling and the others had raised the subject while they were talking about soul depth. They said that one's soul depth had to reach 3.0 to take the 1-star master teacher examination, 6.0 for the 2-star examination, 9.0 for the 3-star examination, so on and so forth. Zhang Xian's soul depth was only at 5.1, so he didn't have the right to take the examination. Even though I am incapable, my soul depth has reached 6.0, reaching the minimum requirement for the 2-star master teacher examination. Finally triumphing over the other party on one aspect, Mo Hongyi heaved a sigh of relief. With a flick of his wrist, a stone of insight appeared in his hands. After a few moments, the number 6.0 appeared on it. His soul depth has really reached 6.0. Fearsome. Soul depth is the foundation of a master teacher. And if one's soul depth is unable to keep up, it is useless no matter how high one's cultivation is. That's true. It seems like Xianxia's miracles will stop here. This is already a miracle in itself. Look at how old he is. He isn't even in his 20s yet. To possess a soul depth of 5.1 at his age, it is just a matter of time before he reaches 6.0. Upon confirming that Mo Hongyi's soul depth had reached 6.0, everyone burst into an uproar. At the same time, they felt pity for Zhang Xian. He could take the tests for the supporting occupations beforehand, and he could achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation on the spot, but it was impossible for him to raise his soul depth all of the sudden. There was no way around it. All right, since you don't meet the prerequisite, you should wait by the side. I have an examination to take now. After displaying his soul depth, Mo Hongyi placed his hands behind his back while displaying a haughty expression and calmly added, "It is indeed a point for concern that my soul depth has not reached 6.0, but don't be in such a hurry. Give me a moment." After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia said, "Give you another moment?" Hearing those words, Mo Hongyi staggered. He was on the verge of going insane. Is he for real? Different to the case of one's cultivation, soul depth could only be raised slowly with time. I don't believe that a moment is sufficient for your soul depth to reach 6.0. He glanced at the young man with unfriendly eyes, and this time, the young man didn't shut his eyes. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings, as though looking for someone. Raising one's soul depth was an extremely difficult and lengthy process. It required one to put in hard work every day, year after year. It was impossible for Xianxia to wait that long. Since Elder Zhu was already going to prepare for the examination, it would be best for him to take it along with Mo Hongyi. Otherwise, he would have to make another trip here, and that would be troublesome. Thus, he thought of a way: the Golden Book. This book of Heaven's Path could easily raise one's soul depth, sparing one the trouble and time of doing so. Initially, he intended to visit Tianwu Academy to accept a few students and induce their gratitude towards him. However, now that Xiaoya and the others were here, he could simply call them over and find a way to form the golden page. Just as he was surveying the area for Xiaoya and the others, he suddenly froze. A familiar figure caught his eyes. It was the master teacher he met in the mountains last night, Jiang Shu. He is also my student, and I have already won his gratitude and trust by helping him tame the Crimson Tiger. If I were to help him solve the hidden traumas in his body now, the golden page may just form. Such a thought flashed across Zhang Xian's mind. With a slight smile, he walked up and beckoned, "Jiang Shu, come here for a moment." Initially, Elder Zhu, Mo Hongyi, and the others were filled with curiosity about what Zhang Xian was up to after asking them to wait for a moment. However, when they heard his words, all of them staggered, and blood nearly spurted from their mouths. "Jiang Shu, that is the pavilion master of our master teacher pavilion. As a 2-star pinnacle master teacher, everyone here has to address him respectfully as Jiang Shi. Yet you called him straight by his name. Is there something wrong with you?" Not only was the crowd astonished, Pavilion Master Jiang was taken aback as well. He had no idea why the other party was calling for him. Perplexed, he was just about to walk over when Zhang Chun stepped in front of him. "Zhang Xian, what are you up to?" "My father is a 2-star pinnacle master teacher, the pavilion master of the master teacher pavilion. Who are you to order him about?" "This Zhang Chun is the son of pavilion master Jiang." "He is your father?" Zhang Xian was taken aback. He didn't expect this situation at all. However, thinking about it, everything made sense. As a 2-star pinnacle master teacher and a Zhongshe realm pinnacle cultivator, even the emperor of Tianwu Kingdom had to treat pavilion master Jiang with the utmost respect. It was no wonder why, even though Mo clearly detested Jiang Chun, she didn't dare to do anything about him. It was because Jiang Chun had a powerful background. That's right. Jiang Chun tilted his head upward proudly. As a 1-star master teacher, he possessed an esteemed standing in Tianwu Kingdom. Furthermore, despite the fact that he wasn't much as compared to those who stand at the top echelon, because of his background, no one in the kingdom dared to disregard him. Even the royal family held him in high regard. He was extremely proud to have such a father. Yet, this hateful fellow was actually commanding his father to come over. Naturally, he was displeased. "You should go to the side first. I have something to talk to your father about." Although Zhang Xian was surprised that Jiang Shu was the pavilion master of the master teacher pavilion, and Jiang Shu was Jiang Chen's son, he was quick to recover his composure. The book compiled on Jiang Shu in the Library of Heaven's Path only stated that he was a 2-star master teacher. It didn't mention that he was the pavilion master of the master teacher pavilion. Even so, there were only 3 2-star master teachers in the entire kingdom. He had already met with Elder Zhu and Vice Pavilion Master Guan, so naturally Jiang Shu had to be the pavilion master. Zhang Xian thought that he was lucky for the student he casually accepted to be the pavilion master of the master teacher pavilion. "You! Seeing the other party disregard him, Jiang Chen's face paled. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he was pulled to one side. "All right, you should step aside for now." Jiang Shu walked up to Zhang Xian and faced him. At this point, he was sure he had never met the young man before him. Yet, the other party addressed him by his name. He couldn't help but feel slightly peculiar about the matter. "May I know the reason why Zhang Shi called me here?" In spite of his slight displeasure towards Zhang Xian's rudeness, he upheld his etiquette. "Did you acknowledge a master teacher named Yang Xian as your teacher yesterday?" Zhang Xian asked. "How did you know?" Jiang Shu's body jolted. He didn't tell anyone about the events that happened last night. Yet the young man knew of the matter. This shocked him. Pavilion Master Jiang has acknowledged someone as his teacher? To become Pavilion Master Jiang's teacher, doesn't that mean that the person's ability is above that of a 2-star pinnacle master teacher? He is probably a 3-star master teacher. When did such a formidable figure appear in Tianwu Kingdom? Hearing the Pavilion Master admit to it, a commotion immediately broke out among the crowd. Pavilion Master Jiang was the most skilled master teacher in Tianwu Kingdom, yet he had acknowledged someone else as his teacher. How skilled must that Yang Xian be for Pavilion Master Jiang to submit to him? Its teacher. Its grand teacher. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, the eyes of Lu Ling, Zhao Ye, and the others glowed. "You are." After recovering from his shock, Jiang Shu asked carefully. Since he didn't tell anyone about this matter, then it was likely that the news got leaked by his teacher. Could the person before him be related to his teacher? "I am Yang Xian, Yang Shi's direct disciple. Following the customs, you should call me Senior." "Father's senior?" Jiang Chen spurted blood. "Are you for real? When did father acknowledge someone as his teacher? Furthermore, you are his senior? If that's true, then what am I? Your junior nephew?" Jiang Chen's face distorted in agitation. Frustration clawed at him as he teetered on the edge of losing his mind. The others quickly turned their attention to the Pavilion Master, as though trying to spot any signs of him joking. "You are Yang Shi's direct disciple?" Ignoring the gazes from the surroundings, Pavilion Master Jiang took a moment to let this information sink in before he came to a realization. "It is no wonder you are so formidable despite your age. So you are teacher's student." He would never believe it easily if someone were to appear and claim that to be his senior. However, if the other party wasn't Yang Shi's student, how could he have known that he had become Yang Shi's student? And how could he possess such astonishing capability? To be able to cause such a huge commotion just by taking an examination. He would never believe that Zhang Xian didn't have a formidable teacher behind him. He just met Yang Shi yesterday, and Zhang Xian appeared today. Considering the coincidence in timing, he judged that it was unlikely for the matter to be a lie. "Indeed, teacher said that you have met with some trouble while cultivating and that had left traumas on you. He had entrusted me with a cultivation technique and said that as long as you cultivate accordingly, your traumas will be resolved. In fact, reaching half Jizuan will not be a problem at all." Zhang Xian sent a telepathic message to Pavilion Master Jiang. "What?" Pavilion Master Jiang's face flushed. Yesterday, when Yang Shi pointed out his problem, Jiang Shu thought that he would have to do several things for the other party before he would treat his affliction. He didn't expect the other party to send Zhang Shi to relay the solution to him. Listen carefully. After seeing what affliction Jiang Shu was suffering from through the Library of Heaven's Path, he flipped through numerous books and finally found a solution to his problem. Since he wanted to obtain the gratitude of the other party to form the golden page, there was no reason for him to hesitate in telling him the solution. Thus, he imparted the complete method without holding anything back. Soon, he finished relaying the entire cultivation technique. As a 2-star pinnacle master teacher, before Pavilion Master Jiang heard the entire cultivation technique, he could already tell that it would be effective on his affliction. After hearing the complete formula, he trembled in excitement. He could foresee that if he were to cultivate according to the other party's formula, not only would his trauma be treated, his cultivation would also progress swiftly. Reaching the level of his dreams was no longer an impossible feat. Pavilion Zhang's knees caved in, and he kneeled onto the floor. Earnestly, he clasped his fist. "Thank you, teacher, for the bestowment. Thank you, senior, for imparting this cultivation technique to me." The duo had been communicating through telepathy, so no one knew what the duo was talking about. Just when they were perplexed over what was going on, Pavilion Master Zhang suddenly kneeled on the floor. Everyone was shocked. Pavilion Master Zhang actually kneeled to this lad? He isn't kneeling to this lad, but his teacher, which means to say, Xianxia is really his senior. Who in the world is Xianxia? How strong is he? Who knows? But to be able to get Xianxia to willingly acknowledge him as his teacher, he must be at least 3-star, or perhaps even higher. The crowd clenched their fists tightly. The highest-ranking master teacher in Tianwu Kingdom was Pavilion Master Zhang at 2-star pinnacle. Yet, someone who he was willing to acknowledge as a teacher suddenly appeared. Anyone who heard of this would surely find the matter unbelievable. "Father!" Zhang Qin cried. He thought that the fellow was just bragging and that his father would destroy him. Yet, it was real. Furthermore, his father even kneeled in submission. Heavens, you shouldn't play with me like that. At the same time, Xiaoya and the others flushed in agitation. It was just a while ago that they thought that since their teacher was able to send Physician Bai Chan running in fear and Princess Mou to clasp her fist to him respectfully, it was just a matter of time before the Pavilion Master of the Master Teacher Pavilion greets him. Yet, not only did the Pavilion Master greet him, he even kneeled down. As expected of their teacher, he was indeed incredible. Just when everyone was dying from shock, Zhang Xian's eyes turned red with excitement. As expected, diligence does not betray one. At the moment of Pavilion Master Zhang's kneeling, Zhang Xian's mind jolted and the golden book appeared. Flipping it open, another golden page was in it. Seemed like his previous conjecture was correct. Only the earnest gratitude from a student could form the golden page. With this, I can finally raise my soul depth. Zhang Xian's lips curled up. Boom! His head jolted, and the golden page immediately burnt into ashes. Immediately, Zhang Xian felt as though his head was filled with something. All of his doubts from before suddenly cleared up, and his flow of thoughts hastened as well. So this is the state of insight. Many confusing issues that he was stuck with previously suddenly seemed clear and orderly to him. Without even checking, Zhang Xian knew that his soul depth must have increased. The greater one's soul depth, the easier it was for one to find and grasp the essence of something. In the past, Zhang Xian required the Library of Heaven's Path to look for flaws. However, along with the increase in his soul depth, he found himself being capable of finding flaws without using the Library of Heaven's Path, and he could even deduce the solution to them as well. My original intention was to use the page to assimilate the contents into my mind. Zhang Xian shook his head. He had recently collected a huge number of books in the Library of Heaven's Path, so he intended to use the golden page to assimilate their contents into his head. Even though he ended using the golden page for his soul depth, it was of no consequence now that he knew of the method to form those golden pages. He could just find a way to form more of those. Calming his mind, Zhang Xian exhaled deeply. Then he turned to Elder Zhu and smiled. "All right, my soul depth is sufficient now." "Your soul depth is sufficient now? What do you mean?" Mo Hongyi looked over. Even though he wasn't present then, he had heard from the others that Zhang Xian had tested his soul depth and it was at 5.1. Thus, he shouldn't be eligible for the 2-star Master Teacher examination. Yet, after speaking to Pavilion Master Zhang for a moment, he turned around and said that his soul depth had reached the requirement. "What do you mean? Surely you don't intend to say that in this short period of time, your soul depth has exceeded 6.0? If it was anyone else who said those words, Mo Hongyi would surely kill the other person on the spot. But this fellow was different. With a maximum score of 100, he was able to achieve a score of 130. Despite accidentally trespassing into the second stage, he was still able to find 30 flaws. Just by shutting his eyes for a moment, he was able to achieve a breakthrough to Zhongshi realm. He wasn't something that common sense was applicable to. You mean to say that your soul depth has reached 6.0? Elder Zhu's mouth twitched as he looked at Xianxia doubtfully. I'm not sure, but I think it should be enough. We can look for a stone of insight to test it now. Xianxia nodded. The golden page was capable of raising his soul depth. His previous experience had proved this. However, he couldn't confirm how much it would increase each time. After all, no one could guarantee that the previous increment of 5.0 wasn't an exception. Thus, Xianxia didn't dare to phrase it definitely. When he said he wasn't sure, the crowd went speechless again. You don't know? Should be enough? You don't even know your soul depth? You must be joking. At my age, I had seen countless monsters and geniuses, but this is my first time seeing such a peculiar and frustrating one. I have one here, take it. Holding back his urge to vomit blood, Elder Zhu took out a stone of insight and offered it to him. Grabbing hold of it, Xianxia focused his mind to enter heart of tranquil water. Wang, a light buzz. Quick, how much is it? It can't be that it has really exceeded 6.0, has it? Who knows? If it is anyone else, I will definitely think he is boasting. But this fellow. Everyone's eyes were gathered on Xianxia. They wanted to know the result of the test. Even Mo Hongyi's breathing hastened unknowingly. Who? Xianxia opened his palms expectantly and glanced downward. However, what he saw almost made him throw the stone of insight outward. This? What is going on? The glowing stone of insight had turned gray and lost its radiance. Moreover, there were no numbers on it. No numbers? Before he used the golden page, even his soul depth of 0.1 was reflected. Yet nothing was shown on it now, not even a 0. What the heck was going on? Could it be? Getting. Xianxia's heart leaped a beat, and his mouth twitched. Could it be that while the soul depth could increase his soul depth, it could cancel it out as well? The 5.1 which he had painstakingly accumulated has been cancelled out? If that was the case, then it was really darned. He had just boasted about the matter when this happened. Would he be beaten to death by everyone here? No numbers. I thought that he would really reach 6.0. Seems like he's just bragging after all. Indeed. How can it be possible for one to reach 6.0 from 5.1 in just an hour? Not only was Xianxia stunned, the crowd was confused as well. Didn't you just confidently declare that you had met the requirement for the 2-star examination? Why does your test reflect nothing at all? You sure know how to act. To think that I really believed you. Seems like we're just thinking too much into it. Soul depth has to be slowly cultivated. How can it increase on one's whim? Voices sounded from the crowd. The matter of Xianxia reaching Zongshi realm could still be attributed to his solid foundation. However, soul depth was different. The previous test had clearly reflected 5.1, so how could it reach 6.0 all of a sudden? Just the very thought of it was ludicrous. Since there are no numbers, this also means that your soul depth hasn't reached 6.0 yet. As such, you aren't qualified to take the examination. Elder Zhu, there's no need to delay it any longer. Let's begin. Seeing that the other party's soul depth had not reached 6.0, Mo Hongyi heaved a sigh of relief, and slowly, he regained his confidence. Continue acting. Humph. You screw it up this time, right? Since your soul depth has not fulfilled the requirement, you aren't eligible to take the examination. You wish to catch up with me? Try harder. Looking at Xianxia's stone of insight and noticing the lack of numbers on it, Elder Zhu shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, Pavilion Master Jiang walked over with a grim expression. Hold on for a moment. What's wrong? Elder Zhu was bewildered. It was the first time he had seen such an expression on the Pavilion Master's face. The crowd also turned their gazes over as well. Pavilion Master Jiang didn't reply. Instead, he walked up to Xianxia and picked up his stone of insight. The moment his fingers came into contact with the stone of insight, Kacha. A crisp sound, and the stone of insight was reduced to powder. This. Everyone froze. Just like jade, The stone of insight was incomparably resilient. Pavilion Master Jiang didn't even exert any force on his fingers. So why would it break? As I expected. As though having verified something, Pavilion Master Jiang nodded his head, and a bright gleam flashed across his eyes. Pavilion Master, what is going on? Elder Zhu asked. The crowd also looked at him anxiously. As long as one possesses the state of insight, when grabbing the stone of insight while in the state of the heart of tranquil water, numbers should appear on it. All of you had personally witnessed Xianxia's soul depth reaching 5.1, so don't you all think that it's weird that there's no result at all this time? Pavilion Master Jiang asked. The crowd nodded. This was indeed the case. As long as one possessed the state of insight, there should be numbers reflected on the stone of insight. How could it be completely blank? There are only two possibilities for the stone of insight to not display a result. Firstly, one doesn't possess the state of insight. Secondly, one's soul depth has surpassed the range which the stone of insight could bear. Thus, it isn't that there isn't a result, but that it is unable to show it. Pavilion Master Jiang explained slowly. Surpassed the range which the stone of insight could bear? The stone of insight that we use is known as the inferior stone of insight, and it can only detect soul depth of 9.0 and below. That is to say, we can only check the soul depth of one below the level of a 3-star master teacher. Once it exceeds that level, the stone of insight will crumble. Pavilion Master Jiang nodded as he pointed at the powder on the floor. Otherwise, given how resilient the stones of insight are, how could it possibly shatter upon contact? Now that you speak of it, it does make sense. Everyone was stunned once more. As a precious jade, the stone of insight was extremely tough. It would be difficult for even a sword to leave a mark on it. Yet, it crumbled upon contact. The situation was indeed bizarre. Pavilion Master means to say that Xianxia's soul depth is possibly above 9.0? Catching the gist of the other party's words, Elder Zhu said in a quivering tone. What did 9.0 mean? It was the standard of a 3-star master teacher. A fellow who wasn't even 20 yet had reached such a level? Upon hearing those words, everyone immediately understood the underlying meaning behind the situation. Everyone was dumbfounded. The heck? Just moments ago you were tested to have achieved 5.1, and it would already be astounding for you to break through to 6.0. Yet, judging from Pavilion Master Jiang's words, it wasn't capped at that level. It is simple to check whether the conjecture is true or not. I have an intermediate stone of insight with me. We will know the answer once we put it to the test. With a grim expression, Pavilion Master Jiang flicked his wrist, and a jade stone appeared in his hand. Unlike the stone of insight Elder Zhu just passed him, it assumed a more brilliant and eye-catching appearance. The lines on its surface were much more compact, and those with low cultivation would find themselves suffering severe vertigo from a mere glance at it. Intermediate stone of insight. Every single one of those was incomparably valuable. In the entire Tianwu Kingdom Master Teacher Pavilion, there was only one of it. Senior Zhang, I will have to trouble you to give it a test. Pavilion Master Jiang handed the stone of insight over. After the cultivation technique was relayed to him, he had already affirmed Xianxia to be Xianxia's student. Thus, he began to call him senior. The Pavilion Master of the Master Teacher Pavilion was a figure which could even disregard the Emperor of the kingdom. If it was anyone else, he would definitely be troubled to have to call a fellow who was younger than his son as senior. However, after personally witnessing Xianxia's fearsome abilities, coupled with the saying among master teachers that capability instead of age is what that determines one's seniority, he did not feel as awkward addressing Xianxia as senior after addressing him once. Xianxia took the stone of insight and grabbed it in his hand, after which he started to enter the heart of tranquil water once more. Wang! Hearing a light buzz, Xianxia glanced downward. A bright radiance shot out from the intermediate stone of insight, illuminating the surroundings. Slowly, a line of digits floated into appearance. Upon seeing the numbers on it, everyone was stunned. For a moment, the entire Master Teacher Pavilion went silent. Then, An uproar broke out. Tati, 10.1. His soul depth is 10.1. They had thought that the other party was bragging, but to think that it had reached 10.1. At 3.0, one was eligible for the 1-star master teacher examination. At 6.0, one could take the 2-star examination. 10.1. It was more than sufficient for one to take the 3-star examination. Wasn't it 5.1 just now? Why? Hongi was on the verge of tears. He felt as though the other party was here just to embarrass him. Putting aside the fact the other party broke all of his records, more importantly, he refuted every single thing that he doubted. When he said that his supporting occupations didn't meet the requirement, the other party took out his emblems. When he said that the other party hasn't reached Xianxia realm yet, he achieved a breakthrough on the spot. And the worst part, when he said that his soul depth was insufficient, he showed him a soul depth that was sufficient for him to even take the 3-star master teacher examination. Couldn't you play fairly? If there was a burrow in the ground, he would definitely dive in immediately. He didn't even feel like living on anymore. Lu Xun also felt a sweet sensation at his throat as he nearly spurted a mouthful of fresh blood. When he reached Heart of Tranquil Water and his soul depth was tested to be 1.8, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep for the entire night. He had thought that he was a genius and that he could wander around the vast world freely. However, when he saw Xianxia's soul depth, he realized that the little bit of soul depth he had meant nothing at all. He turned to Hongi and shook his head in sympathy. This number 1 genius had suffered so much blows that it would be a huge blessing if he could recover this trauma at all. Zhang Laoshi, that's enough of you. Even a powerful figure like Hongi had been reduced to such a state because of you. Knowing that the gap between him and Zhang Laoshi was irreconcilable, Lu Xun gave up on all thoughts of comparing with the latter. Reached 10.1? Zhang Xian was also astonished for a moment before nodding in agreement. Seemed like the golden page didn't cancel out his previously accumulated soul depth. Instead, it was as impressive as before, increasing his soul depth by 5.0 once more. Originally, everyone was already despondent from this situation, but after seeing Zhang Xian's look of realization, they spurted blood once more. You didn't even know your own soul depth. Can you not be so dense? Xianxia, it is hard to raise one's soul depth. This is... Suppressing his shock, Elder Zhu couldn't hold himself back any longer and asked. Soul depth assumed a similar concept as one's age. Even if one had a good method to cultivate it, one could only accumulate it bit by bit. To increase it from 5.1 to 10.1 in an instant, wasn't this a little too fast? Furthermore, to not even know the extent of the growth of his soul depth. Could you be any more foolish? Upon hearing Elder Zhu's question, everyone swiftly turned over to look, curious to know what had happened. This? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment, a look of difficulty apparent on his face, before he sighed. Never mind. I doubt all of you will give up if I don't account for it today. It is indeed true that I don't know how much my soul depth had increased by. That's because back then when I reached Heart of Tranquil Water, my teacher sealed my soul depth, and he sternly instructed me to only unseal it when my strength reaches a certain level. It must be because I had reached Xianxia realm and regained some of my soul depth that my soul depth experienced a sudden leap. Zhang Xian couldn't possibly speak about the Golden Page and the Library of Heaven's Path, so he had conjured up an excuse beforehand and pushed the blame to that imaginary teacher. Sealed your soul depth? There is such a thing. How strong must your soul depth be that it had to be sealed? Commotion broke out. A sealed soul depth was unheard of. But if that wasn't the case, then there was really no other way to explain the sudden increase by 5.0 of Zhang Xian's soul depth. Shocked, they surveyed Zhang Xian as though examining a freak. How high must one's soul depth be to require sealing? And what master teacher rank had his teacher achieved to be capable of such a feat? Initially, they had thought that Zhang Xian was harboring some incredible method to raise one's soul depth. However, after listening to his explanation, they realized that his soul depth was something that came with him since birth, and it was impossible for them to match up to him. Some people are indeed born with overwhelming soul depth. Rumor has it that Empyrean Shi possessed innate saint soul depth, which was comparable to that of a 9-star master teacher. From birth, he was already destined to be extraordinary. Eventually, he went on to climb to the peak of the world and achieved many great things. Pavilion Master Zhang said, "Innate saint soul depth? Comparable to a 9-star master teacher." Everyone was shocked. Although they didn't know how much soul depth one needed to become a 9-star master teacher, going by the 3.0 per rank convention, a 9-star master teacher should possess a soul depth of 27.0 or above. A soul depth of 27 from birth? Shi wasn't the only one. There was a genius in Shenyuan conferred Kingdom Master Teacher Pavilion that reached Heart of Tranquil Water at 17. During his first test, his soul depth had already reached a frightening level of 9.3, which is sufficient for one to take the 3-star Master Teacher examination. As the Pavilion Master, Zhang Shu was well informed of a lot of secrets. These talents may be rare, but they definitely exist. Even so, if one's soul depth is too high and one's cultivation is unable to catch up, it could possibly result in unwanted consequences. Perhaps it was due to this that your teacher chose to seal your soul depth. With this, he turned to look at Zhang Xian in envy. It was no wonder why a formidable figure like Xianxia would take him in as his student. Possessing such soul depth from birth made him a rare genius destined to be a master teacher. As long as he doesn't die, he would definitely join the ranks of a 4-star master teacher. So that's the case. That's true. Soul depth is extremely hard to raise. One could only raise it by 0 point something or 1 point something with decades of effort. If everyone were to start out the same as us, how could there possibly be 6-star, 7-star, or even higher-ranked master teachers in the world? Indeed, the world is big, and there are countless experts. Even though Tianwu Kingdom is the largest country among the 13 surrounding states, we are only a countryside kingdom to the truly powerful countries. After hearing Pavilion Master Zhang's explanation, everyone came to a realization. The world was big and it was filled with countless experts. Many things that seemed illogical to them was simply because of ignorance from their lack of exposure. Similarly, the thought of anyone possessing such high soul depth at birth had never crossed Zhang Xian's mind. Therefore, when he heard Pavilion Master Zhang's words, he too was surprised. However, since Pavilion Master Zhang had justified his case for him, he couldn't be bothered to refute his words. With that, he turned to Mo Hongyi once more. Occupation, cultivation, and soul depth. I have fulfilled all them. Mo sure, is there any more prerequisites to taking the 2-star Master Teacher examination? Why don't you list them all out at a single go, so that I can make preparations for them together? There isn't anything else. Mo Hongyi felt a burning sensation on his face. His body trembled, and his face was as bitter as a bitter gourd. He wanted to stop the other party from taking the examination so that he could amaze others, yet, not only did he not amaze anyone, he only made a fool out of himself. Since there isn't anything else, then, I should be able to take the 2-star Master Teacher examination, right? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Of course. Mo Hongyi suppressed his urge to spurt blood. He already knew how monstrous this fellow was. So why did he still pit himself against him for nothing? Not only did he lose his reputation as the #1 genius of Tianwu Kingdom, he even became an egotistic laughingstock. Since the criteria are met, let's start the examination now. Afraid that Mo Hongyi would commit suicide if Zhang Xian were to continue asking, Elder Zhu hurriedly interjected. There are also 5 tests to the 2-star Master Teacher examination, and they consist of the same supporting occupation pavilion, puppet hall, cultivation technique ocean, and unerring pavilion, albeit with a higher level of difficulty. For example, in the supporting occupation pavilion, an apothecary will have to guide the puppet to forge a grade 2 pill, and a painter will have to guide the puppet to create a 4th-level painting. These 4 tests are the same, and the only difference is the House of Trust. The first test, House of Trust, tests the trust level of a master teacher students. In the 1-star examination, the chosen students can be under one's tutelage for several years with no age limit. Thus, many people chose to circumvent the rules by bringing a student whom they've taught from young. Naturally, the student would be extremely close to them, making it easy for them to pass the test. However, the 2-star examination won't be that easy. For the 2-star examination, the examinee has to accept a student on the spot, and within 10 days, one has to establish a trust level of 40 with them. Elder Zhu explained the rules of the tests of the 2-star master-teacher examination. Accept students on the spot? Have their trust level reach 40 within 10 days? Mo Hongyi frowned. Compared to the passing criteria of accumulating trust level of 50 for the 1-star master-teacher examination, trust level of 40 sounds easier. However, in actual fact, the difficulty was several times greater. For the 1-star master-teacher examination, many examinees brought in young students whom they have taught for a minimum of 3 years to meet the trust level of 50. But to pass the 2-star master-teacher examination, they only had 10 days to establish a trust level of 40 with their students. The difficulty of the matter was unimaginable. The House of Trust examination will be placed at the very last. Both of you can start with the other 4 tests now. After introducing the rules, Elder Zhu turned to Xianxia and Mo Hongyi. All right. Xianxia nodded and took a step forward to enter the hall. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when Elder Zhu stopped him. Xianxia, wait a moment. Intrigued, Xianxia turned around. Ah, it's like this. Can you take the examination after Mo Shi? I'm afraid that, after you enter, something might happen to the puppets. So, Mo Shi wouldn't be able to take the test, Elder Zhu said awkwardly. This fellow broke almost all of the puppets during his examination. Who knows how long it would take before those puppets could recover. Elder Zhu was already dreading the aftermath. He was afraid that Xianxia would wreak havoc and damage the 2-star master-teacher equipment as well. If that was the case, Mo Hongyi wouldn't be able to take the examination. Ah, all right, Xianxia answered in embarrassment. He didn't think that he would leave such a bad impression on the other party after just one examination. Of course, if he were to know that everyone thought of his act of taking the examination equivalent to challenging and wrecking a dojo, he would be even more speechless. Mo Hongyi was indeed worthy of his title as a genius of Tianwu Kingdom. He managed to storm through all of the examinations within a mere 2 hours. Even though he didn't achieve astonishing results like Xianxia, he did break several of the past records. Then it was Xianxia's turn. It was a total mess. Almost all of the test's mechanisms were wrecked by the time Xianxia walked out. Looking at the destroyed Master-Teacher Pavilion, Pavilion Master Jiang, Elder Zhu, Wuxia, and the others were on the verge of tears. Even though the Master-Teacher Pavilion puppets had the ability of self-regeneration, resources had to be devoted to it. Considering all the puppets for the 1-star and 2-star Master-Teacher examinations were destroyed, who knows what kind of heavy price they had to pay before they could revert them back to their original state. You have both passed the first 4 tests. For the final one, House of Trust, I will give both of you 10 days to complete the task. You are allowed to accept 1 or several students, and as long as the trust level for any one of them in you is 40 and above, you will officially become a 2-star master teacher. Elder Zhu began explaining the procedures for the final segment now that the duo had passed the other tests. 1 student is enough? Xianxia asked doubtfully. That's right. Elder Zhu stroked his beard. 10 days. Xianxia contemplated for a moment. Can I just accept a student right now? 10 days for a 2-star master-teacher examination was simply too long for him. If possible, he wanted to accept a student on the spot and raise his trust level to 40. Xianxia had the confidence to do so. Calm down. There are some requirements to the student you accept. Elder Zhu shook his head. He quickly surveyed the surroundings and said, for the 2-star master-teacher examination, I have another mission to assign to Xianxia and Mo Shi, so I will have to trouble all of you to return for now. In addition, they will be leaving Tianwu Kingdom and will be uncontactable for a short period of time. However, please be at ease. There isn't any danger to this mission. Another mission? They need to leave the kingdom? Why haven't I heard of it before? It's fine as long as there's no danger to it. Not expecting the 2-star master-teacher examination to be so complicated. The crowd was stunned with the additional mission that even required the duo to leave the kingdom. Nonetheless, despite their urge to inquire more about it, they could only shake their heads while leaving the examination hall with Elder Zhu having no intention to shed light on the matter. Xiaoya and the others also glanced at Xianxia before walking out. Soon, only Xianxia, Hongi, and the 3 two-star master teachers were left in the room. "All right, Elder Zhu, you should tell them about it now," Pavilion Master Jiang gestured. Elder Zhu nodded. Turning to Xianxia and Hongi, he said, "Actually, what I just told to the others about you having to go out of the city to complete a mission is a lie. This is so that the both of you can complete the House of Trust test without causing unnecessary trouble." Confused by the situation, Xianxia and Hongi exchanged glances. Just like what I previously mentioned, the House of Trust test requires you to accept new students and induce a trust level of 40 with them. However, both of you can't use your current identity to carry out the test. Otherwise, there will surely be countless people who will be willing to come under your tutelage, and it won't be difficult for you to reach the required trust level either, Elder Zhu said. The duo nodded, even though they didn't want to admit to it, but what the other party said was true. Having passed the 4 previous tests for the 2-star master teacher examination, they were currently potential 2-star master teachers. If they were to accept students now, countless people would definitely rush up to them, begging to be their students. It would then be a walk in the park for the 2 of them to induce a trust level of 40 in their new students. "If we can't use our current identity, then?" Hongi asked doubtfully. He didn't seem to be well-versed in the rules of the 2-star master teacher examination either. "The Master Teacher Pavilion will assign you 2 new identities and alter your appearances before sending you 2 into Tianwu Academy as ordinary teachers. Within 10 days, the 2 of you have to use your new identity to recruit students and bring their trust level up to 40 to pass the test. In this period of time, you 2 are not to reveal your identity or contact anyone. Otherwise, it will be taken as a fail," Elder Zhu said strictly. "Hiding our identities and become ordinary teachers? We are not to reveal our identities or contact anyone?" Xianxia and Hongi were taken aback. They didn't expect the 2-star master teacher House of Trust test to be so bizarre. But after giving it some thought, it made sense. The identity of a master teacher was a huge trust booster in itself. If they were to accept students using their current identity, it wouldn't be too hard for them to pass the examination. This was even more so for Hongi. As the number 1 genius of the kingdom, he would surely have many supporters. It would be a breeze for him to find a few people who had a trust level of 40 in him. However, if they were to assume another identity for this task, it would be a whole new story. If they were to start from scratch and still be able to raise their students' trust in them to 40, it would show that they truly possessed outstanding aptitude toward teaching, and that they were worthy of the position of a 2-star master teacher. The reason why I intentionally told the others that you have to leave the city to accomplish a mission is so that no one will suspect anything, even if 2 new teachers were to appear in the academy, Elder Zhu explained with a smile. The duo immediately came to a realization. With Elder Zhu announcing it, it probably wouldn't take long before the entire capital knew that they had to leave the city to accomplish a mission. In that case, little doubt would be cast on their new identities when they enter Tianwu Academy. If no one carries any doubt toward their new identity, naturally, their previous identity would be completely useless. It would be no different from starting anew. Alright, the Master Teacher Pavilion had already prepared your new identities, and these new identities would be able to pass any identity check in the city. Tomorrow morning, following the departure of a few teachers, Tianwu Academy will be conducting a public recruitment to add new blood to their team. Both of you shall attend the recruitment. Just a heads up, none of the staff in the academy, including the principal, is aware of your true identities. Therefore, the 2 of you can only depend on yourselves. After 10 days, you will bring your newly accepted students here. As long as their trust level reaches 40, you will be considered to have passed the examination, and we will present the 2-star master teacher emblem to you straight away. There won't be any question symposium for the 2-star master teacher examination, Elder Zhu said as he passed 2 books over. Grabbing one of the books, Xianxia started browsing through it. Lu Cheng, an ordinary teacher who passed the teacher examination in Tianwu Kingdom's Quanhai City, 24-year-old, Tongxian Realm Primary Cultivation, served as a relief teacher in Quanhai City for a year. The information of the person he had to disguise himself as was written in the book, all the way from his birth to his present state. The person he was disguising as couldn't be considered as a genius, but he wasn't mediocre either. He barely made it as a teacher, and even though there weren't any fatal flaws on him, there weren't any glorious achievements either. Soon, he finished reading through the entire book and memorized everything regarding his assigned new identity. The preparation made for the Master Teacher Pavilion examination cannot be underestimated. Lu Cheng was a true existent figure, and anyone could easily uncover his background with little effort. However, no one knew where the real Lu Laoshi was at the moment. He probably signed some kind of agreement with the Teacher Guild, and in order to allow smooth progression of the examination, he hid himself up. Turning to Mo Hongyi, the other party had also finished browsing through the book. The content of his book was probably also the identity and the history of the person he would be disguised as. Alright, here is a mask from our Master Teacher Pavilion. After wearing this, you will take on the appearance of the person you will be disguised as. The examination will start tomorrow. Within 10 days, you must bring your students here to take the trust level test. Otherwise, it will be considered as a fail. Elder Zhu passed the duo a human skin mask each. The moment Xianxia placed the mask on his face, he felt a surge of coolness as the mask fused fully into his skin, making it impossible to touch or see it. Xianxia didn't know what his current appearance was like, but when he turned to Mo Hongyi, he realized that the other party's outer appearance was completely different from before. It was as though he was an entirely different person. Even his aura had changed. As expected of an object from the Master Teacher Pavilion, it was indeed formidable. There is still some time left today for both of you to make any necessary preparations. You can use this time to tie up any loose ends on your side. However, you mustn't tell anyone where you are going and who you are disguising as. After which, Elder Zhu reminded them once more. The duo nodded. They were two potential 2-star master teachers for their Master Teacher Pavilion, and naturally, Elder Zhu hoped that they wouldn't be disqualified due to their carelessness. Xianxia had no qualms on the requirements of this test. Instead, he felt thrilled. It just so happened that his original plan was to head to Tianwu Kingdom to accept a few students and earn their gratitude so as to form the Golden Page. In a sense, this examination coincidentally aligned with his goals. Elder Zhu, I would like to read some books regarding master teachers. May I know where they are? Before heading to Tianwu Kingdom, he wanted to visit the library of the Master Teacher Pavilion to look for information on Emperor Kongshi, as well as Fighter 8 Dan Zongshi Realm Cultivation Technique manuals. Previously in Red Lotus City, he had already collected quite a number of Zongshi Realm secret manuals. At this point, he only needed a few hundred more books to form the Heaven's Path Divine Art before he could start cultivating. In any case, he had 10 days to spare. As long as he accesses sufficient cultivation technique manuals, he would be able to use this period of time to reach Zongshi Realm Pinnacle. You wish to browse through the books? The library is over there. However, you are only a 1-star master teacher, so you are only entitled to look through the 1-star library. The 2-star library is still out of limits to you. Elder Zhu casually pointed. All right, Xianxia replied. Then, he started walking toward the Master Teacher Pavilion 1-star library. The 1-star library was vast. The colossal amount of information and techniques recorded in this extensive collection, spanning across the various occupations, was unimaginable. With a mere glance, Xianxia was filled with amazement. This library was much larger than that of Tianxian Kingdom's book collection vault. Not only were there significantly more books, the knowledge contained within them was also spread over a wider range. Geography, savage beast pills, secret realms, artifacts. It felt as though everything that one could know was in here. So many books. I have to finish reading through them before tomorrow morning. Xianxia sighed. Previously, he had spent 5 entire days to finish duplicating all of the books in Tianxian Kingdom's book collection vault. Now, even with his new book duplicating method, it would take at least half a day of effort to finish copying the books in the one-star library. Let's begin. Knowing that he was lacking on time, he started into a sprint. With the increase of his soul depth and attainment of Xianxia realm cultivation, his endurance was much higher than before. Unlike before, he was able to collect books at a faster speed for a longer period of time before needing to rest. Walalala. Rows after rows of books formed in his mind. Slowly, Xianxia lost track of time. Physician Bai Chan was on the brink of a mental breakdown. He had found a residence near the master-teacher pavilion, but the price was terrifying. He had to devote almost all of the money he earned in his lifetime for it. However, in comparison to his life, what did these material possessions count as? Young Master Xianxia is at the master-teacher pavilion? Is he taking the master-teacher examination? After finding a residence, he followed his supervisor, Sun Chong, to the master-teacher pavilion. The young master is the direct disciple of the old master. Naturally, there is no occupation more fitting for him than a master-teacher. Sun Chong nodded. Let's hurry. Perhaps we might even see the young master amaze the crowd. Amaze the crowd? Physician Bai Chan shook his head. The master-teacher examination isn't easy. Each of the 5 tests is harder than the previous. Your young master may be incredible, but he's still young. He may be able to pass the test successfully, but it will be difficult for him to amaze the crowd, especially after Mo Hongi had broken all of the previous records. Mo Hongi? Sun Chong glanced at Physician Bai Chan. Yesterday, right after they arrived at Tianwu Kingdom, they had coincidentally bumped into this fellow, after which, he had busied himself the entire night looking for a suitable residence for the group. Thus, he hadn't caught wind of the reputation of this famous genius before. That's right. Mo Hongi is the #1 genius of our Tianwu Kingdom. When he took the master-teacher examination, he broke all of the records, earning him the title of a once-in-a-millennium genius. Reverence was reflected in Physician Bai Chan's eyes. His soul depth even reached an unparalleled level of 6.0. Pavilion Master Jiang once said that it would be impossible for anyone capable of surpassing him to appear in a century. Soul depth of 6.0? Once in a millennium genius. Sun Chong was astonished. He didn't expect there to be such a genius in the kingdom. The two chatted while they walked, and soon, they arrived at the master-teacher pavilion. Just as they were about to enter, a guard walked over. Physician Bai. Upon seeing the duo, the guard's eyes lit up and he hurried over to them. Squadron Leader Yao, you're here as well. Physician Bai Chan nodded. The identity of the guard was Squadron Leader Yao, whom they just met last night. However, at this moment, Squadron Leader Yao didn't have the authoritative aura he had yesterday. His face was still swollen, but in his eyes, one could see the irrepressible shock. Put on. Kneeling to the floor, Squadron Leader Yao said, "Thank you, Physician Bai, for saving my life." Saving your life? Physician Bai Chan was bewildered. He couldn't understand what was going on. Squadron Leader Yao, what's wrong? When did he save the other party? If not for your advice, I might have arrogantly and foolishly tried to seek vengeance on Xianxia. It's thanks to your words that I avoided a crisis, Squadron Leader Yao said. As the guard of the princess, he was able to witness the entire process of Xianxia's master-teacher examination, and he nearly fainted from shock. Xianxia was half a teacher to the princess, Pavilion Master Zhang Sr., the direct disciple of a master-teacher who was likely to be ranked above 3-star, an existence who was about to become a 2-star master-teacher. None of those identities was something a mere guard like him could offend. If not for Physician Bai Chan's advice, he might have really tried to wreak havoc with the other party. Moreover, even if he were killed by the other party, probably no one would cry for him. This was too frightening. Xianxia. Bai Chan was confused. You mean, young Master Xianxia? That's right. Xianxia is too incredible. Not only did he break all of Mo Hongi's 1-star master-teacher test records, he even broke all of the records of the 2-star examination as well. How could I be so blind to even think of wanting to exact vengeance on such a genius? I must be tired of living. Breaking Mo Hongyi's records? What happened? Physician Baichan was stunned. You don't know? Oh, you weren't at the Master-Teacher Pavilion, so it's natural for you not to know of it. Today, I came under the orders to protect the princess. Squadron leader Yao hurriedly recounted what he saw and heard. Trust level of 85, a score of 130 at the supporting occupation hall, defeating the puppet in the puppet hall with a single move, reaching Xianxia realm on the spot, passing the 4 tests of the 2-star Master-Teacher examination, Pavilion Master Zhang Sr. After hearing the other party's story, Physician Baichan's eyes reddened, and his body trembled. He was on the verge of crying. What kind of monster did he offend? He had just said that it would be difficult for the other party to break Mo Hongyi's record. Not only did the other party he even did so with such gusto. He had intended to immediately turn against the other party once he purged the lethal poison from his body. Given his connections, it should be easy to teach that fellow a lesson. But after hearing Squadron Leader Yao's words, he realized that his connections meant nothing compared to Zhang Xian. With his 2-star Master Teacher and Pavilion Master Zhang's senior statuses, even the Emperor would have no choice but to obey his commands. It was laughable that he even tried to take advantage of the other party's student. He had truly tightened the noose on himself. He must be tired of living. Xianxia, where is he now? With a tearful face, Physician Baichan asked. The Master-Teacher Pavilion had assigned him a mission that might require him to leave the capital for a period of time. Squadron Leader Yao contemplated for a moment before clasping his fist. In gratitude for your assistance, I will treat you to a meal some other time. I still have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. After which he turned around and left. I told you that young master would amaze everyone in the examination, see? Sun Chong lifted his head proudly. Yes, yes. Physician Baichan suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Since Zhang Shi has a mission to attend to, his students will be free. I should bring them to the residence and serve them properly. After hearing Zhang Xian's affairs, all thoughts of rebellion vanished from his mind. The tear in his relationship with the other party came from him trying to take advantage of his student, so he was considering of making use of this opportunity to mend the relationship. Ah, all right. Sun Chong nodded and the duo walked into the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Lu Shi, Zhang Shi told me to tell you all to find a place to rest first and take care of his students first. He might take some time for his 2-star Master-Teacher examination. In the Master-Teacher Pavilion, an apprentice walked up to Lu Ling. Thank you for relaying the message. After the apprentice left, Lu Ling turned to the crowd. Since senior will still take some time, why don't we look for a lodging first? All right, but where should we live at? We aren't too familiar with Tianwu Royal City, and if we were to live in an area too remote, what if teacher is unable to find us after he returns? Xiaoya asked. Lu Ling frowned. If nothing else works, we should just stay at the inn we stayed at yesterday. Before he could finish his words, a shout sounded behind them. Lu Shi, young masters and young mistresses, I have already prepared a residence for all of you. Please follow me. Turning around, they saw Physician Baichan, the person who had taken advantage of Xiaoya and even acted haughtily in front of them the night before. Nonetheless, at this moment, he had assumed a subservient attitude of a servant, as though he was afraid he would incur their displeasure. What in the world is going on? Lu Ling and the others were stunned. What did you say? Someone broke Mo Hongyi's records consecutively? Pavilion Master Zhang Sr.? His teacher is a master teacher ranked above 3-star. Passed the 2-star Master Teacher examination? Like a hurricane, the events in the Master Teacher Pavilion swiftly blew onto the streets and into the ears of the clan heads of the prestigious clans. Master Teachers were the foundation of a country, and 2-star Master Teacher was an existence which stood at the zenith of Tianwu Kingdom. Having passed the examination and broken all of Genius Mo Hongyi's record, It would be impossible to conceal the news even if the Master-Teacher Pavilion wanted to. Such a formidable figure actually existed in our kingdom? Men, send an edict to bestow this Xianxia the name of King Xian. He will be permitted to enter the royal palace freely without requiring a summon. At the topmost throne in the royal palace, a middle-aged man declared after reading the report in his hands. However, before he could finish his words, he shook his hands hastily. Wait, these seem too crude. Send someone to stand guard at the Master-Teacher Pavilion, and as soon as Xianxia appears, inform me. I want to greet him personally. Greet him personally? Your Majesty, this. The officials were taken aback by the Emperor's words. Regardless of the situation, he was the Emperor of a Tier 1 kingdom. To personally pay respects to a youngster who wasn't even 20 yet. Wasn't this making a big fuss out of nothing? Say no more. I have made up my mind. The middle-aged man harumphed. Even though this Zhang Xian hadn't passed the 2-star Master-Teacher examination yet, given his potential, it was only a matter of time before he reached 3-star or even higher. Such a figure would be a strong existence who wielded the power to reign supreme no matter where he goes. Therefore, despite him being an emperor, he didn't dare to be impolite to him. Yes. The crowd could only nod in agreement. With such splendid results, he would surely pass the 2-star Master-Teacher examination. Help me prepare a luxurious gift. Send it over to Xianxia as soon as he appears. In a luxurious residence in the capital, a middle-aged man, too, caught wind of the news and quickly instructed. Seconds later, he slammed on the table and added, No, I will send the gift over myself. Yes, the guard before him nodded. Right, have you found the young master yet? After issuing his instructions, the middle-aged man asked. Reporting to the old master, we had found the young master. Someone had stripped him naked and hung him on a tree outside the city. The guard hesitated for a moment before clasping his fist and reporting on the matter. What? Someone dared to strip my son bare and hang him on a tree? Who is it? He is courting death. With a steeled face, the middle-aged man's face turned crimson and looked as though he was about to burst into flames. For the son of the clan head of one of the 3 great clans of the capital to be humiliated like that, the person was disregarding the prestige of their G-clan and challenging their authority. Young master didn't speak of it, so I don't know. Frightened by the clan head's sudden outburst, the guard bowed fearfully in haste. Bring him to me. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Yes, the guard hurried out. Soon, a young man with a swollen red face walked in. If Zhang Xian was here, he would surely recognize the other party. He was the 1-star painter who had challenged him, GMO Gongzi. However, the current GMO was stripped of his carefree and dashing look. His body, covered with red swells, was only covered by a thin layer of clothes draped over him. If he were to claim that he had just returned from begging for food on the streets, people would definitely believe him. Father, you have to exact revenge for me. Upon entering, tears immediately streamed down GMO Gongzi's face. Kneeling on the ground, he wailed sorrowfully. Rest assured, whoever it was who dared to challenge the authority of our G-clan and humiliate my son, even if he is a god from the heavens, I will make sure to leave holes in him. Upon seeing the state his son was in, the middle-aged man roared furiously. A frenzied and powerful aura gushed out from him. Thank you, father, for standing up for me. Hearing his father's words, GMO Gongzi's eyes reddened. Speak. Who is the one who left you in such a state? I will send my men over to tear him apart now. Waving his hands grandly, the middle-aged man displayed the majestic disposition of the clan head of one of the 3 great clans. It's those subordinates of mine. Oh no, they aren't the mastermind. The mastermind is a fellow who had just passed the painter examination. I have no idea what he did, but he made my subordinates betray me and hang me on a tree. I want him dead. GMO Gongzi howled furiously. A painter? Humph. A mere member of the lower 9 paths occupation dares to challenge our G-clan? I will find their guild leader right now and have him hand this fellow over. A furious gleam shone in the middle-aged man's eyes as he exuded a domineering aura. Has our G clan has been keeping a low profile for too long that people are climbing over our heads? It's time to show them our might. Indeed. Hearing father's words, GMO Gongzi suddenly felt a gush of hot blood stream through his body. The excitement left his eyes red once more. It had been long since the G clan made a move in public and many people had already forgotten about its existence. It was time to let them know that G clan was still a huge existence in Tianwu Royal City. No matter how powerful the Painter Guild was, it was just an occupation of the lower 9 paths. What could they do to them? Right, what's the name of the person who did you in? The middle-aged man asked. Reporting to father, that person is called Xianxia. Despite having just passed the painter examination, he dares to call himself a genius. GMO Gongzi's eyes turned red. Wait until I get my hands on him. I will show him what does suffering worse than death feels like. However, as he was howling ferociously, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. The room was too quiet. Turning around, he saw his father, who was still shouting passionately a moment ago, stare at him with widened eyes. Father, what's wrong? He was perplexed. Before he could finish his words, a gigantic foot came flying at him. The middle-aged man roared. What's wrong your head? You profligate son. Why don't you die outside? Pong! Before GMO Gongzi could react, he was already sent flying. Men, tie this beast up. Present him to Xianxia as an apology. The middle-aged man's lips quivered. Apology? The corners of GMO Gongzi's mouth twitched. His vision turned dark and unable to hold himself back, he cried. Didn't you say that you would exact revenge for me? Didn't you say that you would show them the might of the G clan? What did kicking me and apologize mean? Can anyone tell me what in the world is going on? After half a day and an entire night of effort, Xianxia finally managed to duplicate all of the books in the one-star library of the Master Teacher Pavilion into the Library of Heaven's Path. Xianxia was in a state of extreme fatigue. He had expended his mental strength too vigorously. Despite his soul depth reaching 10.1, he still found himself on the brink of collapsing. He had to rest on the spot for an hour before his fatigue alleviated. Browsing through the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia frowned. To think that there isn't any information on Empyrean Kongshi nor any Zongshi realm cultivation technique manuals. These were the two main purposes for Xianxia's visit to the library. Yet, he didn't accomplish a single one of them. It must be because one-star master teachers didn't have the right to come into contact with a figure of Kongshi's level yet. As for cultivation technique, one-star master teachers mainly possesses Tongxian realm cultivation. Half Zongshi and Zongshi realm cultivation technique manuals are useless to them. After a short while of pondering, Xianxia shook his head. Seemed like he was expecting too much. One-star master teachers stood at the very bottom of the master teacher occupation, so it was natural that many secrets were out of their reach. After all, Kongshi was known as the greatest teacher in the world, the leader of all master teachers. How could the background of such an incredible figure be placed casually in such a place for the browsing of others? Even if there were such books, it would only record his general details. It was impossible for the matter regarding innate fetal poison to be recorded in it. Forget it. Even if I don't have any Zongshi realm cultivation technique secret manuals, there are still quite a number of Tongxian realm and half Zongshi realm cultivation technique secret manuals. I can modify them slightly and pass them to Xiaoya and the others to cultivate. While there were no Zongshi realm cultivation technique secret manuals, there were thousands of manuals on the other cultivation realm. As long as he was given sufficient time to arrange the information, he would surely be able to create a set of cultivation techniques suited for Xiaoya and the others to cultivate. After which, Xianxia turned his focus onto the books on master teachers. After a brief look, Xianxia finally understood why master teachers were able to stand at the zenith of all occupations. Seeing through flaws and weaknesses in one's cultivation technique weren't abilities that a master teacher was born with. It was developed through continuous hard work and study. According to the books, there were several 100,000 of methods to determine whether there was a problem in a person's cultivation technique. Similar to how a physician diagnosed his patients, there was a need for master teachers to know of all these to peer into what others couldn't see and solve the problem. Due to the high difficulty level of the occupation, they were granted utmost respect. I should study them in the next 10 days. While Xianxia had assumed the status of a master teacher and solved many problems, he mainly relied on his library of Heaven's Path to do so. In truth, he didn't know much about the techniques a master teacher used. Thus, it would be good to use the next 10 days to learn more about master teacher as an occupation and augment his knowledge, so that he could be more fitting of his position as a 2-star master teacher. After glancing through the books on master teachers, he proceeded to scan through the various other genres as well. Even though there were many types of books in the master teacher pavilion, they were mainly focused on the common occupations. There were very few books on the sidelined occupations such as Poison Master. Seemed like the master teacher pavilion wasn't omnipotent. Despite master teachers possessing the state of insight, allowing them to learn and memorize things better than the average cultivator, it was impossible to them to be adept on every single occupation in the world. While there aren't many books on the other occupations, there are quite a few of them on blacksmiths here. His eyes fell on a pile of books. They were books regarding equipment forging, and they added up to several 10,000s. Xianxia could be said to be completely ignorant to the field of smithing. There was a blacksmith guild in Tianxian Kingdom, but he hadn't been there, so naturally he hadn't read any books on it. All equipment can be divided into 5 levels: God, Saint, Spirit, Phantom, and Mortal. Each of these levels can be split further down to 4 tiers: low tier, intermediate tier, high tier, and pinnacle. Casually flipping open the book, Xianxia read through the introduction. Cultivators of the 9 Dawn of a Fighter would usually use only mortal and phantom equipment. On the other hand, only blacksmiths of 4-star and above are capable of forging spirit equipment. Xianxia swiftly browsed through the book. I didn't know that there are so many levels for equipment. He had seen the puppet in the Master Teacher Pavilion, and he was perplexed over it as it was unlike any other equipment he had seen before. However, at this moment, he finally realized that it was a spirit equipment. Spirit equipment meant that the equipment possessed a soul. For example, if there was a sword soul within a saber, it would be considered as a spirit equipment. The strength of this kind of equipment far surpasses that of any ordinary weapons. However, due to their prohibitive value, there might not be more than a handful of them in the entire Tianwu Kingdom. This isn't just applicable for equipment. Even cultivation techniques and battle techniques have different levels as well. After browsing through the books on equipment, he was reminded of the book he just read about cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques were also divided into 5 levels: God, Saint, Spirit, Phantom, and Mortal, and they were divided into 4 tiers as well: low tier, intermediate tier, high tier, and pinnacle. For example, the Hongtian 9 Dan formula of the Hongtian Academy was only a low-tier mortal cultivation technique. Most of the cultivation techniques of the Tianxian Kingdom royal family were only at intermediate tier mortal as well. Due to the low level of these cultivation techniques, the speed of cultivation would be slow, and the purity of the Jinqi would be poor as well. As Tianxian Kingdom didn't possess higher-level cultivation techniques, the differentiation between the tiers wasn't apparent. Only after reading through these books did Xianxia gain enlightenment on this issue. I wonder what level the Heaven's Path Divine Art is at. Knowing that the cultivation techniques he had encountered in the past were lacking, Xianxia suddenly thought about the Heaven's Path Divine Art which he was cultivating. This Heaven's Path Divine Art was formed through the compilation of the correct cultivation method contained in innumerable books by the Library of Heaven's Path. Regardless of whether it was his cultivation speed or the quality of his Jinqi, it was far superior to that of any ordinary cultivation technique. Even though Xianxia wasn't too sure what level it was probably at minimum saint level or perhaps even god level. It was because of this incredible cultivation technique that allowed him to cultivate the incomparably pure Heaven's Path Jinqi, allowing him to easily clear up blocked meridians. Alright, since I've already duplicated these books in the Library of Heaven's Path, I can slowly browse through them later on. It's getting late now. I should make my way to Tianwu Academy. Glancing outside, the night had already passed, and the sun had risen. Stretching his back, Xianxia walked out with widened strides. His priority now was to pass the final test of the 2-star master teacher examination. He could take his time to browse through those books later on. Xianxia, the public recruitment exercise of Tianwu Academy is about to start. Let's hurry. The moment he stepped out of the library, he was approached by Mo Hongyi. The Mo Hongyi at this moment looked like a completely different person. Around 26 to 27-year-old, his face was slightly ashen. There was a stark difference between his original cold but dashing face. All right. Knowing that it would be hard to get into Tianwu Academy once he missed the public recruitment today, Xianxia nodded. After stepping out of the master teacher pavilion, they walked along the streets for an hour before a majestic campus appeared before their eyes. Built against the mountain and encompassed by a river, the academy was vast and grand. Countless students walked to and fro the gates, and the harmonious reciting could be heard. It had a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. In comparison to this academy, Hongtian Academy seemed no different from a countryside academy. The duo stopped before the gates. They had arrived at Tianwu Academy. Doesn't the academy usually only recruit new teachers at the start of the term? For a public recruitment to be conducted now, is it an intentional action of the master teacher pavilion? Upon entering the academy, Zhang Xian saw innumerable passionate students studying and training peacefully on the campus. Seemingly influenced by the environment, he suddenly felt relaxed. Turning to Mo Hongyi, he asked, "Most academies accept students at the start or the end of the term so that when new students arrive, they would get to choose among the teachers." Judging from the current point in time, it had already been 2 months since the start of the term. If they were to accept teachers now, who would they teach? Were the other teachers expected to donate students to them? This didn't seem practical. Probably only the master teacher pavilion wielded such influence. That's not it. Mo Hongyi shook his head. Some teachers of the academy have left for some unknown reasons, resulting in vacancies for their classes. Thus, they decided to recruit new teachers to take charge of these classes so as to not delay their lessons. Vacancies for their classes? You mean that, once hired, will take over their classes? It's not a school-wide student and teacher selection exercise. Zhang Xian was taken aback. Taking a class straight and having a student choose you were two different concepts. Taking a class meant that everything was already decided beforehand, and one had no choice even if one was displeased with the students. As for the latter, one was allowed to choose freely and take in students of one's liking. Student and teacher selection exercise? How can that be possible? It is not the start of the term, so there's no student for you to choose. Besides, given our current identity, it is unlikely that students will choose us either. Mo Hongyi rolled his eyes. Knowing that it was impossible for him to surpass this monster before him, he no longer viewed his hostilely. As such, his attitude became much more amiable than before. He wouldn't live up to his reputation as a genius if he couldn't even adjust his state of mind. That's true. Zhang Xian scratched his head. He was currently in disguise as a person named Lu Cheng. He didn't have a striking reputation and didn't have any impressive qualifications either. Even if it was at the start of the year, it was unlikely that any students would want to come under his tutelage. But even so, this was already a much higher starting point as compared to his experience in Hongtian Academy. Back then, he had to shoulder the notoriety as the worst teacher in the academy. In any case, he still managed to accept a few outstanding students. How are the grades divided in Tianwu Academy? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xian asked. You don't even know that? Mo Hongyi looked at Zhang Xian as though he had lived under a rock all this time. At times, this fellow seemed so monstrous that it made others despair. Other times, he seemed so innocent and pure, knowing nothing at all, as though a newborn infant. Tianwu Academy was the kingdom's #1 academy. All of the teachers know about it, so how could a master teacher like you not know such elementary knowledge? To enter Tianwu Academy, one's cultivation must at least be at Fighter 3 Dan Zhenqi realm. There are a total of 4 grades, and they correspond to Zhenqi, Pigu, Dingli, and Pishue respectively. Upon reaching Pishue realm, one can apply for graduation. After hesitating for a moment, Mo Hongyi continued explaining. Teachers are allowed to accept new students every year. As such, most teachers will have students of all 4 grades. Xianxia nodded. These rules were similar to those of Hongtian Academy. If his previous self hadn't caused his students' cultivation to go berserk, Xianxia would have had old students as well. We're here. Just as Xianxia was musing over this matter, Mo Hongyi's voice sounded. Lifting his head, he realized he had arrived right before Tianwu Academy Elder Hall. New teachers had to be approved by the elders to be recruited. An entire row of around a dozen elders was seated in the center of the courtyard. The weakest of them was at half Zongshi, while the strongest one had reached Zongshi realm pinnacle. The one sitting at the center is Principal Xie Bai, one of the top 10 experts of our Tianwu kingdom. He is a 1-star master teacher and is extremely famous in our kingdom. Even I would find it hard to defeat him in a duel. Mo Hongyi discreetly pointed across and sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. His finger was pointed toward a white-bearded old man seated at the very center of the row. His eyes were large like a ferocious tiger. Even though he wasn't young, it didn't seem his vigor had declined in the least. On the contrary, he exuded a spirited and powerful aura. This was a Zongshi realm pinnacle expert. However, Xianxia didn't see him in MOU's question symposium yesterday. Standing before the white-bearded elder was a row of people lined up in order, the numbers seeming to exceed 100. If you two are here for the teacher interview, please write down your personal details here and line up over there. Upon entering, a student immediately walked up to them. The both of them walked in and filled up a form. The content was simple. They only had to fill up their name, gender, cultivation, and their qualifications as a teacher. They had memorized the background of the person they were impersonating yesterday, so it didn't take them long to fill the form up. May I ask if everyone here is for the teacher interview? After passing the form over, Xianxia pointed to the 100 people lining up and asked. That's right. The student nodded. So many people? Xianxia was astonished. Then, how many teachers is Tianwu Academy recruiting? If they were recruiting a sizable amount, it shouldn't be a problem for Xianxia and Mo Hongyi to get in. Otherwise, they would have to fight with the others for the placing. Oh, we are accepting a total of 5 teachers. 3 had already passed the interview, so there are only 2 slots remaining, the student said. Only 2 slots remaining? Xianxia and Mo Hongyi glanced at one another. Over 100 teachers were competing for 2 slots. Wasn't the test supposed to be on increasing the trust level of the students we accept? Why did it suddenly become a recruitment test instead? If we were to fail the interview, does that count as an immediate failure? Yes, the student nodded. Aren't these teachers still queuing up? Why had 3 of them passed already? What are the prerequisites for the recruitment of these teachers? Xianxia continued asking. The others were still queuing, but 3 of them had passed already. Shouldn't they go through everyone before choosing carefully? Oh, the principal looked over their interview, and after determining that they are suitable, he immediately brought them in. Those 3 who were accepted are half-Zongshi experts, so they are more than qualified to become teachers. The student smiled. Half-Zongshi. Xianxia and Mo Hongyi smiled bitterly. With that level of cultivation, one was already qualified to become an elder at Tianwu Academy. It wasn't surprising that they would be accepted immediately. On the other hand, the Luchang whom Xianxia was impersonating as only possessed a cultivation of Tongxian realm primary stage, which was significantly much weaker than them. A half-Zongshi cultivator against a Tongxian realm primary stage cultivator, no matter how foolish one was, it was clear which one would be chosen. The person Mo Hongyi was impersonating also only possessed a cultivation of Tongxian realm primary stage. Thus, they were both on the same starting line. Initially, Xianxia thought that once he became a teacher, he just had to lead a few students so it wouldn't be too difficult. He didn't expect to be thrown into a hard mode stage which one might die even before seeing the dungeon. One of them was the number 1 genius of Tianwu Kingdom, while the other one was a rising star who broke numerous records of the Master Teacher Pavilion. For the 2-star Master Teacher examination, they actually had to compete with a bunch of normal teachers, Just the thought in itself felt bizarre. Alright, you two should queue up as well. If you meet the criteria, the academy will pick you. The student urged them on. Nodding, Xianxia and Hongi proceeded forward. You two are here for the interview as well? Tongshan Realm primary stage, I think the both of you should just leave. Even the worst of the lot here have reached Tongshan Realm intermediate stage. The moment they walked over, a young man turned to look at them disdainfully. At the same time, he revealed his cultivation. Tongshan Realm advanced stage. Due to the disguise, they had to suppress their cultivation to be visibly at Tongshan Realm primary stage. Otherwise, given how pure Zhangxian's Heaven's Path Xianxia was, even Pavilion Master Jiang would be unable to discern his cultivation realm. Needless to say, this fellow. The ability to impart knowledge is the most important ability of a teacher. If a teacher is incapable of doing so, what's the use of having a high cultivation? Hongi harumphed. As a top-notch genius, he had been admired by others from young. Other than suffering a setback inflicted by Zhangxian, he had never been underestimated before. Yet, this fellow spoke such words to him the moment they met. Hongi's blood boiled with anger. Despite your young age, you sure have a fiery temper. The young man harumphed. I am saying these words for your welfare. I'm afraid that you will just waste your time. After which, he turned around haughtily. Disregarded by the other party, Hongi's face turned pale. On the other hand, Zhangxian chuckled. To be able to send the number one genius into a fit of anger, that person could also be considered a talent. Just as he was about to say something, the voice of an elder sounded from the front. Xiabai, thank the teachers here for attending this public recruitment. Everyone immediately fell silent upon hearing the principal's voice and focused their attention on the front. I believe everyone here had heard about the shortage of teachers in the academy. Since all of you are here for the recruitment, I believe all of you are informed of the situation of the classes in question. Principal Xiabai surveyed the surroundings. However, I should still say a few things about these two classes in advance. Their previous teachers were Hu Yi Lauscher and Bai Fang Lauscher. Thus, the students of these classes are outstanding. I hope to recruit a worthy teacher so that their talents don't go to waste. Hu Yi and Bai Fang? Upon hearing those names, Hongi frowned. You know them. Zhangxian turned to look at Hongi. They are famous star teachers in Tianwu Academy, and their teaching skills are outstanding. Furthermore, they are Pavilion Master Zhang's apprentices. Hongi told him through telepathy. Pavilion Master Zhang's apprentice? To be capable of becoming the apprentice of a two-star pinnacle master teacher, it was impossible for their teaching skills to be mediocre. That's right. I've heard that their classes are the two most outstanding classes in the entire Tianwu Academy. The students they accept are also top-notch. Seems like our test isn't as easy as we thought. Hongi rubbed his glabella. An outstanding student had a tendency to be complacent, and as a result, they often would feel less attached to a teacher. It was just like if one taught a genius and a normal student. Assuming that you helped the both of them advance from Jinchi Realm to Dingli Realm, the latter would be thankful to you while the former might think that you were merely a mediocre teacher who was impeding his talent. Giving a rich man 1,000 gold coins was a completely different notion of giving a beggar 1,000 gold coins. Delivering charcoal in winter was a completely different concept from gifting blankets in summer. It would be hard for Zhangxian and Hongi to win the favor of their students. These two classes were the most outstanding classes of the academy, and their students were also top-notch. If one was more talented than them, one might still be able to win their respect. However, given that they had to carry out this test with their fake identity, keeping them in control was already a challenge. Needless to say, winning their trust. How could those geniuses be willing to submit to two average teachers? The heck? Zhangxian had thought it would be a piece of a cake. He had thought that what was required of him was merely to come here to teach a couple of students. He had thought that the 10 days was more than enough for him to win their trust. But what he hadn't expected was that it wasn't just hard mode, but hell mode. As expected, the 2-star master teacher examination wasn't as easy as he thought. I know that all of you present here have an extensive amount of teaching experience and are official teachers qualified by the guild. If I were to make a decision based on your resume by asking a few questions, no matter who I choose, it will be hard for all of you to accept the result. Principal Xiaobai glanced at the surroundings before continuing. Since that's the case, I'll choose based on your teaching standards. Choose based on our teaching standards? Everyone looked at Principal Xiaobai in bewilderment. That's right. A teacher is responsible for imparting knowledge and clarifying the doubts of the students. The fundamental responsibility of a teacher is to guide a student onto the right path so that he will be able to reach greater heights. I have 2 students here and each of them are facing some problems. The academy will recruit who manages to solve their problems. If 2 people were to solve their problem, the one who does it better will have the priority. Principal Xiaobai said. The fundamental responsibility of a teacher is to teach. If one is inept in teaching, then it is useless even if he is proficient in everything else. No matter how high a person's cultivation is, if he is unable to verbalize it, he will still be an inept teacher. Upon hearing the selection criteria, the crowd nodded their heads. This kind of test is indeed fitting for a teacher interview. A satisfied expression appeared on Emohongi's face. There were different types of expertise required for different occupations. Without the experience of teaching students and comprehension of teaching theories, no matter how high one's cultivation may be, it would be difficult for them to impart their insights to their students. Many scholars who stood at the top of their fields had conducted lessons. Although they were able to go on and on, at the end of the lesson, the students ended up learning nothing at all. Bring them in, Principal Xiaobai shouted, and 2 15 to 16-year-old students were brought in. A male and a female. The female had a cold and haughty expression, whereas the male had sharp eyes reminiscent of an eagle. Despite standing before a huge crowd, there wasn't any sign of fear present in the 2 students' eyes. Seeming to know the reason why they were here, they remained extremely quiet. These are the 2 students. Who wants to take a look first? Xiaobai surveyed the crowd. Me! The young man standing in front of Xianxia and Emohongi shouted and stepped forward haughtily. Not bad. A teacher should have this kind of adventurous attitude. It is impossible to bring up good students by cowering fearfully. Xiaobai nodded his head in satisfaction. Upon hearing those words, a wave of regret struck the crowd. If only they knew that was the case, they would have definitely rushed up. That fellow had managed to win himself some brownie points from Principal Xia. If things go well, he might even pass the examination. Having been complimented, the young man's eyes lit up brightly. He strode up to the 2 students and circled around them before instructing, "Show me your battle techniques." Yes. With a casual expression, the female student began first. Her movements were exceptionally precise, forceful and nimble, hinting of superior talent. Soon, she finished displaying her battle technique, after which the male student took her place to demonstrate his. His movements weren't as nimble as the former, but they were straightforward, swift, and was executed with overwhelming strength. In fact, one could sense a slight killing intent behind his actions. While the duo was executing their battle techniques, the other candidates looked on intently by the side and contemplated silently over the matter. It wasn't long before the both of them finished demonstrating their battle techniques. Clasping their fist, they bowed and went back to standing upright. "All right, you can give your evaluation now." Xiaobai gestured. "All right," the young man replied. Placing his hands behind his back, he explained haughtily. The battle technique that this lady executed was clear water fleeting cloud hands, that prided itself on its nimble and smooth movements. Although her demonstration of the movements exuded elegance and also displayed her solid foundation in that technique, she is lacking in jinchi. When she was moving about, her movements seemed slightly strained. If I'm not wrong, it hadn't been long since she attained the jinchi realm. As such, she isn't too adept with the utilization of jinchi. After which, he turned to the female student and asked, "May I know if I am right? I just reached jinchi realm 3 months ago." The female student nodded. It is clear that she had trained hard to perfect the battle technique. Her movements are skilled, beautiful, and precise, but due to her lack of jinqi, they are just empty movements. If she is my student, I will ask her to immerse herself in her cultivation and try her best to gather jinqi first. Only after her jinqi fills up will she be able to execute the full might of the techniques. The young man smiled. She has an elegant, refined figure and a pure aura, so I will recommend her to cultivate the Academy's lucid jade technique. It is in line with her disposition, so it should be easy for her to cultivate it. The technique I am cultivating is lucid jade technique. Hearing his words, the female student said in surprise. Hee hee. Gleeful, the young man then turned to the male student. You possess great brute might. As such, you have good affinity with strength-based cultivation technique and battle technique. I think that searing bamboo art is the most suitable for you. Teacher, the cultivation technique I am currently training with is searing bamboo art. The male student nodded his head. All right, I'm done with my evaluation. Flinging his sleeves, the young man walked back to the crowd with a gleeful expression. When he returned to his original position and saw Xianxia and Hongi, he intentionally tilted his head upward haughtily. I have also seen through all of that. I should have volunteered myself earlier. Indeed, he got the opportunity to step up first. If I were to go up now, it would just look forced and this will just look bad on me. Damn it. Hearing the young man's words, the crowd felt regretful. As official teachers who passed the examination, they were able to see this much. However, since someone else had already spoken for them, others would just suspect one to be copying his words if one were to come up with a similar analysis, and that would look bad on one. Contrary to the others' expressions, Principal Schweb seemed to be indifferent to the situation, and a sliver of disappointment even flashed across his face. Surveying the crowd, he continued, Is there anyone who wants to add on? Allow me. After hesitating for a moment, another man walked up. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. It is Tianquan Academy's Du Sun Lauscher. I heard that he is a star teacher and is already accepted as an apprentice by a master teacher. Indeed, I've attended his lessons before. He is truly incredible. Seems like we will lose another slot. A commotion burst out as soon as the middle-aged man walked out. Everyone couldn't help but feel tense. He didn't stand out much from the crowd. However, the moment he walked out, quite a handful of people immediately recognized him. To be able to become a star teacher and a master teacher apprentice, he was bound to possess capability that surpassed others. Moreover, those who answered the public recruitment were mostly ordinary teachers, so there was a huge gap between them and him. I have seen the battle techniques they executed, and I can also tell that the movements of this female student here are nimble. The teacher before is right to say that she is suited to cultivate lucid jade technique. However, he neglected a point. This female student has only reached Jinchi realm for 3 months, yet she was able to master such a powerful battle technique. Given how she is able to complement her body and Jinchi so well, this shows that she is talented and that she possesses aptitude far surpassing the others. In other words, she is a genius. Du Sun Lauscher walked up to the duo, examined them for a moment before giving his evaluation. The lucid jade technique can only be considered an ordinary cultivation technique for the ladies. If one's talent is mediocre, there is no problem cultivating it. However, given her high aptitude, cultivating such a technique is a waste. I think that it will be better if she cultivates maiden method instead. As for this male student, his movements are forceful. Indeed, strength-based techniques such as searing bamboo art are more suitable for him. However, his moves are direct, sharp, and pointed straight toward one's vitals. This shows that he has outstanding battle experience. While searing bamboo art is still acceptable in terms of raising one's cultivation, it causes one's jinchi to move slowly. For someone like him who is skilled in the offense, it isn't the best skill for him to learn. I think that it will be more suitable for him to cultivate domineering heaven's might instead. This cultivation technique allows one's jinchi to burst at short intervals, and this better augments his strengths. At which, Du Sun Lauscher clasped his fists and said, I'm done. Good. After hearing his words, Xiaobai nodded his head in satisfaction. When the other young man before him spoke, he flashed a look of disappointment. On the other hand, he actually complimented Du Sun. It was clear that he regarded Du Sun higher than the young man before. Damn it! Taking the other party's expression into sight, the young man's gleeful face darkened and he clenched his fists tightly. As expected of an expert, there was nothing wrong with the young man's analysis, but compared to Du Sun, it was clear that he was lacking. He could tell that Du Sun's solution was at a much higher level than his. All right, is there anyone who wants to add on? Xiaobai glanced at the crowd once more. A few more people walked up, but what they spoke of was mostly similar to that of the first two teachers, demonstrating a lack of novelty in their words. If no one has anything else to add on, the slots will be given to the first two teachers. With a slightly disappointed expression, Xiaobai said, "Allow me." Mo Hongyi walked up, surprised that someone would still volunteer himself when there was already nothing to be said. Everyone's gazes immediately gathered toward the source of the voice. However, when they saw his cultivation realm, they immediately shook their heads in disappointment. Many Tongxian realm advanced stage and pinnacle teachers had spoken, but they weren't able to come up with anything new. How could a mere Tongxian realm primary stage be more insightful than them? Even Xiaobai and the other elders didn't have much hope in him. Even though cultivation didn't necessarily relate to one's teaching abilities, there were still some links between them. The higher one's cultivation, the deeper the understanding of cultivation one has, the more knowledge one could impart to one's students. Ignoring everyone's gazes, Mo Hongyi walked up to the two students, examined them carefully before turning to the principal. "Principal, if I'm not wrong, the problem you spoke of earlier wasn't referring to their cultivation, but something else. Something else. What can a teacher teach other than cultivation? Ridiculous. Don't spout nonsense if you know nothing at all." Hearing his words, the faces of the other teachers darkened. The young man who spoke up first earlier looked at him disdainfully. What else could the students' problems be other than their cultivation? Their background? Oh? Tell me about it. The disappointed Principal Xiaobai abruptly raised his head up. Regardless of whether this female student cultivates the lucid jade technique or maiden method, there isn't too much of a difference. Just like what Du Sun Laosher said, she possesses great talent, so the difference in cultivation technique won't affect her too much. Mo Hongyi glanced at the female student. Besides, even if the lucid jade technique is slightly weaker, she has already cultivated it for many years and is already familiar with it. Changing it abruptly will just impede her progress. Besides, as long as she is given proper guidance, there isn't too much of a difference between the two cultivation techniques. Thus, in my opinion, her greatest problem isn't her cultivation technique or the need to reinforce her Jinshi realm cultivation. It is instead her aversion to studying. Aversion to studying? Principal Xia's eyes lit up and he hurriedly turned to look at Mo Hongyi. "That's right. Continue on." This. Hearing the principal admit to the matter, everyone widened their eyes. Aversion to studying? What the heck? How in the world can one tell such a matter? Contrary to everyone's reaction, Xianxia nodded his head. As expected of the number one genius of Tianwu Kingdom and a potential two-star master teacher, he was able to grasp the essence of the matter instantly. Yes, reverting to the aura of a genius, he gestured grandly. This female student possesses superior talent, but she has a cold disposition and she seems unwilling to interact with others. Since her talent is not bad, how can she still be at Jinshi realm given her age? Clearly, she isn't serious about her training. Everyone was taken aback. That was indeed the case. Everyone had said that her talent was good, but reaching Jinshi realm primary stage at 16 to 17-year-old, she barely even met the prerequisites to enter the academy. Theoretically, it didn't make sense at all. The only possibility was that she was talented, but she wasn't interested in training. Despite her reluctance to cultivate, she was confined to the academy. It couldn't be helped that she would grow an aversion towards studying as time goes by. To deduce this based on the mere difference between her aptitude and cultivation level. Your discernment ability is way too incredible. The face of the arrogant young man from before immediately turned ghastly white. As a teacher, he knew that such situations were common. Cultivation is an extremely boring process, and it isn't uncommon for one to detest it. Even in this world where strength reigned mighty, there were still a lot of people who were unwilling to cultivate. As a teacher, one would hope for all of his students to be outstanding. However, if a student is unwilling to cultivate, there's no way that a teacher could cultivate in his stead. Teaching is a two-way thing. It is one thing for a teacher to teach well, and it is another thing for a student to learn seriously. This female student's aversion toward studying was probably the problem that Principal Xie was talking about previously. All of the teachers here had been tackling the wrong problem from the very start. It was no wonder why the principal wasn't happy. What about him? Hearing Mo Hongyi's rational and clear analysis on the situation, Principal Xie stroked his beard and pointed to the male student. If I'm not wrong, he's probably a problematic youth who often gets engaged in battle, causing him to face the threat of expulsion. Mo Hongyi chuckled. Oh! Principal Xie looked at Mo Hongyi with interest. The reason for thinking so? Simple. I have examined the battle techniques he displayed just now, and even though it is modeled from the knowledge one learns in a classroom, his movements were aimed straight for the vitals. Clearly, he had undergone quite a few battles, refining his movements to be swift and precise. Mo Hongyi spoke casually, but of course that isn't the main point. More importantly, when he executes the battle techniques, there is a savage gleam in his eyes, and one could easily feel killing intent from him. Given his personality, it is normal for him to fall out with his classmates easily. This kind of problematic youth often causes trouble for an academy, and it is within expectations for him to be facing the threat of expulsion. Everyone was stunned again. Musing over his words, his analysis seemed to be correct. To deduce so much from a mere battle technique, the fellow's eye of discernment and analysis ability was beyond that of an ordinary teacher. Good, good. Principal Xie's eyes shone with admiration. Mo Hongyi was right. This was exactly the test he was posing to all of the teachers here. If it was just guiding those students on their cultivation, any single teacher would be capable of it. There would be no need to conduct a selection exercise at all. A truly outstanding teacher would be capable of seeing what others overlook. How can that problem be solved then? An elder asked. Since she has an aversion toward studying, we have to look for a way to invoke her interest in cultivating. On the other hand, since the male student faces the threat of expulsion, we just have to suppress his urge to fight with other students. However, this isn't something that can be accomplished in a day or two. It requires continuous hard work over a period of time. Mo Hongyi said. Good. You've been recruited. Principal Xie and many other elders nodded their heads. To be capable of seeing through the problem in the student's attitude through their battle techniques bore testimony to his eye of discernment. A teacher had to first find the root of a problem before he could deal with them specifically. If they didn't recruit such a talent, who else would they recruit? Is there anyone who still has anything to say? If so, then the ones recruited for this selection exercise will be this Sun Cheng Laosher and Du Sun Laosher. Principal Xie gestured as he confirmed the names. Sun Cheng was the name of the identity Mo Hongyi was impersonating as. I don't have any objections. There is nothing more we can say, so we might as well not humiliate ourselves. Even though the other teachers felt reluctant to give up, it was true that the analysis of the two were the best. They had no choice but to give up. They weren't able to value add to their answers anymore, so there was no point in saying anything else. Good. Then I announced the ones who have passed this selection exercise to be. Just as Principal Xie was about to declare his decision, a voice interjected. Wait a moment. Why don't I say something as well? After which, the young man who came with Sun Cheng Laosher walked up. Xianxia. He would have failed the examination if he were to remain silent. Thus, he had no choice but to step up. Seeing him walk over, Mo Hongyi chuckled. He had already said all that he could see, making it impossible for Xianxia to say anything else. If this genius who had exceeded him was unable to say anything deeper than that, he would surely fail this selection exercise. Knowing his thoughts, Xianxia shook his head. This fellow sure had no sense of camaraderie. He could have left something for him to say, but he chose to touch on everything, leaving Xianxia in a spot. This Sun Laosher and Principal Xie had already revealed the purpose of the test, so there's no use for me to repeat their words once more. Suppressing his dismal, Xianxia said, "Since there's no use in repeating their words, why don't I solve the problems of these two students on the spot?" Solve their problems on the spot? What kind of joke is this? One of them has an aversion toward studying while the other one is facing expulsion. These are the two most difficult problems for a teacher to solve. What kind of solution can you have? Even if there is a solution, it has to be done over a long period of time, just as Sun Chung Laosher has said. Solving it now? How arrogant! An uproar broke out. As a teacher, the greatest problem one could face was an unmotivated student and a student who often engages in fights. These two problems had occurred on these two students, and even if one knew the problem, it wasn't an easy feat to solve them. One would have to invest quite a bit of time into it. Yet, this fellow claimed that he was able to solve it on the spot. This made most of the crowd think that he was being overly boastful. Even Principal Xie and the other elders frowned upon hearing Xianxia's words. Even they were helpless before them. Yet, this young fellow dared to utter such big words. Wasn't he being too arrogant? Why don't you tell us your solution to their problems? With a darkened face, Principal Xie looked at him with a face of displeasure. Simple. Xianxia walked forward to the female student and whispered a few words in her ears. The female student was first stunned. Then a bright shade of red began creeping over her face, after which, she kneeled to the floor and clasped her fist. "Teacher, please accept me as your student. I am willing to learn seriously under your tutelage." Ah! What is going on? Upon seeing this sight, the crowd, who thought that he couldn't possibly succeed, nearly keeled over. They had just said that this fellow wouldn't be able to solve this problem when he whispered a few words in her ears, and the attitude of the female student immediately changed, even kneeling on the floor and pleaded with him to accept her as his student. "I thought you have an aversion toward studying? Your attitude sure changed faster than the weather." The displeased Principal Xie and the elders widened their eyes in shock, as though they had seen a ghost. Since they found these two students to serve as the topic of the test, it was natural that they knew of their conditions beforehand. This female student's aversion toward studying was exceptionally severe. She was unwilling to listen to her teacher regardless of what her teacher said. Needless to say, study. They had thought that it would be impossible to change her attitude in the short term. Yet with a mere few words by the teacher before them, she immediately kneeled down. What in the world happened? If not for the fact that they knew it was impossible for Xianxia to have cheated, they would have truly suspected that the two of them knew each other in advance and intentionally played out this show. What did you just say to make her attitude change so abruptly? Unable to hold himself back anymore, one of the teachers asked. Instantaneously, everyone's gazes gathered on Xianxia. Even Mo Hongyi couldn't help but look over with a perplexed expression as well. He could discern that the other party has an aversion toward studying, so naturally, he knew that it was difficult to alter such a mindset. Yet, to change the other party's attitude with just a few words, he, too, wanted to know what kind of words it was that possessed such magical powers. She does have an aversion toward studying, but it isn't because of her disinterest. It is because of her physical condition. Xianxia smiled. I saw through her problem and promised her that I will solve it for her. So naturally, she is willing to study under me. The reason why this female student was averse to studying was that of a physical condition. Every time she tried to cultivate, an intense pain would torture her entire body. It is natural that no one would be willing to suffer pain willingly, so eventually, she became averse towards the idea of cultivating that culminated into her disinterest. Given that Xianxia was able to see through her condition and even promised to solve it for her, it wasn't surprising for the female student to bow down to him immediately. That simple? If she has a physical condition, why didn't she mention it before? Why did she keep it to herself? Another doubt flashed through everyone's mind. If she had incurred a problem in her cultivation, she could have discussed it with her teacher. Yet, this female student had never brought the matter up before. This is a matter regarding her privacy, so how could she be willing to speak of it? Xianxia shook his head. The other party's condition was similar to Zhao Yu's affliction, making it difficult for her to speak of it. Naturally, she found it hard to raise the subject to her teacher. If that's the case, then I won't ask any further. Even though he was curious, Principal Xie knew that it would be inappropriate for Xianxia to divulge the other party's private condition. Thus he chose not to ask any further. Instead, he turned to the male student and said, "What about his problem? If you can make him promise not to fight with other students anymore, we will take it as you have passed this selection exercise and the academy will recruit you as an official teacher." "All right," Xianxia smiled. Everyone immediately turned to him once more. If it was really that easy to get that male student to make such a promise, Principal Xie wouldn't be so troubled over this issue and wouldn't have set it as the test question for the selection exercise either. They wanted to see what tricks the young man who had just dispelled the female student's aversion toward studying had up his sleeves to stop the male student from fighting with others. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Xianxia walked up to the male student with a smile. "Do you like fighting with others?" "Yes." The male student nodded. "That's simple." With a narrow smile on his face, Xianxia suddenly slapped the other party. Pong! Before the male student could react, he felt an ache on his face before he was sent flying upward. The heck? Beating up a student? Doesn't he know that it is forbidden to get physical with a student? What the heck is this fellow up to? Just when they thought that the young man had some good idea to deal with the problem, he suddenly started getting physical. Shocked by the sight before them, they nearly blacked out. Pung 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 pung. Despite the criticisms, the young man continued delivering punches and kicks onto the other party. Every single move of his was brutal and he didn't hold back at all. Principal Xie's face darkened. However, just as he was about to step forward to stop him, the pummeled student suddenly kneeled onto the floor. "Teacher, I promise to never fight with anyone ever again." Ah! Everyone was stunned. Had the world gone insane?